what time it is. You know what time it is.
Tuesday Daisy.
It's a Tuesday. It smells like Tuesday.
It's Thursday.
Thursday nice.
I love Tuesday, and so do you. That's why you're here. So let me hear you say, whoop, whoop. That sounds pretty good, Tuesday. A Thursday.
Believe in yourself.
Oh, I fucking love him. Literally love him with all my heart. But not as much as I love yous. How's it going? Welcome in. I'm back. Oh my god. I've been away for ages. How have you all been? Tell me everything. What's been going on? I've got mustache wax. That's a new little thing for you. Look at all these gorgeous people in the chat already. I can't believe it. How are you all doing? Tejan, Gay Hawk, Kiri Magic, Chimera X Machina. I think I'm just going to call you Chimera if that's okay. It's a bit of a mouthful, that name. Johnny, how are you doing? Brazilian Catboy. Hello, Goblin Hugger. Hello. I recognize you from Red Planet Chat. What's going on? How are we all doing? What's up? About to make a comment on the facial hair looking neat.
Hello, my old chum.
Thank you for the follow. Hello, Epoch as well. Yeah, how are you doing? I'm doing good. I'm doing good. Yeah, it's been a weird one because folks who are, you know, old pieces of furniture in this channel will know that I've tried to grow a beard multiple times in the past, but I've had to shave it off because, yeah, it just ends up being too irritating. You know, it's just really like hard to like sleep on and shit like that. But got some beard product, got some stuff from Lush that was really, really killing it. And I went to Boots today and I got some mustache wax. Yep. I did not train any bees for my mustache wax, Kiri. No, I didn't. We're not getting into the bees discourse again. Always a bit of a mouthful, yes. Product is vital, yeah. And the one thing, the mustache wax has really leveled up the game, to be honest, because it really was like, if I hadn't put mustache wax on today, you would have been able to see my beard, my mustache. It goes over my mouth. So that's a pain when I'm trying to eat, when I'm trying to drink. It's not great. It looks smooth, thank you. Doing your homework, being gay, making my fellow educators into communists, one meeting at a time. Nice. Nice. Also, if you're from Red Planet, if you've been in the Red Planet streams and you're struggling with your homework, don't worry. We have received feedback that this week's homework is a bit, it was a bit UK centric because we only had the UK versions of bust cards. So if you're doing the bust card version, if you've already got a first aid kit in your gaff or whatever, that's all made up and stuff like that with an EpiPen and stuff like that, then get yourself researching. Find some bust cards for wherever you're from, whichever country you're from, you know? Andy, how are you doing? What's going on? You came back from a week-long vacation trip with, you went to with online friends. Best decision I ever made. Yo, how good does it feel when you hang out with your online nerd friends? I have not been as happy as I was when I was at Twitch London in a long time. In a long, long time. It was worth it for the week-long illness I had after that. When that happened to your ex, we called it the filter feeder. Yeah, it's like a fucking filter. It's gross. Like stuff gets caught in it. It's not good. I'm drinking tea and it's all dripping. It looks like someone's cummed in it. It's not great. I've been having my boyfriend teach me how to use our kit. Gay praxis. That's very fucking cool. Very fucking cool. Hey, Cortadov, how are you doing? What's going on? Let's get some shout-outs. Let's get some shout-outs going in the chat. We got some great streamers in the chat. Kerry Magic, please go show some love to Kerry Magic. I'm a coconut as well. That's not a shout-out. God, I take a week off and I forget how to fucking do everything. Who else is in the chat that I want to give a shout-out to? There's someone else. Just Johnny as well. Please go and show some love to all these excellent streamers. And I know that some of you are streamers as well, but I've not seen your streams yet. So I want to make sure it's all up to standard before I give you a shout out. You know what I mean? Is that what the wax is? Cum based? Fuck yeah. No, I wish it was, honestly. Not good. You had to take the rest of the week off. Wow, shit, Cortadov. I'm sorry to hear that, man. Well, hopefully we can distract you from whatever's bad. Do very well, Tar. Wrecked your ankle last week, but you're walking again. You lost over a stone so far this month. I know that was one of your goals, Andy. So well done, dude. I'm proud of you. Hello, B and Hooky. What's going on? Welcome to the stream. Welcome in, welcome in. Hello, chatter. Hello, streamer. Hello, chatter. So we got a stream for you today. We're going to be looking at the catch-up of the news, all that kind of stuff. We're going to be watching today's Lefty News from Democracy Now! We're going to be breaking into the politics segment category on Twitch. We're going to jump into that and do the politics bit. And then I'm thinking later on we're either going to do some React stuff or maybe play some Dark Souls speedruns. I've not decided yet. I don't know. I'm not decided. Laser Terrestre, how are you doing? Welcome in. Cheems, hello. How are you doing? All these absolutely gorgeous beans. Thank you so much for coming by and supporting me, gang. But yeah, as I said, it's time to do some stuff. It's time to get on with stuff. I've not really got much to tell you about my week off. I know I said I was going to do stuff with the stream, but I really didn't. I just kind of did nothing. But go to the gym and, you know, that's it. Top tip, fart whilst you're on the scales. I lost 200 grams while doing that the other day. That's not even a thing. You made that up. That doesn't work. Doesn't work. Dark Soul go fast poggies. Yeah, maybe if I'm feeling it later, sure. Oh my god, super obnoxious all caps name. How are you doing, friend? Yeah, let's get some claps in the chat for nothing. Fuck yeah. Although I did do my taxes. I've done that. I've done my taxes. Did them yesterday. Yeah, I think you did more than a fart, Kiri, when you lost that 200 grams. Fox Quirk, hello. What's going on? Welcome in. Hello. All right, it's time. It's time for stuff. Right. And I will actually, just while I'm here, do the whole spiel. Gang, Twitch is my only source of income at the moment. I have very, very, very few videography jobs at the moment that I either A, feel comfortable with, or B, I'm literally able to do because of coronavirus. And I would very much appreciate it if you could financially support the stream. If you like the stream, consider paying for it. If you are going to consider paying for it, I would ask you to also consider doing it via the sub off Twitch command, which is in the chat now. Donating directly to my PayPal gives you a couple of benefits. It means all the money that you spend on Twitch, on supporting the stream goes directly to me. And it also says, fuck you to Twitch, because Twitch doesn't make this platform very safe for marginalized individuals, as we've seen with various different decisions that they've made over the last few months. So yeah, that's a thing that you can do. We got lots of cool things that happen. I've not done the fucking movie night from last month yet, so that's something to look forward to. It's probably going to be happening not this weekend, but the next one. Bet you're really looking forward to the lifted of restrictions, so even those jobs you feel comfortable doing right now might not keep safety in place. Yeah. Really looking forward to that. Yeah, it's yeah, it sucks. It just sucks. It's a sucky situation, right? Black Phillip, how are you doing, friend? Yo, what is popping with you, Philip? How are you? Welcome in. Yeah, we are going to be watching 1.0. It was supposed to be 2 weeks ago in the Discord, but no one seemed bothered about it. No one pulled me up on it, so we're going to do it in 2 weeks' time instead. But if we get to the halfway point of the dono goal, then there will be another movie night happening. Hey, Becca, what's going on? Yo, folks, go follow Becca as well. Becca's an absolutely lovely bean. How are you doing today? Nah, not Neon Genesis. No. It's too much to explain. If you missed out on watching 2.0 on my birthday, that's on you, really. I can't. It's the best film of all time. It's free on Amazon Prime, so go check that out as well. I'm shading literally everybody, Philip, who does not be here for my birthday and also watch the films that I love with me. It's shade all day, I'm afraid. Right, let's check out some news. Democracy now. Let's get them up on YouTube. It's the only energy I've got, Philip. You know what I mean? So I'm hoping you're loving it. Honestly, I'm hoping you're loving it. Right, it's today. It's the 25th of January. We're going to be looking at some news. I don't know what the content warnings are going to be for this. Daily news roundup. Yep. All right. I've spelled all that correctly. I don't know what stuff's going to be discussed in this segment today. So content warnings will be, content warning. Humanity is terrible. Just prepare yourself for that shit. That's going to cover it. Yeah, that's going to cover it. Right, let's stick on that. Let's turn the tunes off.
Welcome to Democracy Now!
Let's get Amy in the world.
The War and Peace Report. I'm Amy Goodman. The Pentagon's placed 8,500 troops on heightened alert to potentially deploy to Eastern Europe over concerns Russia may soon invade Ukraine.
Oh, yeah, this one. Okay, yeah, so this one is, this one is fucked. This one is fucked. If there's one thing that I know about the Ukraine situation is that, like, you can't. There's not really a winning position other than, like, disagreeing with all of it, right? Because as far as I know, now I might be wrong on this, but as far as I know, like, Ukraine, it's full of fascists right now, right? It's not like a socialist country that's getting, like, attacked by imperialist forces or whatever kind of thing. As far as I know, like, Russia wants to move into Ukraine to get access to a port. It's the only warm water port that they have. Yo, Mr. Dang, how's it going? Sorry, I don't know if I said hi to you up above. How you doing? What's going on? It's a real Kobayashi Maru? Wait, what does that mean? Yeah, so, you know, Russia's going to invade Ukraine because they want that warm water port. I know that much is true, right? But, like, hell, like, what the fuck do you do? Like, it's just a real fucked situation. It's a terrible country invading another terrible country. People are gonna die. It sucks. It's just a shitty situation all round. You know, shout out to any comrades who are involved in the conflict, sadly. You know what I mean? My heart goes out to everyone, really. Apart from the Nazis. So, you know, that's that, really.
The U.S. and NATO allies.
Oh, it's a Star Trek thing? An unwinnable scenario. Right. Of course. Yeah, it's a Kobayashi Maru. There you go, then. Yep.
Have accused Russia of amassing 100,000 troops near the Ukrainian border, but Russia's denied it's planning an invasion. White House Press Secretary Jen Psaki spoke Monday.
and we have a sacred obligation to support the security of our eastern flank countries. I think it's important to remember who the aggressor is here. It is not the United States. It is not these eastern flank countries. It is Russia, who has tens of thousands of troops on the border of Ukraine.
This comes as other NATO nations are planning to send additional troops, ships, and fight.
Here's the thing that I don't... Sacred obligation, right? Here's the thing that I don't understand. If Russia's so desperate for like a warm water port, why will Ukraine not let like Russian ships chill there? Do you know what I mean? I don't understand. What's the history there? Does anybody know?
Fighter jets to Eastern Europe. On Monday, the Kremlin accused the United States and NATO of escalating tension in the region. Meanwhile, negotiations to...
I mean, they kind of are, right? They kind of are. I don't know. Is that a bad take? It feels like the US just like getting involved anyway feels like a weird... Like, does the US want to like stop Russia from getting access to a warm water port? Is that like a whole thing? Yeah, they don't even respect Ukraine enough to name it. Yeah, it kind of sucks. Hello, Nils. How are you? Welcome in, my friend. What's going on? Russia have tried to take over Ukraine so recently. You could definitely see why they wouldn't want them accessing their waters. Yeah. Hey, Stalker. What's going on? Welcome in. Yeah, it feels... yeah, it does kind of feel like Ukraine don't want Russia to annex them. Yeah. That's like a thing. And I agree that it's imperialist grandstanding that the US are getting involved. I agree. Russia has warm water ports in the Black Sea already? Does it? I didn't know that. I've been misinformed. I have been misinformed. Hello, Luke over there. How are you doing over there? Oh, I'm doing great. Cheers, Nils. I'm doing great. Can I just say, I know I've like dived right into the content that I normally do, but can I just say, like, I'm really glad to be back, and I'm really happy to see you all in my chat. I really appreciate you all coming out to support me. It means a lot. Thank you so much for being here. Abs, how are you doing? How are you doing, pal? Welcome, welcome.
Resolve the crisis are ongoing, with officials from Russia, Ukraine, France, and Germany scheduled to meet in Paris Wednesday. We'll have more on the crisis over
Did miss
Ukraine.
you last week? I missed you last week. I missed everybody last week. I missed absolutely everybody last week. It was very sad. Yeah, but I'm back now, so yeah, it's all good.
After headlines. The United States reported more than 2,100 COVID-19 deaths on Monday, even as daily cases...
Wow. So, like, they're just, it's just a 9/11 every day, huh? It's just a 9/11 every day. Isn't it weird how the US started a whole ass war over 9/11, but more people than that are dying every day in the US, and no one's doing anything about it. No one's doing anything about it. No one cares. What the fuck is that about, honestly? Honestly. Like, it doesn't even make sense from, like, a capital point of view, right? It actually doesn't make any sense. I mean, like, okay, it makes sense from a eugenicist point of view, doesn't it? It makes sense, like, let disabled people die, let people who have immunocompromised die, so you don't have to pay them welfare and benefits. Like, that's my theory as to why they're doing it in the UK. We've seen evidence that they had do not resuscitate orders placed unwillingly, non-consensually on disabled people's you know, beds and stuff like that during the COVID-19 pandemic in the UK. I can only imagine it's a similar thing in the US, but you know, we know now that this disease doesn't just kill people who are immunocompromised, right? We know it kills people who have no underlying health issues and people who are fully vaccinated sometimes, right? So it just doesn't even make sense from a terms of a capitalist perspective. Like, what are you going to do if you run out of workers to exploit, man? What are you actually going to do about that? Crazy. Absolutely crazy. Didn't Russia and Japan go to war over warm water ports? Yeah, I think so, yeah. Yeah. They already annexed Crimea, which is one of the biggest ports of the Black Sea at Sevastopol. Ah, okay, I didn't know that. Well, there you go. I've been schooled. Schooled. Thank you for the follow. I forget who said it. One of the Ukraine ministers said this whole thing's been blown out of proportion. There isn't really a massive threat of Russia actually invading. USA's only interest in this thing would be to expand NATO. which is only aids their imperialist ambitions. I mean, I can understand that being a thing, for sure. Some states are getting hit harder because of garbage policies. Hey, Lossu, what's going on? Lossu, please, gang, please go and show some love to Lossu, radical indigenous left. How you doing, Sue? Good to see you, good to see you. I work at a care home and the workers test positive more than the residents. Yeah, I can see that. I can see that, 100%. The issue is that going to war over 9/11 wasn't actually about 9/11. Yeah, that's true, yeah, that's true. Without 9/11, it would have been as unpopular as Vietnam. I feel like the Gulf War was pretty unpopular. Not as unpopular as Vietnam, but was pretty unpopular. This is why the US government, sorry, the UK government are talking about sending our forces over to Estonia. Oh, are they really? I did not know that. Of course we're getting involved. Of course we are. Yeah, you can't shoot and invade COVID, can you? I guess I don't understand why they're complaining that there's the Great Resignation happening, but they're just letting workers die. Do you know? Anyway.
Cases and hospitalizations continue to decline from record highs set earlier this month. Here in New York,
you got Rona, you've been sick for the past 9 or 10 days?
Governor
Shit,
Kathy
Cheems.
Hochul's statewide mask mandate for all indoor public places.
Let's get some love in the chat for Cheems. Let's get those love emotes in the chat for Cheems. You're going to get better, my friend.
Was enacted unlawfully and is now void. Supreme Court Justice Thomas Rademacher ruled that only lawmakers rather than the governor or health officials had the authority to enact the mask mandate. New York's Department of Health is planning an appeal. In Virginia, 7 school districts have filed suit to block Republican Governor Glenn Youngkin's executive order making masks optional in schools.
Oh, okay.
On Monday, the first of 400 million free N95 masks for the public began arriving at U.S. pharmacies after the Biden administration ordered them delivered from the Strategic National Stockpile. Former Alaska Governor Sarah Palin said Monday she's tested positive for coronavirus.
Oh my God, Sarah Palin. Are you kidding me? Hello, Aslan. How you doing, friend? Yo, go follow Aslan as well, everybody. Aslan is an absolute being. Top streamer. Yeah, blast from the past. Holy shit. Sarah Palin just out here getting coronavirus, eh? For a laugh. Yeah, who's surprised? Who's surprised that Sarah Palin's getting out here getting COVID? Probably an anti-vaxxer. Probably absolutely in love with Marjorie Taylor Greene. I imagine she's one of those kinds of, people. Is Palin still relevant? I imagine so. Yeah, I forgot she existed too. Yeah, that was a good moment in my life where I forgot Sarah Palin existed. What the hell?
Palin's announced
she got coronavirus to get relevant again? Oh my God.
Prompted a U.S. district judge in New York to delay the start of Palin's defamation trial against the New York Times, which is set to begin Monday. Palin has refused to be vaccinated against COVID-19.
I called it. I knew it. It's so obvious.
Telling a conservative conference last month, quote, "It will be over my dead body that I'll have to get a shot."
Choice words. Choice fucking words, man. Holy shit.
Unquote. The New York Times reports that on Saturday, Palin dined indoors.
I know, I make a big thing on this channel. I make a big thing on this channel about, reminding people that, some politicians, Trump, Boris, they're not actually as stupid as they make themselves out to be. It's kind of like a front to make them palatable to working class people, right? However, sometimes I wonder with people like Sarah Palin. Well, since you put it that way,
at Elio's Italian restaurant in Manhattan, despite a city ordinance requiring customers provide proof of vaccination. Burkina Faso's army leaders say they've...
Well, yeah, it would. Yeah, ideally it would teach her a lesson, right? This is what we call a Chekhov's gun, is it? I thought Chekhov's gun was when something was completely irrelevant. Oh, I guess Sarah Palin is irrelevant. Sarah Palin is Chekhov's gun. Okay. All right. Yeah. Love the idea of some poor nurse handing a syringe and just pointed at a corpse. Right. She was that stupid all the way back in 2008. That's right. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Chekhov's gun. Okay, right. I'm Googling Chekhov's gun. Chekhov's gun. Dramatic films will stress that details within a story or play will contribute to the overall narrative. You're right. It's like when someone in a film, like, yeah, don't put the gun on the wall if you're not going to use it. It's like the gun behind the bar in Shaun of the Dead, right? Yeah.
Opposed, President Gabore suspended the constitution, dissolved parliament, and closed the...
Whoa, hang on. Burkina Faso's army leaders say they've deposed President Gabor. Gabor is the guy that killed Thomas Sankara. We were looking at that on stream about 3 months ago. Right?
Gabore suspended the constitution, dissolved parliament, and closed the nation's borders. In a broadcast on state television Monday, Lieutenant Colonel Paul-Henri Damiba was introduced as Burkina Faso's new leader. The African Union condemned the coup, as did leaders of the United Nations.
Well, hang on. Why aren't we hearing from those guys? Why aren't we hearing from those? Why? It's bollocks, in my opinion. It gives you expectations that it will be used, but it's not relevant to this. Okay.
Secretary General strongly condemns any attempted takeover of government by the force of arms. He calls on the coup leaders to lay down their arms and to ensure the protection of the physical integrity of the president and of the institutions of Burkina Faso.
A warning.
No, it's okay. I just ADHD. I'm confused. It doesn't matter. It's okay. So here's the thing. What do we know? What do we know about this? What do we know about Burkina Faso? I kind of want to look more into this because, like, we know that that's where Thomas Sankara originally led a coup against the colonial powers of France, right? And then Gabore was the guy who literally murdered him. Yeah, he's been in power since. Am I right? I think I might be right. Yo, what's going on, Lilith? Welcome in. I'll be dropping in and out as you're making a Burns night supper. Oh my god, it's Rabbi Burns night, isn't it? That's fucking right. Gabore. Wait, why are they saying it wrong? Going through another coup right now. Saw this on Twitter. Is that what they're saying? Yeah, they just had another coup. Yeah, I'll take a look. We'll take a look at this later.
To our audience, the following story contains descriptions of sexual violence in Guatemala. 5 former paramilitaries. Okay.
Descriptions of sexual violence. Thank you for giving us a content warning, Amy. I love that. Or just, I guess, sexual violence, right? There you go. Nice. Thank you very much for that, Amy. Appreciate that. Maybe disgust the Americans with photos of haggis. Oh, yeah. Well, haggis is all right, you know. Haggis is, it's not bad. It's you know, it's just a bit of stomach lining and just a bit of offal, you know. It's like a baby's head, isn't it?
Military soldiers have been convicted of crimes against humanity and sentenced to decades in prison for sexually assaulting dozens of indigenous Achi women in the 1980s. The historic ruling comes after years of advocacy by survivors and supporters. The women were not able to file criminal complaints of the atrocities until 2011.
Holy
it then took
shit.
over a decade for the former members of the so-called Civil Self-Defense Patrol to stand trial earlier this month.
Oh my fucking god. Indigenous people just do not have a fucking easy time, do they? Holy fucking shit.
It's made up of several armed groups recruited by Guatemala's U.S.-backed army. Survivors said the soldiers rounded up all the men in their village and disappeared them before raping and assaulting the women. One of the survivors who testified at the trial was only 12 years old when she was raped.
Oh my god.
In Mexico, another...
That's fucking fucked, honestly. Holy fucking shit. Absolutely fuck those nerds. Must have missed it while mixing my shake. What are the ways we could contribute to the donation goal? Yeah, if you get on sub off Twitch, command in the chat that I've just put in the chat, you can go to my Streamlabs dono link. That'll go straight to my PayPal. If you've not, oh, this is another thing. Shit, I'm so rusty with streaming. Another way that you can support the stream completely free. Now, there's only one retweet that I've had so far on my go live tweet, right? Who's going to be the next? Who's going to be the next? It's free to retweet and like my go live tweet. It'll get more eyes on the stream. It'll help me. It'll help you help me. And even if you're saying to me, Muel, I've only got 5 followers.
I am a bean. I am a pill.
It doesn't even matter. Like, that's how the algorithm works. That's how it works. Just retweet, share, like. You don't have to comment. That's a bit too much. I know that's a bit too much. But thank you for the host as well, Lilith. That shit helps too. And yeah, you can't scare Northerners with haggis. Yeah, the Northern English people have got like a lot more in common with Scotland than I think Scottish people like to admit. Hideously underfunded by Westminster. Eat a lot of offal. Like a drink. This is off topic, but why the fuck does a haggis look like a giant fucking tit? Because it's a stomach. It's a stomach. It's just a stomach filled with stuff. Yeah, I'd like to have a vegan one. I'd like to have a vegan haggis. That'd be pretty cool, innit? Yeah. Haggis is overrated in Scotland. Love me awful. Simple as. That's right, the Comma Bandit. How you doing? Welcome in. Educating my US comrades about Wigan kebabs. Wigan kebabs, it's the way forward. It's the way forward. You wanna, you know, a cheap way to get a bunch of carbs in? Pie bomb. I'll take a Wigan kebab with some pay wet. Yeah, that's right. Nice to see you back, Muel. Love Red Planet yesterday. It was Sunday, but I know what you mean. Yeah, honestly, like Red Planet is my favorite thing at the moment. It makes me feel really fucking good about being an online content creator because we're finally telling people ways in which they can make the world better rather than just say, look, when you come to my stream, yeah, what we're going to do is the normal lefty stuff of going, haha, look at all the news. Everything sucks. Oh no. And then maybe we'll have a little fun reacting to some stupid shit later, right? That's what my streams are all about. We're just there to have a laugh, learn about stuff, etc., etc. Red Planet is where you go to fucking get shit done. We will tell you how to get shit done. And Nancy was a great guest as well, by the way. Really wanted them to say more. They had so much to say that, holy shit! Thank you so much for the dono, Laser Terrestre. We're now at £179.30 of the dono goal. Thank you very much. But yeah, Anansi seemed like they had like a lot of stuff to say. The notes that Anansi had in the Red Planet notes Google document was crazy. Just so many. And it's, yeah, really good. Really good. And this week's homework is very easy. Like, get yourself a med kit. You know, you could buy them pre-made or you can just get them yourself. You know, it's one of those. My nan used to treat herself to some tripe when she knew no one else was going to be in the house for a couple of days. Oh yeah, tripe stinks. Tripe stinks. Offal of any kind makes me gag. No, it doesn't make you posh. It's your palate, right? You're big on eating offal. It's how you justify still being a meat eater ethically. 20 Ria is £2.71. My money don't have any valor. You have more than enough valor, Laser. Thank you so, honestly, thank you so much for the dono. It doesn't matter how much you dono. It doesn't matter how much the dono is. I appreciate it. Honestly, thank you. You got all the valor in the world, my friend. Money's all made up anyway. It doesn't matter. Yeah. What is tripe again exactly? It's like intestines. It's like, yeah, small and big intestines. Anyway.
Journalist has been assassinated in the northern
Morning, Sue. Trip Maverick, thank you so much for the Prime Gaming sub. Prime Gaming subs are very, very welcome as well, by the way. Also, you can give bits and subscribe via Twitch. That's absolutely up to you, by the way. I do have some emotes. I do have stuff like that. But yeah, we do want to try and make a bit of a statement to Jeffrey Bezos and, you know, well, it wouldn't be Jeffrey Bezos. It would be the person in charge of Twitch. But you get what I'm saying, right? You know what I mean? Okay, you go get that scran curry. Isn't Twitch just Jeff laundry machine with Prime? Don't know what you mean. Sure, why not? Yeah, fine. Yeah.
Juana. Lourdes Maldonado Lopez is the third journalist killed in Mexico this month. She was found fatally shot inside a car Sunday. In 2019, Maldonado went to Mexican President Andrés Manuel López Obrador's daily morning news conference and pleaded for his help because she feared for her life. This is one of Maldonado's friends and colleagues.
El mecanismo ese
So is this to do with the Mexican stuff you were talking about before, Cheems?
tenía que consistía.
The mechanism for the protection of journalists should have had a patrol car patrolling permanently outside of Lord's home, and they didn't do it. How is it?
Thank you so much for the host, Aslan. Appreciate you. Amazon give money to Twitch. Oh, do they? Yeah. Well, I don't doubt it because Twitch is it's not a very profitable platform, I don't think.
Possible that someone can come to kill a person that needs to.
I might be wrong. Journalists get wiped out in Mexico like mad. Yeah, it's not great, is it? Like, yeah. It's scary as fuck, honestly. Really fucking scary. Because I know that, like, the Zapatistas are a thing in Mexico still, right? They're, like, chill in, like, south... Well, they don't chill, but, like, they operate in, like, southeastern or southwestern Mexico and stuff, innit? And shit. The Zapatistas are really, really interesting.
Be protected. The murderer comes, waits for her, then leaves, just like that. How is that possible?
Easier,
In Turkey,
EZLN.
prominent journalist Sedef Kabas has been jailed while she awaits trial on charges of allegedly insulting President Recep Tayyip Erdogan. Kabas was detained Saturday after she tweeted a proverb that translates as, "When the ox climbs to the palace, he does not become a king, but the palace becomes a barn."
Wow. Getting arrested for tweeting, huh? Just getting arrested for tweeting. Tweeting about Erdogan. That's fucking bullshit. I mean, you know, the same shit kind of happens in the US. Like, there's that anarchist who's still in prison, by the way, or facing a prison sentence of like 5 years or something for saying that leftists should have gun training or like have guns or something. Just tweeted it. And now he's in prison.
Unquote.
And now you know why I get mad about people joking about violence in the chat. And I know that they're always joking. Whenever anyone in the chat says something like, I'm going to go punch a Nazi, then they'll never fucking do it. I know. I'm not stupid. I'm not fucking stupid. The people who actually go out there and punch Nazis don't fucking talk about it. They don't shout about it. Anyway, don't let me get stun locked by myself. But that's why I get mad about it. This shit happens. It is happening. And it will happen. Again and again and again and again. You know, we have a very fragile means of communication in this imperial core. And sadly, we got to play the game, innit? Do you know what I mean? That's why anyone now talking about a partner gets banned for however long they think the crime is speaking the truth about the bad actor partners on Twitch. Yeah, right, Sue. Yeah. I mean, you will get banned if you talk about a banned partner. That's for sure. And it depends how tight certain partnered streamers are with admin and stuff. That's definitely a thing. 100%. Hey, DJ, how you doing? Welcome in. Communication suppression units are secret. The US has a lot of prisons with communication suppression units. Right. They throw you in the CSU. They don't have to report your arrest. Right. Do not record yourself doing crimes. Yeah, I couldn't think of something more stupid. Don't do crimes in general. But if you are going to do crimes, obviously I can't stop you doing that. But, like, you know, at least don't fucking get yourself in trouble. God damn it.
Abbas is being held at a prison in Istanbul. The law on insulting the president carries a sentence of between 1 and 4 years. Tens of thousands of people have been charged and sentenced over the so-called crime during Erdogan's presidency. London's police commissioner has launched an investigation into breaches of COVID-19 lockdown rules at UK Prime Minister Boris Johnson's official residence. The announcement came after ITV News reported Johnson attended an indoor birthday party during the first lockdown in June of 2020. It's the latest in a string of revelations that Johnson repeatedly flouted the strict lockdown rules that he ordered for the rest of the country. This is
Oh, yeah, I know what you're talking about, Sue. I know what you're talking about. Yeah. That's right. Yeah. Chimera, thank you so much for the £9.73. Thank you. I appreciate that so much. Thank you for supporting the stream. What an absolute bean. We're now at £189.03. That's very fucking poggers. Hearing Americans talk about this makes it even more funnier. Look, I have a lot of issues with the rhetoric surrounding Boris Johnson having a party and stuff like that. For example, Boris Johnson isn't going to step down from being Prime Minister. He's not going to resign. It's just not going to happen. It doesn't matter how many Tories go over to Labour. It doesn't matter how many of his backbenchers are mad at him or anything like that. It's simply a case of this guy has said again and again that, like, you know, he wants to be like king of the world when he was in school. It's like a known thing. He was like, what do you want to be when you get older? He's like, I want to be like the king of the world, basically. He's a megalomaniac. You can't be fooled by his absurd, nonsensical actions and stuff, right? And the whole conversation about him having been to parties, having hosted parties, what do you call it? Flaunting the COVID restrictions and stuff like that. They are nowhere near addressing to the same level the fascist laws that the Conservative Party they will continue to do this with or without Boris Johnson, that the Conservative Party are trying to put through. Like literal fascist laws, making it illegal to protest, making it illegal to be a refugee, making it illegal to save refugees from drowning in the Channel, making it illegal to save people from drowning. Yes, you heard me right. You know, it makes me so mad. Like, I feel like I'm the only, other than like Sophie and like some people on Twitter, I feel like I'm the only British content creator who's talking about this stuff. And it stresses me the fuck out to no end. You know, like, people in the US didn't even know about this. People in the UK did. Some people in the UK don't know about this. It's just fucking one of them. Everybody's just there like, oh, he's having a party. You know, I can't believe he had a party. He should resign. And it's just like, calm the fuck on, man. You can't shame a man who has no shame, right? Exactly, yeah. I've always wondered what those books on the table are. It'll be nonsense. He's their clown to take all the flack? Sure. Show me the pictures of him blowing out his Colin the Caterpillar candles. Would he have Colin the Caterpillar? I guess it's from M&S, isn't it? It's an M&S thing, right? Yeah, he would, because M&S support Israel in their war crimes against Palestinians. Yeah, right. Exactly, Trip. You know, if Boris is taken out, is someone like Rishi going to be better? Is someone like fucking Michael Gove, fucking Jacob Rees knob? You know. It's almost as if Britain is a very reactionary country. Yeah, it's absurd, yeah. It's absurd. He's a Zafford Beeblebrox. That's a great comparison, Sorka. Yeah, I love that. Hello, Shafiq. How are you doing? Good to see you. He is the dead cat on the table, sure. Uh-huh. It's lip shit to think Johnson would change literally anything. Sure. And getting rid of him as well.
This is Keir Starmer, head of the opposition Labour Party.
It's funny, there's another online community I'm part of that discusses UK politics often. The Brits there are certain that Boris will either resign or the Tories will abandon him. I feel the opposite. I don't think he's going to be resigning. I think there's going to be a new thing. I think that this Estonia thing, we're going to put troops in Estonia. Oh, we're going to put troops in Estonia to back up the US and their fundamental protecting of rights from Russia. Of course, Russia's still communist, so we have to protect against the communists in Russia. And China, of course, China communist. Yes. It's all nonsense. It's jingoistic, imperialist chess beating, and it's going to distract away from it, you know? Oh, it's Keir Starmer. Let's see what definitely not Tory Keir Starmer has to say about this.
Yet more evidence that we've got a Prime Minister who believes that the rules that he made don't apply to him. And so we've got a Prime Minister and a government that spend their whole time mopping up.
I don't trust anyone that looks like he's made of like oatmeal and you know, sausage casing. But that aside, like, he also sounds like Alan Partridge. It's really upsetting. Yeah, Boris thinks he's found his Falklands moment, right? Yeah. I have no idea what's going to happen when we put troops in Estonia. I feel like something terrible is going to happen. A leader of the opposition who believes the government are right, just he wants to be the one doing it. Yeah. That's right. The Tories are going to try to no confidence him. It's the only reason the party shit came out is because some other Tory is trying to get him out. Oh, yeah, that's right, yeah. But I don't think it's going to work. I really don't think it's going to work. There's a lot of fucking Tories who love Boris Johnson. A lot. And they need someone like Boris. Again, someone said it in the chat earlier. They need someone like Boris to be the figurehead of all the bad shit that they're doing. If we have a revolving door of Tories and people start to take notice of these horrific bills that they're pushing through all the time, then it's going to be the Tory party that's bad, institutionally bad. They're already having an investigation into Islamophobia in the party, which is well overdue. And it's going to be, it's going to be interesting.
Sleaze and deceit.
In Georgia, a judge has...
They probably cut him off because he was talking shite.
Granted a request by Fulton County District Attorney Fani Willis to convene a special grand jury to investigate former President Trump's efforts to overturn the 2020 election. Willis has said she will decide whether to bring criminal charges against Trump during the first half of this year. A key piece of evidence has already been made public on January 2nd, 2021.
Yeah, they love saying, you know why they love saying sleaze, right? You know why the Labour Party loves saying Tory sleaze now? Is because that's what did it for them in the 90s. In the 90s, they... thank you for the follow. And it's the same shit again and again, right? It's the same shit. They're trying to be more centrist. They're trying to be more Blairite. They're pushing away actual leftists from the fucking, you know, from the party. And they're like relying on things like Tory sleaze. You know what I mean? It worked though, says JTMXC. Yeah, sure it worked, but like what? Did it didn't give us like anything better. Like, you know, fucking Tony Blair took us to Iraq, mate. You know what I mean? Fucking great. Just like imperialism, murder fucking millions of brown people in the Middle East. Sure, yeah, great. Yeah, that's good. Great. Fucking fantastic, mate.
Trump asked Georgia's Republican Secretary of State, Brad Raffensperger.
Blair was good till 05? How? Literally how? You know what? You're not even following. I'm not even going to... Yeah, fuck it. I don't even care. I'm not even fucking reading your chat.
To, quote, find enough votes to overturn Joe Biden's margin of victory in Georgia.
So, look, all I want to do is this. I just want to find 11,780 votes, which is one more than we have, because we won the state.
Holy shit, remember
Last
that?
year, Willis
remember that fucking shit?
Said Trump could face criminal charges, including...
We're going to end up with US 4 decades of neolib expansion. Yeah. I miss him, but fuck him as well. Like, you don't have to, like, miss him in that way. Like, I get a little pissed off when people say they miss Trump. Like, okay, yeah, like, he's funny and he said and did some funny shit, right? I get that. But you can have all that. It's all documented. You can find it on YouTube and laugh at him. Do you know what I mean? No one actually misses him. It was horrific when he was in power, you know? No, I know. You're doing the Hassan thing. Yeah, I know what you're doing. I know. Hassan, who pulled up my tweet on his fucking stream and berated me for being a crusty anarchist. Yeah. Okay.
Solicitation of election fraud, conspiracy, and racketeering. Meanwhile, Virginia's new Republican Attorney General has fired the top attorney for the University of Virginia, a move condemned by Democrats as political retribution.
Yeah,
the attorney, Timothy
that.
Heapfee, serves as the top...
Do you really think I'm not gonna, like, tweet about how, like, upset I was about the fact that someone I've looked up to for, like, a long time platformed a fucking chud who literally the day before he got him on his stream, tweeted, pronouns are absurd and they're made up and I can't believe everybody's making such a fuss about it. You really think I'm not going to say something about that? And then the guy pulls up my tweet, you know, and just fucking takes the piss out of me. Like, okay, great, dude, great. You know, fuck that guy, honestly.
Staff investigator for the House committee investigating the January 6th Capitol.
I am your crusty anarchist. That's fucking right.
Insurrection. Racial justice advocates are condemning the U.S.
The only thing crusty hair is the Lush beard product. Listen, this leaves my beard silky smooth. It's silky smooth, not crusty. You know?
U.S. Supreme Court's decision Monday to hear challenges against the use of affirmative action in college admissions.
Well, look, here's the thing, right? Okay, so laying it on the table, yeah, being an anarchist rules, people get mad about it. Here's the thing. There are some anarchists that upset me as well, yeah? There are anarchists that go around acting like cops. There are anarchists, you know, like about what people say on Twitter and like how it's not perfect and shit like that. There are anarchists that go around and say that Marxist-Leninists in countries like Vietnam and Cuba are like tankies and it's gross and it's authoritarian and nonsense. I get all that. Like, there are some anarchists that are like really stressful. I, as an anarchist, understand that a lot of anarchist thought is like a pipe dream, right? To have like a completely... you know, well, in the same way that I'm a communist, right? Like, it's a pipe dream at the moment in terms of having like a stateless, classless, moneyless society, yeah, with like no hierarchies. It's a lot of work, yeah. And I think a lot of anarchists need to temper their expectations on like countries in the imperial core having revolutions and stuff like that, and them not being perfect. Do you know what I mean? That kind of gets a bit stressful. I understand that, but the annoying thing is that I'm not one of those anarchists. And now a bunch of people think I am like that. So, fucking great.
Cases against Harvard and the University of North Carolina were brought by the conservative group Students for Fair Admissions, founded by the right-wing legal strategist.
You're going to be on telly in Scotland tomorrow? Nah, no way. What for?
Edward Blum. Though the Supreme Court has previously upheld affirmative action, most recently in 2016, advocates fear the court's conservative majority could strike down racial justice policies that have allowed Black and other students of color to have equal access to higher education.
The problems that... Right, here's my hot take of the evening. The problem with leftists having problems with anarchists is that it's kind of like... not solidarity. Do you know what I mean? Like a lot of these leftists who have problems with anarchists say things on Twitter all the time like, solidarity, comrade. You know? And the problem with anarchists not being fans of Marxist-Leninists is that it's not very solidarity. You know? It's almost like leftist solidarity is a big issue and we need to sort it out. We need to stop fucking picking apart each other's fucking shit all the time and kicking off when someone's not exactly... You know what I mean? Someone doesn't like cover all the bases in a 240-letter tweet. You know what I mean?
The case will be heard in the Supreme Court's next session, which begins in October. In
Welcome back,
Labor Day,
Carrie.
some 8,400 unionized King Soopers grocery workers have ended a 10-day strike after members approved a new contract. The 3-year agreement with the Kroger-owned grocery chain brings workers better health care and pension benefits, tougher workplace safety measures, and wage increases of up to $5 per hour. 3/4 of Kroger employees
Holy shit, that's pretty fucking good.
recently surveyed by the United Food and Commercial Workers Union reported they face food insecurity. Attorneys general from 3 states in the District of Columbia have filed suit against Google.
That's fucking dope. Yeah, that's a dub right there, gang. Hey? Hello, Kusi. How are you doing, Kusi? Welcome to the stream. King Soopers is in your neighborhood? Nice. Real good. You did some sound bites about the shitty state of local housing for SCV today? Nice. I'm very much not an anarchist, that this space has consistently been pretty damn filled with solidarity, even if we do take the piss out of each other sometimes. We're on the same side when it comes to the current regimes. This is what it's about, Tejan. This is what it's about. You know what I mean? Like, I'm not gonna have people, you know, in this chat. Like, that's one thing that will absolutely get you banned from this chat, is if you're not being solid, if you're not showing solidarity with your comrades. 100%. We all want the same thing. We all want to feed everyone, clothe everyone, house everyone. We just got different ways in which we want to do it, you know what I mean? And sometimes those ways actually sync up a lot more similarly than people think.
alleging the tech giant deceived customers over their ability to protect their privacy through Google account settings. The lawsuit charges Google has for years deployed software tricks to continuously track a user's location, even when customers thought they'd opted out by turning off the location history setting in Google software.
Jesus
and in
Christ.
Iowa, prosecutors have dismissed...
My boy.
Good Morty, thank you so much for the weed amount. Thank you so much. Thanks for the 420 bits. How you doing, Morty? Welcome in. Welcome in. It's actually the anarchists doing the shit everybody wants to do. Yeah, I mean, sometimes. Like, look, again, like, there's criticisms of people. Right. You could criticize people for misusing their ideology. Do you know what I mean? You can do that because there are people who love the aesthetics of leftism and they like the idea of being an anarchist, but they have no idea what it means. They act like a cop. They simply do nothing and just get mad on Twitter all day, right? That's a thing that happens. And the same can be said for communists and like anyone else who's got an aesthetic. Hell, there's going to be right-wingers who love the aesthetics of like fascism and they actually don't do any fucking shit whatsoever. Do you know what I mean? They don't go to Trump rallies and shit like that. Do you know what I mean? Like sometimes the ideology is just like a jacket for something else in their life. They don't understand it. If you're on the left and you've got those aesthetics and you like those aesthetics, at least you're going the right way, right? You know? But generally speaking, it varies. It varies. You just got back from helping a bro move to Colorado, so you got dabs? Fucking holy shit. Well, the first time and last time I did dabs, they just gave me a headache. So, yeah, I hope you have a better time than I did. I think some anarchists forget that Vaush is one of the most prominent people claiming to be an anarchist on the internet right now. Right, yes. Yes, that's the thing. Yeah. Yeah, there's a difference between IRL stuff and internet. Yeah, totally. IRL, the whole lefties hate each other is not that big, correct? Yeah, Vaush claims to be an anarchist. He calls himself a libertarian socialist, which is all to do with optics because the word anarchist is like not good, according to him, or some shit. So it's kind of like, all right, whatever. But yeah, I don't know. It's so dumb. You have chronic pain, and you highly suspect it's from your ADHD. Chronic pain from your ADHD. Yo, that's crazy. I've never heard of that. You're Marxist-Leninist, and you haven't met or seen an anarchist who wants to fight me, and vice versa. Yeah, good shit, dude. I wouldn't want to fight you. ADHD is often comorbid with hypermobility. Sure, yeah, makes sense, right. Uh-huh. Yeah, same, Gayhawk, same.
A second case against Matt Johnson, an animal rights activist who released footage of hundreds of pigs being euthanized at 2 Iowa pork facilities in early 2020. John is a member of the group Direct Action Everywhere. He secretly recorded video of pigs being killed at 2 pork plants owned by Iowa Select Farms, a major pork producer. The company was unable to send the pigs to slaughterhouses that were closed due to the pandemic, so they killed the pigs by shutting down ventilation in their barns and overheating them.
What the fuck? That's fucking deranged.
In December of 2020, Matt Johnson made headlines when he posed as the CEO of the pork giant Smithfield Foods and appeared on the Fox Business Channel.
Apparently it's a thing. We have muscle dysregulation that makes lots of muscle tensions. Also leads to generally higher muscle tone without having to even lift, bro. Well, that's not true for me because it's taken me a long time to get to where I am right now with my body. However, it's not going to be the same for everybody, is it? Yeah, what, right. Cruel even for, like, mass animal farming in general is very cruel. That is psychotic.
Channel.
Our industry poses a serious threat in effectively bringing on the next pandemic with CDC data showing that 3 or 4 infectious diseases come from animals and the conditions inside of it.
This guy is fucking well funny. He went on Fox to pretend to be A fucking... He went on Fox to pretend to be the owner of a pork chop farm or whatever. Just being like, yeah, like, you know, we're gonna see like more and more diseases coming from our industry. It's really fucked up. Yeah, I love this guy.
Inside of our farms can sometimes be petri dishes for new diseases. Hog farming also causes immense harm to our air and waterways.
It's stunning how easy it is to get on local Fox News. I would so do it if I was in America, honestly. I would. I fucking would.
Afterwards, Fox Business realized they'd been punked. And those are some of the...
What do you mean afterwards? How fucking... How thick do you have to be to not see that that's not actually the guy? Come on. Come on, man.
This is Democracy Now!, democracynow.org, The War and Peace Report. I'm Amy Goodman.
Yeah, that's right, Chimera. Yeah, absolutely, yeah. Yeah. Right, okay. So, what I wanted to look into was this Burkina Faso thing. The vegan jumped out? No, that's fine. Burkina Faso coup. Let's check that out. Because I want to figure out what's actually going on here. Yo, what's that? Sorka!
Hello, I am definitely a pork CEO.
Fuck yeah, I love it when definitely pork CEOs donate £10 to my dono fund. Thank you so much for fucking supporting me, Sorka. We're at £199. Only a fucking 100 more to get to the halfway goal. You know, if we get to the halfway goal before the end of the month, I'll be fucking happy with that, to be honest. Obviously, like, it's gonna be a bit rough, but yeah, I'll make it work, you know? Does that make her a pay pig? No. It does not. Yeah, you gotta leave there's not a space in between that. Sell the chain. Yo, listen. Sell the chain, he says. For a start, look at this shit. See that there? It's rubbing the fuck off. Just from being on my fucking neck. You see it? Hang on. Let me just... You can kind of see. Not only that, I got it from 19 quid. I got it for 19 quid from a place called Damaged Society. Too buff for the chain. Yeah, I guess so. I, for one, look forward to green neck stains Muel streams. Too powerful. Thank you for the follow. Right, listen. Coup in Burkina Faso's army confirms Muel the president. Burkina Faso army was the latest coup. I want to look for a good news source for this, you know? Let's check this out. Let's check out the Al Jazeera one. Is there going to be a video with this? Probably not. Let's put some tunes on. All right. Try and find some chill tunes. Here we go. All right. Paul-Henri Damiba, leader of the Burkina Faso coup. 41-year-old officer was promoted in December to the commander of Burkina Faso's 3rd military region by President Kabore. Lieutenant Colonel appointed to overseas security in Burkina Faso's capital. Yeah. What are his politics, though? Do you know what I mean? He seized power on Monday. Section of the army decided to end President Kabore's post today. 41-year-old officer was promoted in December by Kabore to commander of Burkina Faso's 3rd military region. Attack by fighters on a gendarmerie post in the northern town of Inata. You're betting he claims Sankarism? I mean, it would make sense because this is the guy that killed Sankara, right, DJ? Kabore or Gabore? People have spelt it wrong like 3 times so far in any of the fucking shit. Every political group in Burkina Faso claims Sankarism? Right, okay, that's fair enough. Excuse me. Regardless of whether they're lefty or not. Reports that the troops have gone without food rations for 2 weeks spotted anti-government protests and calls for Kabore to step down. In his new post to Bieber, yeah, but there were protests going on already, because we saw that in that Thomas Sankara documentary that was done like a couple of years ago. He was faulted by the army for the rising rebel violence. Damiba has sought to present himself as an expert in countering terrorism. He studied at a military academy in Paris. Part of the regiment of presidential security, former... Oh! Hold up a second. This was the guy. It sounded similar. Compaore was the guy that killed Sankara, right? Yeah, it's that guy. So this guy, the guy that they've overthrown, was he good? Was he better than Compaore? People's Broom got the nation to oust Compaore, yeah. They're actually left-wing and inspired by Sankara's work. So now these guys... You don't know the stuff past that? So it looks like, yeah, it looks like these guys are not good. Yeah, okay. All right, I just wanted to check into that because we did a lot of looking at Sankara a couple of weeks ago, you know? Let's watch this video.
We're going to start with breaking news from Burkina Faso, where the army has seized control of the country. Within the past half hour, a group of soldiers have appeared on state television to say they've ousted President Roch Marc Christian Kabore. They've suspended the constitution and they've dissolved the government. The ruling party said earlier the president had survived an assassination attempt. Gunfire erupted early on Sunday when soldiers took control of a major military barracks in the capital. Some civilian protesters rallied to support the military intervention. Well, the unrest stems from frustration in the battle against armed groups affiliated with ISIL and Al-Qaeda. Soldiers have been demanding better resources to combat them. Attacks have killed around 2,000 people and forced 1.5 million from their homes. Well, Henry Wilkins is joining us on the phone from the capital, Ouagadougou. Henry, just talk us through everything that's been happening over the last few hours, because it's been very fast-moving.
Yeah, absolutely. So all day today, we've been waiting for an announcement from the likely new leaders of the country. Since this morning, the state broadcaster has been under the control of these what were mutineers as of Sunday, but. Yeah, we didn't get any information throughout the afternoon, and then about an hour ago, Reuters began to report that the president had resigned, and within minutes of that, military troops appeared on the national broadcaster to announce that the government has been dissolved. We also had a statement in the last couple of hours from the former ruling MPP party to say that the president had survived an assassination attempt either earlier on Monday.
Holy shit, they really wanted to murk him off.
Henry, thank you very much indeed for talking to us from Ouagadougou and bringing us up to date with that situation.
Ouagadougou, you know, they couldn't even fucking get it right in the
Henry
captions.
Wilkins there. Okay, we're going to speak now to Nicholas Hack. He's
well, they are auto captions, obviously, but you know what I mean.
Joining us live from Senegal's capital, Dakar. One would imagine that this is going to have significant ramifications for the whole region. Talk us through what you're aware of, how the members, for example, of ECOWAS are reacting to all of this.
Make no mistake, there are negotiations taking place between West African nations and the new strongman that's in charge of Burkina Faso, that's that signed the announcement made on national TV. His name is Lieutenant Colonel Paul-Henri Ouagadougou Sandogo Damibe. He is now the new strongman. He's in charge, and there are negotiations in place. The EU want to see the immediate release of Marc Gaboret, the elected president.
The captions didn't even bother. The captions didn't even bother trying to get that name at all.
African Union want to see the military return to their barracks, and they want to see Marc Gaboret, or an elected official, take charge. It's a very confusing situation currently in Burkina Faso, despite this announcement made.
Captions like, okay, fuck that, chief. Yeah, sorry.
The coup leaders or the mutineers. The reason being it's so confusing is because at stake here is the stability of Burkina Faso. Remember, this is a place where armed groups are active, armed groups affiliated to ISIL and Al-Qaeda. Rob?
And that's going to be a key point, isn't it? Because if there is a lack of stability and a lack of security in Burkina Faso, those armed groups, one would imagine, are going to be looking at that and seeing whatever opportunities they might be able to take in this current situation.
Yeah, like, ISIL and Al-Qaeda knocking around near Burkina Faso. That's something I did not know. I guess... there's a lot to this. There's a lot fucking to this. The caption said the cool leaders. Yeah, they did say that. Very good captions, very good. Hello, Sophie. Just about to go live myself. Wanted to wish you a good stream, babe. Wishing you a good stream back, babe, too. Please go follow Sophie from Mars. Go check her out. She's fucking great. One of my co-hosts from Red Planet. Sophie Moment. Literal Sophie Moment. Yeah, maybe you have a good one. If you're doing more Pathologic too, I'll be fucking checking that out later as well. That'll be very good. Are you talking about the stuff I've been experiencing lately? You said at Twitter at some point that was the planet thing. Yes, I'm going to be talking about that later on, 100%. Fuck it, I can talk about it now. I can talk about it. I could literally talk about it now. Because there's not really much else that we could do about Burkina Faso, because there's not a lot of information as to what's going on, and there's a lot of like complex sort of background stuff with it. The fact that like ISIL are involved and stuff like that. Harassment and gaslighting. Yes, I think we can talk about that shit 100%. Are you all right for me to bring up your tweet, Soph? Is that cool? Because I don't want you getting any more harassed. You know what I mean? Like that's the whole fucking thing, right? You know. But I guess you're not really on this account anymore. Let me see. You do whatever, babe. I'm sure you'll cover it well. Okay, sweet. All right. So, yeah, we're going to be taking a look at this, gang. Because this is worth something. It's really important to point this out. Really important to point this out for a couple of reasons. I've alluded to this a little bit in what I was saying earlier. In terms of, you know, some people, quote unquote, I've spelled gaslighting really wrongly. Hold up. There we go. You know, I've been alluding to this in saying that, like, some people love the aesthetics of leftism, but act like cops. Some people, you know, love the aesthetics of leftism, but don't do anything, and also just, like, tend to harass people of color and trans people, especially trans femme people. It's just a thing that is become a thing in the wider Twitch politics community, and it sucks. It sucks a lot. The reason why it's important to talk about this, for me personally, is because I'm a cis white guy, right? I'm never gonna get the amount of harassment that someone like Sophie has been getting, and Mildred as well. Thought Slime, you know, Mildred's been on the channel before. I'm sure you know Thought Slime. You all know Thought Slime. And there's another person that's gone off Twitter recently this week because of the sheer amount of harassment that they've been receiving. And these are mostly coming from, you know, I made the point that there are some bad actors in you know, lefty circles and stuff like that. And whatever, that's a small percentage of the actual issue at hand. Yo, no worries, Sophie. Thank you so much for being here. I love you too. Looking forward to seeing you soon. See you in a bit. See you in a bit. Cis and het white guys on the left need to be looking at this more than anyone. It seems that the target of people's communities like Vaush, like Xander Hall, like Dylan Burns, all these fucking horrific fucking debate bro cunts and shit like that, tend to just go for trans people, people of color, women. It's just a never-ending cycle. And you'll notice that this happens if you pay attention to the drama that happens on Twitter and stuff like that. You'll notice that this tends to happen when someone like Vaush takes an L, right? You'll remember a couple of weeks ago where Vaush literally made an argument to say that maybe the Nazis were justified in their fear of Jews controlling the banks in Weimar Germany because there were a large proportion of Jews controlling banks in Weimar Germany. Not true. Not true at all. He just said that. He just made it up. And that's a huge L for someone who calls himself an anti-fascist, you know, a debater, a communist, a big brain, libertarian socialist kind of thing, right? Oh, his fans are already trying the out of context thing. Yeah, 100%. Because, well, that's cognitive dissonance, right? When we see that stuff. Right? So, you know, as a result of that, Luna Oi, who we had on Red Planet a couple of weeks ago, Sophie from Mars, our good friend Bad Bunny as well, and Mildred, Thought Slime, and Ms. Iola. I don't know who Ms. Iola is, but apparently they've all been getting, you know, harassment. Again and again and again and again and again. And it's always when Vaush takes an L. It's always when someone like Xander Hall takes an L, right? Yeah, very normal for lefties to do that shit. Right, very normal for lefties to do that shit. If I was someone like Vaush, and I knew that my audience had... Actually, I don't want to say someone like Vaush, because I would never be someone like Vaush. But if I had Vaush's platform, right? If I had that amount of people backing me, and even though I don't have that amount of people backing me or in my chat or anything like that, I still make an effort to do this, I would always try and avoid dunking on people, because it doesn't matter how much you tell your fans to not try and defend you and stuff like that. Like, don't defend, don't get involved in arguments, stuff like that. Blah, blah, blah. Don't brigade people. There's still going to be some people who do it, right? There's literally still going to be some people who do it. So it just kind of begs the question, why does it happen? Well, it's clearly because he just fucking lets it happen, right? Do you know what I mean? Yeah, they're libs LARPing as lefties, right? Or they may be lefties, but they're not intersectional. Like, they want communism, but only for white people, right? Only for white guys. It's like communism, but for white guys, right? Do you know what I mean? That's why you'll see, like, a lot of Stalinists in Vaush's community. You'll see, like, a lot of fucking, you know, people who, like, love Mao and shit like that. You know what I mean? For the bad reasons. For the literal bad reasons and stuff. You know what I mean? Incredibly deranged shit. Incredibly deranged shit. Then he came back and doubled down, claiming to have found evidence and providing no source, of course. It simply wasn't true. Right, yeah, about the Jewish thing. Yeah. Yeah. So many people were sea lining in Mildred's supplies as well. Vaush is a cancer on leftist discourse. Yeah, that's right. Yeah, 100%. You could almost call them National Socialists. Yeah, you could. Yeah. Yeah, they want communism in the authoritarian way with themselves at the top. That's right. Yeah. So let's read through Sophie's post. I've been experiencing poor mental health for several months now due to waves upon waves of harassment and abuse. I've had threats telling me what happened to Lindsay Ellis will happen to me. Right? Now, I have an issue with what happened to Lindsay Ellis, as like most people with a mind that can think do as well. There's nothing to be gained about dogpiling someone because they had like iffy views in the past that they have like recently gotten away from and said that they feel bad about, right? Like, for example, Nicole, right? Nicole that is one of my comrades, like my co-host, a friend on. Does someone in chat just want to do a TLDR because I do not pay attention to this stuff? Lindsay Ellis basically got bullied off Twitter because of it's people reading things in incredibly uncharitable ways, right? And this shit happens all the time when a woman or a person of color or an indigenous person or a trans person gets too much of a platform and they're doing very well for themselves. It happens all the time. We see it all the fucking time, right? It's now happening with Sophie. It's happening with Mildred. It happened to Lindsay Ellis, and people read what they have said so uncharitably that it becomes just an attack. It just becomes people going after people for the sake of it, like a mob mentality. Do you know what I mean? Now, this isn't like cancel culture. I mean, I guess you could argue it's kind of cancel culture, but it's like not really, because it's like, yeah, it's dishonest people. No one's like saying, oh, we want to hold you accountable, or like tell you that like, hey, what you said was kind of like not all right, or like I take a bit of issue with what you say. It's like you've absolutely proven how much of a horrific fascist you are, and you need to be removed from your platform immediately, right? And it's funny, isn't it, gang? It's funny, isn't it, gang? How that never happens to cis-het white guys with a big platform. Isn't it funny? In fact, if you're a cis-het white guy with a platform, you can say a lot of shit. Like, make stuff up about Jewish representation in banking in the 1930s in Germany. You can just do that and nothing happens. Isn't it funny, gang? Right? People love weaponizing capitalism like that. I don't even know if it's weaponizing capitalism. It's just there's so much to it, right? There's so much to it. There's so much to it. Yanshifim, hello. I would love to see Lindsay Ellis's haters turn 1% of that same ire towards PewDiePie. Right. Thank you. Thank you. You know? A cis-het white guy could get away with saying that. Yeah, exactly. As I was saying, yeah. So absurd. Hello, Tutus. How are you doing? Welcome in. Yeah, she was bullied out of her space because people read old posts that they made. Right. Guess what, gang? You know, I've made some old posts that were bad. I once tweeted that I was an egalitarian and that I thought Jordan Peterson had some good ideas. I think everybody's had stupid fucking takes like that. I think it's actually very human to have stupid takes like that and make mistakes and learn from them. You could not say in a million years that someone like Sophie or Mildred or any of the people that have been bullied off their platforms, right? I don't think that you could say with any certainty that these people wouldn't listen to criticisms and say, okay, yeah, I get you. I get why you're saying that. I think that if you said that they wouldn't do that, you are reading them in the most uncharitable way. 100%. No past mistakes. Only perfect people. Right. It's absurd to want that. That's the thing about learning stuff. You change as you get older. You cringe at your younger self. I had it this week. I had it last week with Hassan. Hassan was my, like, problematic fave for a long time. There were some things he said that I didn't really agree with. Do you know what I mean? But it's like, again, it's solidarity, right? You're gonna bring, you're more likely to bring someone further to the left if they're already on the left, you know, by sort of like saying to him, hey, listen, just wanted you to think about what you said, rather than being like, this is horrific, etc., 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 you know? But then, you know, did something that I couldn't forgive a couple of weeks ago, and that's it, you know? It's one of those things. Everybody learns. Everybody's changing constantly, all the time. Canceling people like Sophie and Lindsay Ellis for bad stuff or whatever just shows these people either do not live in reality, as in haven't discussed politics in IRL, or just dishonest to feel good about themselves. That's what it's about, Kortadov. That's what it's about. Oh, the punitive act of taking away someone's livelihood just sort of reinforces capitalist ideas. I know what you mean now, Black. Yeah, I know what you mean. Yeah. Mm-hmm. I'm old enough that my worst takes were pre-internet, thank fuck. Yeah, some of my worst takes were pre-Twitter. Yeah, that's true. 100%. Hey, Petra, what's going on? I don't know, what Lindsay said wasn't even a bad take. They twisted what she meant so they could dunk on her. Well, that's what I mean, yeah. It's not even a bad take, right? Of course. Of course. You know, there's no such thing as a perfect person. And the thing is that, like, here's where that comes from, right? Not only does it comes from several places. It comes from a place of jealousy. And it comes from a place of, sort of entitlement. Again, it's that capitalist brainwashing that Bleck mentioned. And it comes from feeling like you have to do something to make the world a better place. I see shit like this on streamer Twitter all the time, where people like, it's like the Pepe discourse, right? People dip their toes into politics, and then they see that like someone has said that one thing is bad, right? And then they think that it's activism to be like, right, this thing is terrible, we're gonna remove it, we're gonna fucking, you know, take a bunch of shit off this person, etc., etc., etc. And they think that that's activism. They think they're doing something, right? It's posting disease. Do you remember how I was speaking about posting disease a few months ago? Lindsay had a couple of bad takes. Andor made a couple of shitty jokes like 10 years ago. She's long since apologized for. Ever since then, a few obsessors following around, reading everything she says and does in bad faith since then, throwing off mud, and eventually some will stick. Yeah, right. Exactly. It's smear campaign tactics. It's the same shit that happened with, like, Jeremy Corbyn, right? Fairly lucky to have always been a socialist. I've still had dumb takes. This isn't even an I've grown political thing. It's a human thing. Right, exactly. We get more information as we live. Correct. By the way, Nils, I know that you redeemed Big Papa Squats a while ago. I'll be doing them in a bit. I promise. Gotta get some protection. Avoid posting transmitted diseases. Yeah. You know, this is so sad. Like, Sophie was struggling and been suicidal at some points. People who followed my work for a long time know that I prefer to interact with people openly and honestly as human beings. This isn't a change I'm happy to be making, but it's one I have to make. And it's so sad because it's like, Sophie was one of the nicest people that I've ever reached out to, right? Not only did she want to come on my show and talk about stuff that happened that was like pretty bad, you know, the Andy Ngo upskirt stuff. I'm sure you all know about that. If you don't, well, what I said should cover it, really. Again, harassment. And not only that, but then was nice enough to trust me as a person and come to my fucking house in another city, you know, a random fucking cis guy, and hang out. And now we're fucking friends, you know? It's horrific to see my friend being made to feel like this in, like, it's so wrong. It's so wrong, right? And I'm not trying to make this about me. What I'm trying to say is that Sophie was so welcoming to me. You know, just a random person, a random guy, as far as they were concerned, right? Do you know what I mean? Cancel culture is so carceral as opposed to rehabilitative. People who value police and prison abolition conveniently forget those values sometimes, and they want to punish perceived social mistakes. This is what I was talking about before when I was saying some leftists are out here just acting like cops, right? What do I mean by that? What do I mean by that? Does anyone in the chat know what I mean by that? Like, what do cops do? What do cops do? Sophie was really cool to meet in Twitch London. Was really nice to be able to listen to her talk in person. Even at a Twitch party, couldn't stay away from politics with you lot. Yeah, we were going ham on the politics, yeah. Right, be bastard and other stuff. Brutally attack peaceful protesters. Hi Lulu, how you doing? Shafiq, could I get a shout out for Yes I'm Lulu, please? Right, so what I mean by that is cops have got quotas to fill. They've got a daily quota to fill, arrests and stuff like that, depending on the crime rate in their district, right? So what they do is they find stuff, desperately try to find stuff to arrest people for, so that they can get convictions, so they can deal with the crime rate, right?
Hello, my old chum.
Thank you for the follow. That's a similar thing as to what's going on here. These people are purposefully trying to find stuff to harass people, make them feel like shit, and make them feel like they have to give up their platform. It's cop shit. Justice is rehabilitative, and if you're like making a silly take, you know, like anyone can get wrong, or like maybe someone is reading it uncharitably on Twitter or something, then you should be allowed to fucking deal with this, right? This is the most important thing that Sophie's saying about this, right? The online left has a harassment problem. Letting people who make money by bullying into our spaces and letting them get away with calling themselves leftists has led to a climate of toxic harassment and abuse that treats women, especially trans women and women of color, as disposable. So here's 3 things. Leftist men, it's on you to fix this. Everybody, please take care of yourselves, one another. I love you, and bye. And that's it. That's it. If you are, there's a horrific amount of people. I was on my alt account the other day. I've got Vaush muted on my main account because I don't want to hear what he's got to say. I think he's a fucking piece of shit, right? I was on my alt account the other day and I saw a Vaush tweet come up because I've not muted him yet on there, right? And it said something along the lines of this, that, and the other. So I went to my main account and I went to Vaush because it said like a couple of people that I knew on my alt account were following him, and I was like, wait, who do I know that's following this guy? So I went on my main account. There are 65 people that I follow who I think are pretty decent based individuals that are following that guy. They're supporting him. Now, it's not great to follow police people. Some people are going to be following him for content. Some people, maybe not. But this is the thing. We know this guy is a cunt, right? Why are people still sticking up for him? Why are people desperate? There are fucking lefty streamers, yeah, who do similar things to me. Like, they cover the news, they react, they have a laugh, you know, they try and build solidarity, they try and tell people about wins and shit like that, right? But then they try and get into debates. They try and get into debate streaming. Because that's the big thing. That gets you views. That gets you capital. It gets you social capital. It gets you clout. And there's a clout network associated with this shit. Right? And it results in this. It results in bullying trans women off their fucking platforms. And we can't make excuses for it anymore. We can't. It is the most disgusting shit in the world. Think about it this way, gang, right? I was on a podcast yesterday, and I said this on the podcast. It's the Ultraviolet podcast with Mark Edwards. It's going to be coming out in a couple of months. But I guarantee you we'll be in the same situation then, right? What we had... Do you remember my tweet? Does anyone remember my tweet that went viral where I was talking about, like, why do we have the alt-right in gaming spaces, right? Why do we have such an alt-right problem on Twitch? A Nazi problem, right? A white supremacist problem, right? Because there's a bunch of guys, cishet white guys, who sit there, they have a shit job, they come home, they game, they go on Twitch, they hate their fucking lives. They're looking for a reason, they're looking for an answer as to why their life is shit. They go on the internet, they find Jordan Peterson, Joe Rogan, Gavin McInnes, Dave Rubin, Ben Shapiro, all these horrific individuals that are boosted by YouTube's algorithm, right? So, after BreadTube was a whole big thing, people don't really take these guys seriously anymore, right? They're not really a huge thing. They have a huge following, but they're not really a huge thing, right? Now what you have are people who are clever enough to know that capitalism is the problem, but instead of like saying, oh, well, actually it's not capitalism that's the problem, it's minorities, marginalized people, and women, and feminists that are making my life shit. Now you get people who are like, well, I know capitalism's the problem, but the reason we can't achieve socialism and communism is because of those pesky trans people and those pesky black nationalists and land-back indigenous people who are like trying to steal our land and steal our houses. That's the conclusion they come to when they watch people like Vaush and they watch people like Dylan Burns and Haz and shit like that. It's insane. It's absolutely insane. Hello, Empire. What's going on? Welcome in. Is this going to be available to watch after? I'd like to watch this from the start. Yeah, all my VODs are available for at least a week on Twitch. I'm trying to start a YouTube VOD channel for me, but it's pretty rough. It's pretty rough with ADHD at the moment, Very true. That's exactly what's happened. Yeah, it's moved on from like, going down the alt-right pipeline, and now it's the fucking Nazbol pipeline, right? Hello, Zevelin. How are you doing? Welcome in. Welcome in. Welcome in. They'll accept any explanation except they are the problem. Right. That's right. It's cowardly. Going after lefties doesn't just put a target on your back like going after libs and conservatives. So these people feel safe dogpiling on women and marginalized people to feel like big, important activists. That's exactly what it is, Chimera. Yeah, you've got it spot on, my friend. Glad to be here with you. Yeah, glad you're here with me. This shit sucks. It really does. But we need to talk about it. And we need to... It is on leftist men to sort this shit out. It really is. If you're a content creator, you consider making things. Consider making videos about why debate streams are bad. Right? Consider doing it. It's known on a theoretical level that capitalism is bad, but they don't want their actual experience to change because they still believe communism is when no house, no farm, no food. That's why they're all fucking sock dems, Morty. That's why they're all terrified to actually say, yeah, I want communism. Because they're fucking cowards, honestly. That's what it is. They're cowards and they don't live in reality, Like, there are socialist countries. And think about it. Think about why these communities go after Luna Oi so much, right? The whole reason that Luna went and had Luna and EJ had a conversation with Vaush, I don't know, call it a debate, call it whatever you want, when he said the Jewish thing, when he literally asked the Jewish question, right? I'm so like blown away by that even happened. The reason why they went on Vaush's show was because Vaush was doing React content to Luna's Dialectical Materialism 101 video. Shitting on it. Saying it's ridiculous. Etc, etc, etc. Being fucking useless theory nerds about it. Instead of actually critiquing how it was a decent introduction into dialectical materialism. Right? Being like, oh, well, that's not actually dialectical materialism. Yeah, that's why she said it was a 101 course. Right? She was fucking Vaush was reacting to that shit. A woman of color in an actually socialist country that's doing socialism, right? It's doing socialism, and that's why they had to attack her. Because that's where she's from, and it's a threat. It's a threat. If Vaush understands dialectical materialism, then I'm an expert in astrophysics. Hey M9000, how you doing? Yeah, they should come learn something on Sundays. This is the thing. Well, this is why we're doing it. You know, this is why we're doing Red Planet. You know, treating a lecture series as a debate, pretends to look shocked. Yeah, really bad. Yeah, he understands nothing when it comes to theory. That's true. That's why he's not telling his fucking user base to unionize. Right, this is the most stressful thing, right? Like, imagine if he was actually good. Imagine if he was actually fucking telling his user base, his audience, to go and join a union, right? Go and join a union, take part in mutual aid networks, stuff like that, do direct action, all these things. Imagine. He would have a really good sort of thingy. You know, effect on society and shit, right? Hey J-Man, how you doing? It makes me smile that the pool of people that will willingly interact with Debate Bros on stream is slowly getting smaller. It's getting smaller, and it is kind of falling off. But we're still seeing so much horrific shit as a result of it. You know what I mean? I'm stretching the imagination a bit there, Muel. No, I'm right. No, I'm actually right. Obviously, like, he would have to, you know, stop his audience from, like, attacking trans people, women of color, stuff like that. All that bad stuff would have to stop as well. You know what I mean? Like, please don't read what I'm saying uncharitably as well now while we're talking about people reading things that people are saying uncharitably. No, of course, he would have to stop all that shit as well. But imagine if with his platform, he did what we were doing on Red Planet. Right? That would be good. That would be sick. That would be based. This is why it's fucking tragic. This is how you know that he doesn't actually want any societal change. Debates are intellectual fights equivalent of pro wrestling. Correct. Vaush is a debater. He's good at it. His skill is rhetoric. He's good at that. This does not mean he understands leftist theory. Yes. Yeah. The issue is that Vaush only got so big because he courted dipshits. He did good stuff. If he did good stuff, he'd lose his platform. It's a catch-22. There are no positive consequences to Vaush. I mean, yeah. That's true. Hello, Star. How you doing? Welcome in. Who are we talking about? We're talking about most debate bros, but Vaush specifically right now. Thanks, Kyle, even though you're a sock dem. Right, Kyle Kalinske, the only good sock dem. How could you say something you didn't say, Muel? I know, yeah. I loved y'all saying, please steal our format. Yeah, we'll keep saying it. Yeah, please do more shit like Red Planet. Please do more shit like Red Planet. I want loads of people to be doing that shit. This isn't the thing. This isn't actually what I'm talking about. I'm going to change the title. I'm basically a debate bro, I admit. I argue with people online, but I don't harass people and hurl personal insults in DMs. So what? That's what you do on your stream? You're a streamer and you do that? You platform fascists in the same way and stuff? Because arguing with people online is not the same. No, exactly. So you're not a debate bro. Don't insult yourself like that. I like Vaush's content about culture war stuff, dunking on Shapiro and clowns like that, but when it comes to actual serious stuff, he's very irresponsible. That's the issue, right? That's the issue. You know, and I'm not really vibing with you, like, still supporting someone like that, regardless of the stuff that they do that's irresponsible. Sophie's had to come off Twitter because of little fucking disgusting Vaush creeps harassing her so much. Do you know what I mean? You want to support someone like that, dude? It's on leftist men to change this shit. Do you know what I mean? If you really stand for intersectionality, if you really stand with our trans siblings and our comrades, you know, comrades who are BIPOC, then I'm not supporting him. Don't get me wrong. I'm not sharing his stuff. You just said you like his content, so you're watching his content? Because let me just get this straight, gang. If you watch someone's content, that is support. Why do you think I thank everyone who comes to my stream for simply being here? Because that is support. If you truly support the marginalized individuals in our movement, you will stop watching Vaush's content. No, even if you watch him and give him a view star, that's still support. You shouldn't be supporting people like this. He's a fucking cunt. You know he's a cunt. You said it yourself. Guess what? There's people who do much better. I would rather, even though Hassan called me a crusty anarchist or whatever, I don't know what he said, but even though Hassan thought I was a piece of shit, yeah, for saying what I said about him, I would rather you support Hassan than Vaush. At least Hassan's probably not going to do that shit again. Do you know what I mean? There are people who do the culture war shit. There are people who do the fucking, you know, whatever shit. That are much better than that. Much better than fucking Vaush. Way better than him. As far as debating people on the far right, I think if a leftist does that and really shatters the right winger, it can be good if it makes the right look bad. But can you do this successfully? What if you can win, but you lose? Really risky. You always lose. You always lose. You always lose. If you platform a fascist, you always lose, because the fascist will then have an unfiltered microphone to spew their rhetoric at your viewers, right? That's how you lose. Also, if you engage in a fascist in a debate about something as base as, like, now I'm not saying based, I'm saying base because it's like, you know, bottom of the barrel shit, as like, you know, does racism exist? Or like, you know, do trans people deserve to exist? Then you're not doing anyone any favors. You're lending their ideas credence. And their ideas do not deserve credence. Yeah, basic, yeah. Hello, Quillightful. How are you doing, gorgeous? Welcome in. Can I get a shout out for Quillightful, please? You know. No one will ever shit on Shapiro as greatly as H-Bomber Guy did. Fucking Aquaman. That's what I mean. We have so much. Here's the thing about the dunking on Shapiro shit. Here's the thing about all that stuff, right? We've already done it. We've already done it. We moved past that now. We're moving on. We're doing more stuff. We're telling people now to join unions. We're telling people to get involved in mutual aid networks. We're telling people to avoid debate bros. We're telling people to get in fucking involved. Do you know what I mean? Yeah, why bother giving validity to something like the Jewish question? Right. What the fuck are we gaining from that? Some things don't need to be debated. Human rights are kind of like an essential. Exactly, yeah. Abby Thorne did a great job talking about Shapiro. That's right. Fascists even use critical media to spread their messages like the wall. Right. Yeah, exactly, yeah. You know, we're moving on because that is an essence of progress. Right. Exactly. And so, you know, that's the whole fucking shit of it, really. Do you know what I mean? It's like these people are, you know, they've harassed Sophie, they've harassed Nicole, they've harassed, like, fucking Thoughtslime, Mildred. It's horrific. It's horrific. You shouldn't be supporting these people in any shape or fashion. You know? If someone is openly advocating final solution shit, I wouldn't debate them. It doesn't even have to go that far, though. It doesn't even have to go that far. It can be like, you know, like the baby steps into it. Like talking about white genocide and shit. Don't give that idea credence. It's not got any credibility. It never did. It never stops being scary being Jewish online. Of course it doesn't. I am in fucking literal group, a group, right, that reports like horrific Nazi shit. What happened to former alt-right people? They lost everything, and their movement lost credibility after people stopped platforming them and started deplatforming them. That's right. Exactly. I'm glad EJ was able to notice that shit immediately and shut it down. Yeah, 100%. He knew exactly. Yeah. Sorry, is EJ they them? I can't remember. I feel like EJ's they them, but yeah, I'm glad that EJ shut it down. 100%. Yeah, he they. Yeah. H-Bomb guy's still the goat at talking down dipshits. Instead of platforming them, people are following in his footsteps. Right, exactly. Exactly. Here's the thing, gang, right? Thinking about debates, yeah? The person that kind of like made online debates popular was Destiny. Right? And all these debate bros orbiting Destiny wanted to get in on the clout because they saw him shitting on left-wingers, right? They saw him shitting on right-wingers. They saw him shitting on left-wingers that he deemed too left because he's a sock them and shit like that, right? And that was it. That was it. Like, you really want to just be like Destiny? It's just that someone got popular from debating and now everybody's copying him. Yeah, dude who thought Black Lives Matter protesters should be gunned down by right-wing militias. Actual quote. Actual fucking quote. Those groups are incredible, but holy shit, does reporting that stuff take a lot out of you? Only if you're a marginalized person. Me, a cis white guy, I can do that shit all day. This is the power of being an ally, gang, and that's what this is all about. Right? What does it mean to be an ally? Well, for a start, it means not supporting debate bros. Vaush wants Destiny's numbers on Twitch and YouTube more than he wants unions. Exactly, right. Exactly. You know? People like Molyneux are irrelevant now because they got deplatformed off of everything. Right, exactly. Does it really not hurt you to see that Nazi shit? No, because I know that it's like cowardly nonsense, right? And obviously, like, the stuff that they're saying, the slurs, they're not... Like, it upsets me that those people exist, of course. That's why I'm reporting them, right? But, you know, it's not like it doesn't make me, like, mad. I get mad. I don't get tired of it because I want Nazis to, like, never exist ever again. Do you know what I mean? Yes, that's right. Ally is a verb. Raven said it themselves. That's right. Always garbage ideas from Vaush claiming to have some serious leftist cred. It's wild anyone likes him or believes he's an anarchist. Made Morpin look like a voice of reason. Oh, Jesus. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, so fucked. Honestly. Honestly. And that's right, Star. Yeah, people like Stefan Molyneux, irrelevant because they got deplatformed off of everything. And think about this. Think about this. Lauren Southern, right, has a 300 concurrent viewership, right, on Twitch nowadays because she got platformed by Lance from the Surfs. She got made relevant again because someone wanted to fucking debate her. And Destiny 2. Sure, it's not all on Lance, but it's Destiny 2, right? That's what happens. That's what happens when these debate bros are getting about doing this shit. No fucking support. You know? If someone is far right as the average Trump supporter, I'm not saying someone is in a certain they'd be in the debate in that case. You're okay with a debate in that case. I don't think we can realistically say half of the US isn't worth engaging with. Holocaust denier, don't bother. Someone is for securing the border and that shit. Be careful, but debate possibly. No, look, right. What you're talking about only makes sense if you are not platforming that person. When you turn that into, like, so what you're talking about is praxis, right? To bring people over to the left, to make sure that people understand why their ideas are stupid, right? That's good. That doesn't happen on Twitch debates. It never happens. So when we're talking debate, a good distinction to make is like a fucking live debate, which is basically a blood sport. There's no winners or losers. It's not moderated. Yeah. Versus rehabilitation of fascists, which is a thing that groups do, like groups do over a period of time. People like Hope Not Hate, people like Resisting Hate, all these organizations that deal with stuff like that. There are organizations that you can go and support that do those things rather than fucking get them on your Twitch channel and be like, marketplace of ideas. Right, exactly, yeah. Yeah, exactly. Debating doesn't change minds. It's not a tool of de-radicalization, correct, yeah. Look what happened in Haz versus Dylan Burns. They almost fought right there. Like, that debate was pointless. You know what was an interesting thing about that, Star? The way that Dylan was smiling throughout all of it. Right? And it wasn't a smile like, I'm nervous, I think this guy's gonna hit me. It was a smile of like, this is great content. And I'm really glad he's calling me the arsler. I'm really glad he's calling me a stupid fat arsler. This is gonna do bits on YouTube and Twitch. That's what he was looking like. Because it's like a fucking, it's like what do you call it? They call it KBs. Something in, what do you call it? In wrestling, is it a KB? I can't remember. It doesn't change the minds of the people participating in the debate. If people see a left winger crush a right winger, I don't see how this doesn't help the left. Right, I'll tell you how it doesn't help the left. Is it kayfabe? Is that what it's called? I don't know. Anyway, 9,000. I'll tell you how it doesn't help the left, right? Because the people who come to the debate are already entrenched in their ideas, right? So if you're a lefty watching a debate with a right winger, yeah, the lefties in the chat are already left. They're not gonna change in their ideas. The fascists that the fascist brings to the fucking debate, to the show, they're not gonna fucking bother. They're not gonna change their minds. No one's gonna fucking. There's no fascists there that are going to get their minds changed, right? So all that's happening is fascist ideas are being lent fucking credence, right? You're platforming a fascist. You're saying, this idea has value. It's worth debating. So I'm going to do that, right? Which is a disgusting thing to do if those ideas are things like, should trans people exist? You know? Should black people be allowed to protest in the way that they want to, right? That's horrific. It's a horrific thing to do. You could see left-wingers crush right-wingers in completely different ways than inviting them on for a debate. You could just, like, watch me react to one of their videos. I do that literally every stream. You know what I mean? It's actually, like, it's actually really easy to do that without supporting fascists. Fascists get clout from this shit. Do you know what I mean? That's why it doesn't help the left. And yeah, it is debate bro mentality saying like, you know what I mean? There are no winners or losers in these debates. It doesn't happen. Hey Leo Shix, what's going on? I don't spend much time on Twitter, so it's so jarring to log on and see that Sophie is dealing with this shit. Yeah, it sucks. It really does fucking suck. Yeah, so just a little important fucking thing for us to talk about right there. Very, very, very important. Look, it's very, very simple. It's very, very simple. You're not gonna change any minds, right? There's better ways of building morale. I know what you're saying, 9,000, yeah? But there's better ways of building morale than doing debates with fascists live on stream, right? There's better ways of doing that. Much better ways, actually. Because here's the thing. You can win a debate just by being a good sophist. Do you know what a sophist is? 9,000? Gish galloping? Do you know about that? You know about gish galloping? Right, that's right, Petra. Yeah, they're debating for the spectacle and the content. Yeah. The school once let a creationist teacher debate a science teacher. The platform plus a creationist being more charismatic ended up allowing the creationist to convince a bunch of the audience. Right, the platform itself was the problem. Exactly. Right. Sophistry is just arguing nonsense. Like, gish galloping is flattening people with facts after facts after facts after facts, even if they're irrelevant, right? Fact after fact after fact after fact. And then you bring in things like logical fallacies where people say, like, you know, loaded questions like, when are you going to stop apologizing for Nazis and stuff like that, right? Do you know what I mean? That's a thing that you will have heard in debates. 1,000%. When are you going to stop apologizing for white supremacy? When are you going to stop apologizing for, you know, the land back movement? Because that's obviously, like, racist, right? They say shit like that all the time. All the time. And the thing is that you can win debates, or at least look like you've won the debate with these techniques. So it's nothing about destroying them in the marketplace of ideas. It's about having a nonsense argument with someone where everybody's talking over each other. Everybody's just like laughing because they're like, you know, it's such a bizarre situation that they're in. And as everybody's saying in the chat, it's the spectacle. It's just content. That's all people are doing. They're just doing content. You know what I mean? So, you know, you've got the right idea in terms of saying, like, yeah, there's definitely people. And also, by the way, Trump supporters are not half of America. I don't know where you've got that from. You know he, like, lost the popular vote, right? Like, you were like, I don't think it's good to write off half of Americans. For a start, half of Americans didn't even vote for him. This is like a liberal lie you've been told by fucking Joe Biden. Come on, man. Open doors to convenient or compelling answers that are too tangled to practically unravel on stage is one specific vulnerability. Right, exactly, yeah. I don't think the mentality of wanting to win a debate is bad. What's bad is giving the audience any kind of impression that the right is good. It's not half, but it's many millions of people. Yeah, but it's not like... It's like 30%. So what? And also, a lot of that 30% changed their vote. Because they voted for Trump, like, for a laugh. Right, exactly. It's what Kortadov's saying. If your life as a worker didn't radicalize you, then I don't know what will. But having a co-worker who is communist and tries to help you have class solidarity is 100% bigger effect on you than any Twitch streamer out there. Correct. No, you're right. You're right. You're absolutely right. What is bad is giving the audience any kind of impression that the right is good, which I recognize as a serious risk. Yeah, but by platforming them and debating their topics, you are saying that they are worth something. You are saying that their topics are meaningful. Do you understand that? That's something that you don't understand, I don't think. It's not a bad mentality to want to defeat right-wing ideas in an argument. That's great, and that's based. But the issue is the platforming. Do you know what I mean? That's what we're talking about here. Yeah, some ideas are simply not safe to even consider. Think about this as well. You could have a conversation with a fucking right-winger, yeah? On your Twitch stream or whatever you want to fucking do, right? And then you say, right, this is what we're talking about. This is what we're debating. But this guy will just, like, bring up whatever the fuck he wants. He'll bring up some, like, absurd nonsense about, like, the Great Replacement and stuff. And then all of a sudden you're derailed. Then what the fuck do you do? Then if you say, you gotta stick to the subject, the right-wingers in the chat will be like, look, he didn't fucking answer the question. He doesn't know what he's talking about. What a fucking cook. You know what I mean? You might just have introduced the Great Replacement to someone new who's joined the fucking stream. You know what I mean? An equal foundation of ethos on both debaters are rewarded the virtue of being on platform. Audiences might not be privy to that dynamic, especially if they're uninformed. Right. Right. Exactly. What the fuck has just happened? Have I just got a fucking splinter? Gave myself a fucking splinter, chat. Fuck's sake. Right, listen, we're moving on. We're moving on. The great debate Stunlock debate. I've got some content I want to watch with yous. I have got some content I want to watch with yous. If I can find my watch later playlist. All right, yeah. Okay.
Welcome.
Okay, this is something that stuck out to me on Twitter, like, massively. Hugely. This person here, they are called Overthrow Media. Now, we've got one mod in the chat, and I'm gonna title the stream something a little bit risky. Is Vaush an undercover fash? Video by Overthrow Media. Okay. Mulebot gotta get Mulebot's sword ready. Okay. Alright, let's watch this fucking video, yo. How about that? Eh? Get that banhammer fucking ready, Shafiq. Content warning, I guess, just like debate bro shit. You know, I think everybody knows the score when they're seeing shit like that. Let's go, Overthrow. BP is based in Wise Build. I've heard a bunch of people say that. Yeah. You'll only be here for another half hour. That's okay. This video is only 15 minutes. No worries. No worries.
Welcome to Overthrow Media, your best place for politics, hip-hop, and life. It is big villainous, your comment revolutionary, dope-ass MC, and international sex symbol. Today, we're going to be talking about Vaush, and if he's a fucking Nazi or not. We come right back.
Shifting sands, let's go. Holding morbid golden. I see it goes, just goes. Tipping hands up, man, molding moldy corpses. I see it goes, just goes.
So, as I'm sure a lot of you have heard, there's been some more drama with the Vaush character. This Vaush character who's scared to debate my ass, by the way. You know, and, you know, we want a little smoke, so it's time for a smoke session.
Let's go!
You know what I mean? I can't talk about this fool without, like, smoking. This nigga's annoying and stressful. And
Vaush. Everybody gonna be saying Vaush now.
And low-key,
Vaush.
probably a white supremacist. So I apologize. There's a lot of traffic going on out here, but it is what it is. Y'all wondered why I'm saying probably undercover Nazi, huh? Well, you just gotta track motherfuckers' behavior. And one thing I think people who are his fans don't want to look at is how liberals are so complacent to Nazism, right? To the point that they can be converted and they convert other liberals. So if you follow the track record of Vaush's behavior and of his actions and what he spoke on and what he's talked about and how he's addressed certain situations, you see he has a pattern of regurgitating white supremacist 88 type rhetoric.
Remember about the fucking whole Jewish question shit?
Those who don't understand the significance of 88, it is a white supremacist number that means Hail Hitler, HH. So he has a lot of these traits, right? So I remember when he's talking to Professor Flowers, right?
Did everybody know that, by the way? Put a 1 in chat if you knew that. The 88 stands for HH, and it's like a dog whistle to Nazis. I just want to test the chat. If you didn't know it, put a 0. This is good. This is good. This is good. That's a lot of 1s. Yep. Good. 1312. J-Man didn't know? Well, there you go. There you go. Now you know. Now you know.
He started talking about white genocide. If people decolonize genocide against white people.
So taking it back from the colonizers, I wince because what you're doing is you're taking harm done to a racial group.
Oh, this is when he had Lua on. Lua, who we had on the chat, who we had on the stream, a few months ago. Conversation I had with Lua was great. If you do ! Socials in the chat, you'll be able to see the conversation me and Lua had about the future of the online left, where we speak about a bit of this stuff. Yeah, Lua is fucking base as fuck. I honestly love him. Yeah. Might not have been smart enough to recognize it in the wild because I'm forgetful, so 0.5. I hate that they took that number. It's not fair. Yeah, a lot of people born the year before me got fucked over by the Nazis. Yeah, fuck them.
Assigning it moral validity by addressing them as though they had individually committed the crimes you're associating them with, you know? And I hit a grievous issue with that.
Wait, by taking your power back, you mean selectively stripping power from another ethnic group?
The people who colonized you. Yeah. The ethnic group that colonized you. That context is a little important, right?
No, it functionally isn't. You keep essentially implying that it's okay to engage in retribution. If you've been colonized, you have the right.
It's not retribution. It's literally trying to have your own self-determination.
Not only does that fall into the classic fear of retribution, but the argument of white genocide comes from the argument of the Great Replacement. The Great Replacement is an ideology.
Hey, Kusi, what's going on? Love helium, Vaush. Right, M9000, listen, right? Here's the long and short of it. What you're talking about has been tried. It's been tried. These debate bros have been doing this shit for months, years. And you know where it's got us? It's got us bullying people like Professor Flowers, not us, obviously, but the online left, right? It's got a bunch of people bullying Professor Flowers because they think that she advocates for white genocide, which is a Nazi talking point, by the way. It's got people like Sophie and Mildred having to come off Twitter, bullied off Twitter, and other people as well. People having to private their accounts and shit like that. You know, I've had friends in DMs absolutely inconsolable because of the shit that they've put out about them. You know, these are my fucking friends. Like, I think you ought to, like, remember that when you're, like, making excuses for these people. Do you know what I mean? The shit has been tried. It doesn't fucking work. It results in more bullshit. And, you know, that's it. That's the end of it. That's the end of it.
That is put forward by multiple white supremacist groups like the neo-Nazis, the Hammerheads, Northwest Front, Stormfront. All these different organizations are really out there advocating that to stoke fears among those of the European descent. Talking about the destruction of a white culture, of the white people. Talking about how they'll be deported, how pretty much will be treated the same way they treated the black and brown folks. It is based off of acting as if whiteness is actually a real thing, which will be discussed in another video, but it's not. It is a caste that is created. It is not an ethnic identity. Yet he uses that to stoke fears among liberals, which to me equivocates to recruiting people to neo-Nazi organizations. And how, you may ask? If it doesn't out and out convert them, what it does is it weakens their resolve against it. It allows them to absorb those ideologies.
Is there any evidence at all that a debate bro ever got someone fascist with fascist ideas de-radicalized? Because I'm willing to bet there isn't any evidence of that. Right. Here's how they get you, Goblin Hugger, right? Here's how they fucking get you. They get people like Shoe on Head, who used to be like a horrific alt-right Nazi, basically. White supremacist and shit. They, who else? There's like other people who used to be part of Gamergate and they hang out with people like that now, right? Like the dirtbag left and shit. Do you know what I mean? But the thing is that like they will say things like, oh yeah, well yeah, we've stopped them from being a conservative. We've stopped them from being a fascist conservative, right? But they retain all of the bad shit that they have towards marginalized communities, but now they just want communism instead, right? So it turns them into like just horrific fucking nazballs, essentially. It's just rebranding. It's rebranding. Like, whether if they want communism, then it's still not good because they only want communism for, like, white people. That's all it is. That's all it is.
As if they are true. But we know they're not true.
Yeah, that's the amazing rhetoric people were praising him for. Yeah, for what? For what?
There's not any basis of reality around those things. However, it is something that is used as...
Yeah, white cis people. Yeah, well, there's a contingent of, queer and trans people in the movement, but, they don't really, like... Yeah, I don't know. It's hard to fucking say, really. Do you know what I mean? Like, it's just rough. It's they want communism for white people, basically. That's what they want. They want communism for basically, if you're like a marginalized person and you don't call out any of the horrific shit that they say, then they'll let you into their movement. You can have communism with them in it, do you know what I mean? But you'll still be oppressed. So it's not really communism for those people either. So yeah, I guess you're right. White cis people, cishet white people. Yeah.
A signal to unify those of white supremacy, those who wish to further the white race into global domination. Because if they're afraid that they're about to lose their lives, their culture, or whatever else, there is no such thing as white culture. I'll explain a little bit more. The reason I say there's no such thing as white culture is white culture is nothing but baseball and hot dogs. It is capitalism, consumerism. It is not based off of actual culture.
Right. The tiny number of transphobic or agenda critical. Right, exactly. Yeah. That's the thing. It's like, and it's kind of annoying because it's like, you can see the transphobia from people like Vaush, like, really clearly, and it upsets me that, like, people feel like they can't speak out against that in his circles. Do you know what I mean? Like, there's literally, like, things where he said, like, screenshots where he said, like, just saying, if trans people didn't exist, the left would get a lot of stuff done. And it's like, bro, like, that is just the most disgusting thing I've ever fucking seen anyone say. What are you talking about? How could you call yourself a leftist if you're saying that about fucking trans people? Insane. White culture is also about tractor pulls and dinner theater. What the fuck is that? What is it called? Pick me up or something? Wait, what? What do you mean? Oh, a pick me. Yeah, they're like a pick me. Right. Yeah, like feminists call girls who make apologists for patriarchal figures pick me girls. Yeah, that's right. Like, so it'd be a pick me trans person or like a pick me BIPOC person. Yeah, right. His gender theory is also just shit. Oh, yeah, it's unsurprising. Very unsurprising. Even in their democracy at workplace socialism, they ignore IRL examples of other workers still getting oppressed by the system. Hence, yet again, they're fucking libs larping as communists. Right, exactly. Yeah, they want the liberal shit, right? They want the liberal communism, you know? What did I miss here? What did Sorka say? Don't get really radicalized by Vaush. They get radicalized. Well-constructed propaganda is always going to be more convincing than a poorly structured shouting match between two dissenting ideologies. Right. That is completely based. You know what I mean? Right. There's an argument that the actual de-radicalization wouldn't happen by watching... I mean, look, you're probably going to de-radicalize like libs and shit like that. You know what I mean? Or maybe like leaning to the right, sort of conservative people who like just haven't been exposed to leftist ideas that much. You might find people like that like leave that shit behind after watching like a couple of video essays or something, right? But not all. Like, de-radicalizing it's a whole thing, right? It's a whole other thing. This is why I was talking about groups like Hope Not Hate and Resisting Hate. You know, all these kinds of groups that are actively out there. Like, they infiltrate fascist spaces. And it's dangerous shit. It's dangerous shit. They infiltrate fascist spaces and they go, yeah. By the way, bro, have you ever wondered how, like, Tommy Robinson is fleecing us all for, like, loads of money? Like, he doesn't actually ever do anything with the money that we give him. What's that about? You know what I mean? And they de-radicalize him that way, kind of thing. Do you know what I mean? And then eventually they'll reveal to him, like, listen, you know, I know this seems a bit shady, but I'm actually working for, you know, a group called Hope Not Hate. You know, I'm glad that you realize that Tommy Robinson is fleecing you. You know, you know, that's all we wanted. We wanted you to know that shit was going down, because obviously the ideology that he's spouting is very harmful to a lot of people in it. Do you know what I mean? And that is like really hard work. You can't just do that with like video essays, whatever else you want to say, debates, you know, it's just whatever. That's right. They're more effective at radicalizing people from the middle ground. That's right. Yeah. 100%. One facet of his popularity is by debating fascists. His positions are always going to look really good to anyone left of Ben Shapiro. Right, exactly. No one gets to see how bad his ideas actually are until it comes out of nowhere when he talks to other leftists. Right, like when he was debating EJ and he brought up the literal Jewish question. Yeah, you're absolutely spot on.
In reality,
I'm loving how smart my chat is. Chat, have you noticed how smart you all are? Big claps. Big claps for chat. I'm sticking a clap in the chat. That's a clap for chat. Well done. Very smart. Well done.
white folks, European folks trade off their identities to become white in America. It's an American construct, a political social construct that was made to be able to empower the wealthy and further divide the working class.
Thanks, Dad. Oh my God.
The working class already sees so many divisions, based off the fact that we come from different cultural backgrounds and different continents for the most part in this so-called melting pot. Then we also see Vaush trying to portray black people being more violent and committing more crimes. Black and black crime is part of the problem, according to him. Another white supremacist talking point, along with welfare queens, that dehumanizes the black community. He perpetuated that. He talks about how he debates Nazis, understanding their plight and struggle.
I understand the concerns of neo-Nazis.
Really, dude? Really, do you? Look, let's try and give that a charitable read, gang. Little thought exercise for my smarties in chat. Okay? Let's do a charitable read of this. What possible concerns of neo-Nazis could you understand? You've never actually seen his face before? Yeah, I don't like showing him because kind of just looks a bit like me with hair. Like what possible? There is no meaningful concern of neo-Nazis that you could possibly say that are understandable, right? This is some marketplace of ideas bullshit, right? Right. By the way, I'm not trying to catch out the chat. This is an actual thought exercise. Not feeling charitable anymore. I suppose that they're susceptible to the dominant ideology's fear-mongering. Yeah, but they don't know that, do they? They're afraid, possibly, but like what of? Generally speaking, they're afraid of minorities, right? If by blight off he would mean them turning the oppressed as the working class, but working class, but in turn turning the left society they live in, makes them turn further right, just the fact Western countries are very reactionary, sure. Their actual feeling of fear is real, even though it's based in nonsense, I guess. I think that's the most charitable read you can say. He should have said, I understand how economic conditions and crises of capitalism cause people to be more attracted to anti-liberal viewpoints, including those on the right. Yeah, but even that is completely incorrect. Because people don't automatically do that. They do that through propaganda and through the window of information that has been given to them throughout their entire life. That is not what he meant. Hey, what's going on, Mark? Welcome in. They have a privilege in our society that progressive policies seek to erode, so they react against them. It's morally repugnant, but easy enough to understand. It's in terms of this is the issue, isn't it? This is the issue. You can't say that you understand. You know what I mean? You can't say that it's understandable, right? You just can't. You have to really stretch to give that a charitable read. The issue with this thought problem is that they don't try to understand us exactly. Yes, correct. Wait, what's going on? Sometimes I feel like a LARPer. What's this? Impression of IWW so far is that they're relaxed but seriously committed. It seems well organized to me. I'm already working on sign up for organizer training. What are you on about? Sometimes feel like a LARPer? Where did you say that? People in chat are like, I haven't yet joined an org and looking for one to join. You can join the IWW really, really, really quickly. It's really good.
Concerns of neo-Nazis. And how he changed them. But if he was ever liberal.
You know what, 9000? I'm sorry, man. You're making too many fucking arguments. Like, you've had like 31 messages in my chat. Like, as on the whole, 31 messages, and like the majority of them about how Vaush is okay and like debate bros are okay and debating is good. Sorry, man. I don't want you in my chat. I want you to cool off and think about what the fuck you're doing. You need to shut the fuck up. Honestly. Like, I just can't be doing with your fucking shitty apology for this debate shit. Do you know what I mean? Like, you're upsetting people in the chat now. I could approximate their delusional frame of mind, right? It's you know, not great. It's not great. Understandable in the sense it's possible with logic not amidst a sympathetic reading. There's some ambiguity with the word understand that might mean we shouldn't use it in this context. No, I totally think that saying something like that is a bit of a dog whistle.
I would argue that they've changed him. Not to mention how I already talked about him being in criminology in my last video about this fool and his disrespectful ass. We further see him start to justify the Nazis slowly but surely as he moved into the debate with non-compete, which was supposed to be a conversation, of course, not a debate, but you know how Vaush does it. He found it completely appropriate to demean Luna Oi based off her ethnic background, while arguing that he would never do it to Ben Shapiro. You mean Ben Shapiro, the white supremacist, you won't do it to, but you happen to find it perfectly appropriate to do it to Luna Oi?
Yeah.
Woman of color, or...
Really good point. Kortadov, listen, right? There's a lot of conversation about people being LARPers and people like not actually doing anything for the left and stuff like that. Listen, we started Red Planet almost a month ago. Only a month ago, yeah? I don't know if there's any other Twitch streams that do what we do on Red Planet, where we tell people to like actually go out and do shit. So to get like, you know, mad with yourself because of your like conditioning that you've experienced in the capitalist machine of like not going out and joining a union, not going out and doing mutual aid networks and feeling bad about that, my friend, you are really not doing yourself any favors by hurting yourself like that. Of course, it's incredibly normal for no one to have done a thing like that. Do you know what I mean? There are so many people. You're far more better. It's like Empirate says in the chat, like, just by doing the research, I said this on Red Planet the other day, just by like knowing about what's available in your area, knowing about what organizations you could join and stuff like that, that's like far more work than many other people have done, maybe even in your local area. So don't beat yourself up for it. It's definitely more than most people online have done. 100%.
To Professor Flowers, another person of color. You had no problem whatsoever.
You are in a union. That's more than most people. The whole organization is annoying my brain. It's dumb since I actually tried to organize your workplace just by yourself. It's cool. Yo, listen. Don't beat yourself up. You're doing great. Hey, Quedwards, how's it going? Vaush is a debate bro, yeah, internet personality.
The meaning.
Whose community consistently bullies and harasses women of color, trans people. Yeah.
Disrespecting them. Sounds like white supremacist patriarchy says you won't do it to a white man who happens to have a Jewish background. Now, should you do it to him? Either no, not based off race. There's plenty of reasons to go Ben Shapiro's weak ass, corny, stupid, dumb ass motherfucker. But his lineage, no. But how come you find it okay to do to a woman of color what you never do to a white man? You said you had no problem with the vitriol and whatever. Don't have a problem with the vitriol. But you absolutely lied when you said that you would never take it to racial backgrounds. I think that only applies when you are talking about a white person like Ben Shapiro, a right winger. You would never, but a leftist woman of color at that, you would absolutely be racist towards. But you'd never be racist towards Ben. And it's interesting because you said you'd never be anti-Semitic, specifically referring to Ben Shapiro. But you had no problem, Vaush, no problem going down the route of justifying the genocide of the Jewish people in World War II. You really said that, well, the Jews did have more bankers. And that's why genocide happened. So isn't that
a legit thing? A legit thing. Yo, thanks for being here, Shafiq. See you in a bit, pal. A legit thing that Vaush said, by the way, unless we've not made this clear already, you know.
Justified.
How can you tell?
Here it is.
Because Jews don't actually control banks in the world.
There was a disproportionate number of Jewish control of banks in Germany during the Weimar Republic.
All right, well,
even the way that he says that is so disgusting. Like his tone, it's almost like he doesn't know that he's, it's almost like he knows that he's lying, or like doesn't know if he's actually like saying the right shit here. Do you know what I mean? It's like he doesn't have confidence in himself. There was a disproportionate amount of Jews didn't control the banks in Germany during the Weimar Republic. No. To put this another way, Vaush seems to be a case study in how arguing with fascists turns you into a fucking sleeper agent. Right. Right. Saying that you understand neo-Nazis and then coming out with something like this, well, we know why you understand them then, don't we? I've literally heard actual fucking neo-Nazis who want to resurrect the Nazi party in Germany say this shit in exactly the same way that Vaush did. Interesting, that, innit? He didn't just say it in the moment. He came back in an edited video the next day, backing it up, saying he got evidence, but didn't provide sources. That's right. He did. Yeah, EJ was like, okay, Vaush, see you later. Disproportionate is not a neutral word, right? Exactly.
we're done here. Thank you. Goodbye. This is, that's all I need to hear.
Look, he knows. He knows he took an L. He knows he took an L. Right there. That fucking face of like, like, it wasn't a confident laugh. He started stroking his beard. When someone strokes their beard, it means they're thinking. I'll tell you that as a beard haver. I'll have you know I'm a beard haver. This kind of body language in doing this and like messing with your beard and playing with it, it means that you're like thinking. He's thinking. He's like, shit, what the fuck have I done here? Fuck. And he's wondering like, am I going to get away with it?
I don't have an ethical... Oh.
You literally went down that route. Yes, I know at the end of it, though I wasn't watching yours, but I went back and looked, you tried to minimize it.
Crusty anarchist, bald man, beard haver, that's right.
Well, dismissing the idea...
It's very hard to think when you don't have a beard, that's right. That's right.
...is of perpetrating false consciousness. How you maneuver and how the Nazis maneuver. Because if you perpetrate false consciousness that leans towards fascism, like you do, and that's the same thing that caused...
Hey, Amina, what's going on? Welcome to the stream.
The Holocaust.
Chin smooth, brain smooth, that's right. Yeah, shaving, losing intelligence. That's true, I lost 200 IQ points when I transitioned. That's right, that's what happens. How are you doing?
So I see your interest in trying to deny that, but I feel like you have a bigger one. To me, it's seeming that to be 100, bruh, you are actively advocating white supremacist ideologies.
Yeah, no worries, Amina.
Pull people over to the alt-right. I definitely think you're undercover. I can't prove it. It's facts. I can't prove it. But if you track behavior, right? If you track how you compared people of color trying to liberate themselves to Nazism, claiming white genocide, that goes straight down the lines of recruiting white supremacists, recruiting them into that ranks from the liberals. You know, anybody who takes a second to look at the liberals, these so-called American leftists that like to vote blue and shit.
I love this guy, honestly.
These former Bernie bots turned Democratic Party operatives, you see they hold a lot of eugenicist thought processes, a lot of fascist thought processes, but viewed through a different lens. They don't despise the right and Trump supporters because they despise racism, but they despise being seen as racists.
Yeah.
So
interesting.
Fascism in a bow and hand it to them in a way that they can feel like they're not being racist, that they will soon or later be able to justify committing genocide to protect their people from a fictitious threat. You are laying that foundation. And whether you're doing that intentionally, like I suggest, or unintentionally.
This is not Vaush, no. This person is, the channel is called Overthrow Media. The guy's called Big Villainous. Really, really base guy. Really, really cool.
Intentionally, and just have ego like non-compete suggests.
And yeah, I mean, that's good. Like, you know, this stream is not for people who are well aware that Vaush is horrific. This stream is for people who, you know, specifically cis-het white leftist men who need to sort their fucking acts out and stop supporting him, essentially.
It really doesn't matter, brother, because the interest you play and the things you're pushing forward is white supremacist rhetoric, is the ideology of fascism. But you try to deny it, though you call black people in the 60s racist for crossing the street to not get lynched by white people, though you say the aboriginals hiding their children. The fuck?
Can you smell the circus?
Oh, shit. Is unjustified from hiding it from white people, despite the last history, and it's a racist thing. Oh wait, no, you said justified racism. I forgot justified racism, but it's racist, right? The logic of that mentality only serves one thing: white supremacy, bro. And I'm getting tired of your pity party bullshit. You try to paint yourself as a victim. Man, at least try to be stand-up motherfucker and be like, hey, I'm making these claims, not claim victim after people call you out on your bullshit. Stand on your shit, you chump.
He's right.
Speaking of chump shit, why haven't you debated me yet? I'm still out here waiting, bruh. Man, and we can get some boxing gloves too. Let's do some like YouTube boxing shit. You know how they have hip-hop fights and shit, the celebrity boxing matches? Yeah, YouTube boxing matches, let's go.
I fucking love this guy.
I really do think that you undercover.
Wait, BP? Is that what they go by?
Bro. And it's just
hit up that PayPal. Yeah, for sure. Absolutely, yeah.
Challenge. Prove me wrong. Come debate me. Defend yourself. Stand up for your ideology and show that you're not supporting white supremacists. Address the things. Don't run from them like you like to do. Address the things you said. Try to make it make sense. I know you like to say people clip chipping you. Well, let's see. Let's find out if it's really clip chipping. Actually, bring the in context too. You can play the in context conversations in sizable chunks, so you know it's not out of context. Your whole little thought, and we'll discuss it. How about that?
I fucking love that this guy's just smoked an entire blunt in this video. Like, if this was me, I would be in space.
A whole second video on your stupid ass, bruh. Well, I'm serious, man.
A whole ass blunt.
So I'm almost out to smoke. But to his fans, first off, I got some motherfucking mini Vaushes for sale. You can peep right over here. You know, if you water them, they don't grow, but they're a little cute. You know, they run around and they yap and talk a bunch of bullshit. So if you want to buy one of your own miniature Vaushes, you can contribute $19.99 to my Patreon. And you get your own personal miniature Vaush that you can take home and cuddle with and live up on all you want. But I suggest...
Yeah, nah, I'm good, man, I'm good.
To actually evaluate being a fan of someone who's pushing you towards white supremacy.
I'll chuck you a $5, sure. I'll chuck you a $5, that's cool.
That's just me, though. A blunt one out. I guess I'm out of smoke. For now. Anyways, for all those who know what time it is and ain't gonna follow Vaush like a motherfucking drone, you can go ahead and hit that like button, hit the bell, subscribe, and do me a solid. You know what I'm out here doing. I'm out here trying to organize abolition and actual movement in the streets so we can get free. You feel me? So if you can share this video as widely as possible, or even better, some of my more educational videos or music, that would really help build the infrastructure that I need to make a real difference as an individual.
Yeah, there's a link for the video in the chat. Go and support Overthrow Media. Go subscribe. A criminal amount of views for this kind of video. Yeah, get them boosted up. Boost up this shit. Okay, we're gonna go into some horrific shit now after this. That was a pretty good video. Also, hello Twitchy Source, and hello, I think I saw Valley's using Twitch in the chat. Welcome in. I hope you guys are okay. BP is part of Fight Toxic Prisons, shut down the construction of quite a few prisons across the US. Sick. Absolutely fucking phenomenal. I'm going to be right back real quick. I'm just going to pop to the toilet. I won't be long. But I'll leave up the outtakes. I think he's going to play a couple of outtakes. Yeah. In a sec.
As well as within my collective. Also, if you feel like it, you also can go ahead and hit my Patreon. You know, all my social medias, besides this one, is villainous_music. And you know, this is Overthrow Media. We out.
Walking through the crease and the cracks of the streets, struggling for some food and a bed to sleep, while trying to cause overthrow. I'm feeling weak, ideology buff.
Yo, because of this traffic, this is gonna be the most painful ass edit ever. Damn, bruh. It's dark out here. You can't even see the bushes no more. Luckily, I rolled tight ass blunts, so that worked out. Yo, because of this traffic, this is gonna be the most painful ass edit ever. It's at the 25-minute point. The 25-minute point. To what's probably gonna be like a 7-8-minute video.
Oh, okay. Maybe there's no outtakes. I don't know. I missed it. All right. Okay. All right. Oh shit, why the fuck did I do that? Why did I do that? Hey Vicente, what's going on? How are you doing? Okay, back to YouTube. Alright, we're gonna watch something horrific now. Yeah, we're gonna make fun of NFTs. We are gonna take a look at some NFT stuff. Oh, I just get distracted so much, like fucking by Germa peeping the horror and shit. By the way, Red Planet episode 4 is now live. If you missed it on, how do we get the If you missed it, featuring Anansi's library, go and check it out. If you missed it on Sunday, there it is. We're actually going to watch, I've not seen Chris Natsume's video on gaming NFTs. I don't know who that is. What I am going to be watching is Dan Olson's video on NFTs. Yeah, lots of people are saying this is very good. We love folding ideas. Very, very poggers.
For online...
Is there a Red Planet YouTube? It's just on Nicole's channel. Yeah, Bad Bunny official clips. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Link in the chat there. What's this? Haha! Yeah, I got this in the watch later, Mr. Dank. Yeah, we're going to watch this in a bit. We're going to watch this in a bit, but we're going to watch this. 2 hours? It's 2 hours? Fuck. Fucking hell. Took you a couple of days to get through. Think I still have a couple of minutes left. Well, we're going to watch it together now. I know Nicole's already watched it. I know all your faves.
In the meantime, thanks, Ant. Thanks.
Morty, thank you so much for the 200
This one
bits.
is thorough.
I'm glad it's feature length. I'm glad it is. Yeah, we're going to watch it. I want it to be dense. I want it to be feature length. Let's get the brain boxes on, gang. I know I said this was going to be horrific, but we're going to be talking about, Dan's going to be talking about the problems with NFTs, you know? So that shit is horrific. Amina Acid says, I'm loving Red Planet so far. Good. That's good. That's good. Fuck yeah. Okay, right. Let's check it out.
Content creators, the unavoidable subject of 2021 has been NFTs, from incredibly cringeworthy ape profile pics to incomprehensibly tasteless tributes to deceased celebrities to six-figure sales of the original copy of a meme. It is the thing that is currently dominating the collective brain space of digital artists and sucking up all the oxygen in the room. And I do want to talk about that. I want to talk about my opinions on NFTs and digital ownership and scarcity and all the myriad dimensions of the issue, but I don't just want to talk about NFTs.
All right,
I can't
Mr. Dank.
just talk about NFTs because ultimately they are just a symbol of so much more, and it is that more that is ultimately important. So let me tell you a story.
So I've actually seen some, I need to turn this down a bit. I've actually seen some stickers of NFTs around Manchester. I posted it on Twitter the other day. Not the other day, the other week. Yeah, it's so cringe. So cringe. Well, yeah, I mean, that's the funny thing about Debate Bros, right? Like, so here's a funny thing for you, chat, right? So the other day, a friend that I've not seen in a while, yeah, like stickers, like, yeah, like big fucking stickers, right? Just of like bad NFT art, like they're called drunken hyenas or something. I don't know. Maybe not drunken hyenas, just like something hyenas, royal hyenas. Yeah, stickers of non-fungible tokens. Right, yeah, it's so stupid. So stupid. So, right, here's the thing. It can't be turned into mushrooms. A friend that I've not seen in like almost a year came around the other day, and he made a joke that he was like trying to convince everyone that he was an NFT salesman. And I was like, oh, right, so you're trying to scam people. And he was like, what? And I was like, bro, like, what, you know, NFTs are like a scam. Like, you know, it's all rug pulls and really bad shit. Just like, there's nothing good about it and stuff. And he was like, oh, well, yeah, I kind of did know about that. But like, you know, there's some really interesting applications for the blockchain. So I said, like, what? And I shit you not, gang, right? I shit you not. You know what he said to me? He said, and I quote, is this going to zoom into the right bit? Okay, yeah, it is. He said, and I quote, well, You know how you have land deeds, right? Well, you could have a land deed just minted to the blockchain. So I was like, right, so what you want is like a thing that we already have. So you want a thing that we already have, but like in a bit of a different way that makes it like somehow less valuable. That's what you want? And he was like, yeah, I kind of see what you mean. I kind of see what you mean. Julie, what's her name, does the video talking to herself at the past during COVID. Did a great little video this week talking to herself about NFTs not knowing what they are. Funny little 5-minute thing. I don't know who that is. You don't even know what the blockchain is? It's a whole... There's a Twitter of crypto bros making worse inventions. Yeah, it's just like, they're just like, and that's why I brought that up. Because Good Morty said in the chat, if you understand why capitalism is bad, you'll understand this, no problem, right? Right? Because it's just capitalism, but like again. It's just capitalism again. And what, you know, this guy was like saying things like, yeah, well, you know, it's a fuck you to capitalism. And it's like, no, it's not. You don't do a fuck you to fire by like lighting another fire. That doesn't make any sense, man. What are you talking about? Anyway, so that was a little bit. Dan talks about how they want to put private documents into the blockchain. Yeah, like, you know, they're not, it's not as like encrypted as they think it is. It's like if capitalism was simulated, right. It's almost like they want to put us into a fucking matrix or some shit. Yeah, the solution for the land ownership problem, right, yeah.
In 2008, the economy functionally collapsed. The basic chain reaction was this. Banks came up with a thing called a mortgage-backed security, a financial instrument that could be traded or collected that was based on a bundle of thousands of individual mortgages.
Sorry.
Based on the general reluctance.
Sorry, you didn't miss much. I'll play it back.
In 2008, the economy functionally collapsed. The basic chain reaction was this. Banks came up with a thing called a mortgage-backed...
I'd like to say that was because I've not streamed in a bit, but it's not. I would have done that like 2 weeks ago.
Security, a financial instrument that could be traded or collected that was based on a bundle of thousands of individual mortgages. Based on the general reluctance of banks to issue mortgages, the risk aversion in lending someone hundreds of thousands of dollars that they'll pay off over the course of potentially decades, these bonds were seen as especially stable. However, they were also immensely profitable for the banks who both issue the mortgages and the bonds. Because of that perceived stability, a lot of other financial organizations like pension funds and hedge funds use them as the backbone of their investment portfolio. In this arrangement, a mortgage becomes more profitable to the bank issuing the mortgage as a component of a bond.
That's right, Pirate.
It is
yes.
As a mortgage. Proportionally, the returns per mortgage from the bond are just that much better than the returns from the isolated mortgage. There's some problems though. Problem one is that the biggest returns on a bond come from when it first hits the market. A new bond that creates new securities sales is worth more than an old.
Yeah, sorry about that, Mark. Yeah, my bot doesn't like it even when you make like joke links in the chat. You gotta be a regular, man. You gotta be a regular.
Bond that is slowly appreciating, but not seeing much trade.
It's wild to me I'm old enough now that most activists out there don't personally remember the financial crisis. Yeah, it's what sparked Occupy Wall Street and all that, right?
Problem two is that there are a finite number of people and houses in America. The market has to level out at a natural ceiling, as eventually all or nearly all mortgages are packaged into bonds, thus very few new bonds can be generated and sold. So here's the incentives that are created. 1. It's good for banks if there are more houses that they can issue mortgages for. 2. The more mortgages issued, the better, because a bad mortgage is worth more as a component of a bond than a good mortgage that's not part of a bond.
Get me on Discord,
so real
Pirate.
estate developers find that they have a really easy time getting funding from...
You could join the Discord, and then you can find me in the members list. I'm right at the top, and then Yeah. Occupy was a bunch of years later. Surely that was something to do with the financial crisis, though. I found that most abstract money shit that rich people do are not actually hard to understand. Dan will momentarily explain it. Okay.
Banks for creating vast new suburbs full of houses that can be sold to generate mortgages, but rather than building the kind of housing that most people actually need and want, they focus specifically on the kinds of upper middle class houses that fit into the sweet spot from the perspective of the banks packaging the bonds. Buyers, in turn, find that they have a suspiciously easy time getting a mortgage, despite the fact that, for most people, the economy wasn't doing so great. Wages were stagnant, and yet even though developers were going absolutely haywire building new housing, the houses being built were all out of their price range to begin with, and counterintuitively, this massive increase in supply wasn't driving down the price. This is because the houses were being bought just mostly not by people intending to live in them. They were being bought by speculators who would then maybe rent them out or often just leave them vacant with the intent to sell a couple years later.
I'm going to be honest with you, Leo Shix. I don't know. Leo Shix is asking in the chat, does he mean that bonds are more profitable than individual mortgages because there's demand for them from retirement portfolios and pensions? Maybe. I'm finding this segment very difficult.
Because speculators were buying up the supply, it created synthetic demand.
Oh, okay. Yes. People in the chat saying yes. There you go.
The price keeps going up because speculators keep buying, which creates the illusion that the value is going up,
right,
which attracts more speculators who buy up more supply and further inflate the price. These speculators are enabled by a system that is prioritizing generating new mortgages purely for the sake of having more mortgages to package into bonds. The down payments are low and the mortgages all have a really attractive teaser rate, meaning that for the first 3 to 7 years of the mortgage, the monthly payments are rock bottom, as low as a few $100s per month against a mortgage that would normally charge thousands. Caught up in all this are legitimate buyers who have been lured into signing for a mortgage that they can't afford by aggressive salespeople who have an incentive to generate mortgages that they can then sell to a bank who can put it into a bond to sell to pension funds to make a line go up.
Well, I mean, like, you know, this is just NFTs, right? He's talking about this because this is NFTs. He's talking about this because it's like bonds are essentially what NFTs are doing for the crypto market, right? They're making like they're having like, yeah, it's speculation, and they're giving people an idea that things are scarce. Like, oh my god, you want to buy up these bonds because otherwise they're gonna go out of there, whatever. That you're not gonna get them. You know what I mean? Occupy for explaining on consciousness where they were actively responding to financial collapse. The 08 crash was what set up the material conditions for the movement to gain the traction it had. Yeah, that's what I thought. Yeah. I knew I was right. Yeah.
Up because it's good when the line.
I live in relatively new residential, and there are 2 entire blocks of flats standing empty since they had the whole thing because either the developer is some rich motherfucker is keeping it as a piggy bank. Yeah, it's fucked, right? Yeah, there are like 100 million homeless people or some shit in the US. Maybe not 100 million, maybe like, what is it? Like 1 million? 80 million? I don't know. There's a lot. There's a lot.
Line goes up. It's a bubble. The bubble burst as the teaser rates on the mortgages started to expire. The monthly costs jumped up, and since the demand was synthetic, there were no actual buyers for the speculators to sell the houses to. So the speculators start dumping stock, which finally drives prices down, but because the original price was so inflated, the new price is still out of reach of most actual buyers. Legitimate buyers caught in the middle find their rates jumping too, but because the price of the house is going down as speculators try and dump their stock, the price of the house goes down relative to the mortgage issued, and thus they can't refinance and are locked into paying the original terms. Unable to sell the house and unable to afford the monthly payments, the owners, legitimate and speculators, default on their mortgages. They stop paying. Eventually, the default rate reaches criticality and the bonds fail. As the bonds fail, this impacts all the first order buyers of the bonds, hedge funds, pension funds, retirement savings funds, and the like. It also cascades through all derivatives, which are financial products that take their value directly from the value of the bond. This creates a knock-on effect. Huge segments of the economy turn out to be dead trees, rotten to the core, but as a rotten tree falls, it still shreds its neighbors and crushes anything below it. It was a failure precipitated by a combination of greed,
hey Rinky Dink, what's going on?
And willful blindness at all levels of power. The banks issuing the bad mortgages were the same banks selling the bonds and providing the capital to build the houses to generate the mortgages. The ratings agencies checking the bonds were themselves publicly traded and dependent on being in good relations with the banks, incentivized to rubber stamp whatever rating would make their client happy. The regulatory agencies that should have seen the problem coming were gutted by budget cuts and mired in conflicts of interest as employees used their positions in regulation to secure higher paying jobs in industry. And, the cherry on top, the people largely responsible for it all knew that because they and their...
Yeah, it tells you in the Discord, Empire, if I see someone that's just called Pirate in the chat, even though you've told me that that's your name, I might not know who you are, and I might ask you to, you know, confirm who you are, and if you don't get back to me, I'll ban you from the Discord. So, yeah. Yes, I got your DM, Rinky Dink, and I've put it to the other hosts, and yeah, we're trying to figure out, as soon as we do an episode on worker co-ops, we will definitely be getting in touch with you. Yeah, thank you.
Toxic products were so interwoven into the foundations of the economy, they could count on a bailout from the government because no matter how rotten they were very large trees.
You look at the eyebrows on you, man. What's up with his eyebrows? He's got normal eyebrows. He's got normal eyebrows.
This naked display of greed and fraud created what would...
You mean he's emoting with them a lot?
...be fertile soil for both anti-capitalist movements and hyper-capitalist movements. Both groups of people who saw themselves...
Yeah, no, we appreciate it, Rinky Dink. Honestly, we appreciate it a lot. It's cool. Yeah, everyone has basically said, yeah, definitely sick, definitely good idea. It's just a matter of us sorting out the schedule for the next, you know, however long. He only has so many pre-programmed emotes. That's right. It's a long video.
Being screwed over by the system, with one group diagnosing the
I'm
problem
an eyebrow guy.
as the system's inherently corrupt and...
I use my eyebrows like, you know, sparsely. More effective that way. Do you know what I mean? Not going to be doing it like this all the time. Maybe that's why I'm not blowing up. Maybe if I did more eyebrow emoting, maybe I'd blow up. Maybe that's what it's about. Maybe that's what gets people viewing.
Corrupting incentives, and the other seeing the crisis as a consequence of too much regulation, too much exclusion. The hyper-capitalist or anarcho-capitalist argument is that in a less constrained market, there would be more incentive to call foul, that regulation had only succeeded in creating an in-group that was effectively able to conspire without competition. Of course, this argument fails to consider that a substantial number of people within the system did, in fact, get fabulously wealthy specifically by betting against the synthetic cess of the market, but regardless. Into this environment in 2009 arrived Bitcoin, an all-electronic peer-to-peer currency. Philosophically, Bitcoin and cryptocurrency in general was paraded as an end to banks and centralized currency. This is what will form the bedrock, both philosophical and technological, that NFTs will be built on top of. It's a bit of a hike from here to the Bored Ape Yacht Club, so I guess get ready for that. Strap in. As we get into this, we're going to have to deal with a lot of vocabulary, need to deal with a lot of complexity. Some of this is the result of systems that are very technically intricate, and some of this is from systems that are poorly designed or deliberately obtuse in order to make them difficult to understand and thus appear more legitimate.
Wow, just like politics. Wow, that sounds an awful lot like capitalism and politics, right? And economics in general? crazy how that works.
The entire subject sits at the intersection of two fields that are notoriously prone to hype-based obfuscation, computer tech and finance, and inherits a lot of bad habits from both, with a reputation for making things deliberately more difficult to understand, specifically to create the illusion that
sorry, fucking what? I was a Bitcoin pro for a while, never had any way to the speculation side. I just ordered potions of boundary dissolution on the Minecraft web. You ordered drugs on the deep web. Okay, I figured it out. Okay, thanks.
Only they are smart enough to...
I know that you can say that you've done a thing in the past. You can say that you've done a thing in the past. Don't worry. You're not going to get arrested. You're not going to get banned. It's okay. Don't worry.
Understand.
We've all done horrific shit. I've done heaps of cocaine. It's okay. Don't worry.
Mining.
As long as you're not saying, like, I'm going to go and do drugs now, right? That's when you get banned. Sadly, I have to do that. I have to do that.
And minting are both methods of making tokens, which are the base thing that
yes, officer, this man
deal with, but the two are colloquially different processes where
yes, even weed. Yes, if it's illegal in your country and you say, I'm going to go and do something illegal, I can't have that in my chart. I can't. The police don't investigate retrospectively in the UK. That's right. It's almost like they don't investigate at all, actually.
Mining is a coin token created as a result of the consensus protocol, and minting is user-initiated addition of a token to a blockchain. All blockchains are made of nodes, and these nodes can be watcher nodes, miner nodes, or validator nodes, though most miner nodes are also validator nodes. Fractionalization is the process of taking one asset and creating a new asset that represents portions of the original. So you get...
Well, here's the thing. If... Lost me. Right, here's the thing, yeah? Like, if I don't know where someone lives and someone says, I'm going to go and smoke some weed now, I'm going to assume that weed is legal in that, wherever you are. Because, like, there's lots of places where it's legal now, right? Like Portugal, Netherlands, lots of places in the United States. Yeah. So if you stream shitting on NFT bros, laughing about the record of all the exchanges on the blockchain, yeah, it's hilarious. Yeah, absolutely hilarious, because people say that all the time, right? Like, oh, well, everything's encrypted on the blockchain, and none of your transactions are going to be able to be seen by, I don't know, John Police, right? Or whatever, like the NSA. But literally everything is on the blockchain. Everything is recorded on the blockchain. Every transaction. It's absurd.
Dog, a meme coin crypto DeFi venture capital fund backed by the fractionalization of the original
Sergeant Officer Copman
as an NFT to please.
Yeah, all drugs in Portugal have been decriminalized. That's right.
DAO on the Ethereum network. I'm sorry, some of this is just gonna be like that. The idea behind cryptocurrency is that your digital wallet functions the same as a bank account. There's no need for a bank to hold and process your transactions.
Okay, I'm just going to be right back for a sec.
Conceptually
I know most of this stuff. I'm smart. Chat's very smart as well. You're all very chat smart. You're all very chat smart. I'm also very chat smart. I'll be back in a bit. I'll leave you with it, just in case someone doesn't know.
Currency, the crypto coins in your crypto wallet are the actual money. And because this money isn't issued by a government, it is resistant to historical cash crises like hyperinflation caused by governments devaluing their currency on purpose or by accident. It brings the flexibility and anonymity of cash and barter to the digital realm, allowing individuals to transact without oversight or intermediaries. And in a one-paragraph pitch, you can see the appeal. There's a compelling narrative there. But, of course, in the 12 years since then, none of that played out as designed. Bitcoin was structurally too slow and expensive to handle regular commerce. The whole thing basically came out the gate as a speculative financial vehicle, and so the only consumer market that proved to be a viable use was buying and selling prohibited drugs, where the high fees, rapid price fluctuations, and multi-hour transaction times were mitigated by receiving LSD in the mail a week later. And as far as banking is concerned, Bitcoin was never designed to solve the actual problems created by the banking industry, only to be the new medium by which they operated. The principal offering wasn't revolution, but at best a changing of the guard. The gripe is not with the outcomes of 2008, but the fact that you had to be well connected in order to get in on the grift in 2006. And even the change of the guard is an illusion. Old money finance assholes like the Vaush twins were some of the first big names to jump onto crypto, where they remain to this day. Financial criminal Jordan Belfort, convicted of fraud for running pump and dump schemes and barred for life from trading regulated securities or acting as a broker, loves crypto. Venture capitalist Chris Dixon, who has made huge bank off the old web in his role as a general partner at VC firm Andreessen Horowitz, is super popular in the NFT space. He likes to paint himself as an outsider underdog, fighting the gatekeepers, but he also sits on the boards of Coinbase, a large cryptocurrency exchange that makes money by being the gatekeeper, collecting a fee on all entries and exits to the crypto economy, and Oculus VR, which is owned by Meta, née Facebook. Peter Thiel, who also went from wealthy to ultra wealthy off the Web2 boom via PayPal, loves crypto and is friends with a bunch of eugenics advocates who promote cryptocurrency as a return to sound money for a whole bunch of extremely racist reasons, because when they start talking about banks and bankers, they mean Jews. Some of the largest institutional holders of cryptocurrency are the exact same investment banks that created the subprime loan crash. Rather than being a reprieve to the people harmed by the housing bubble, the people whose savings and retirements were unknown to them being gambled on smoke, cryptocurrency instantly became the new playground for smoke vendors. This is a really important point to stress. Cryptocurrency does nothing to address 99% of the problems with the banking industry, because those problems are patterns of human behavior. Their incentives, their social structures, their modalities. The problem is what people are doing to others, not that the building they're doing it in has the word bank on the outside. In addition to not fixing problems, Bitcoin also came with a pretty substantial drawback. The innovation of Bitcoin over previous attempts at digital currency was to employ a distributed append-only ledger, a kind of database where new entries can only be added to the end, and then to have several different nodes called validators compete over who gets to validate the next update. These are, respectively, the blockchain and proof-of-work verification. Now, proof of work has an interesting history as a technology, typically being deployed as a deterrent to misbehavior. For example, if you require that every email sent, the user's computer has to compute a small math program. It places a trivial load onto normal users sending a few dozen or even a couple hundred emails a day, but places a massive load on the infrastructure of anyone attempting to spam millions of emails. How it works in Bitcoin, simply put, is that when a block...
What did I miss? What did I miss? They suggested using blockchain for medical records. What? Oh my god. I know what this is. I was just making sure you know. I recommend the Julie Nolke video for a laugh. Sure. Funging is a profoundly silly word. That's true. Correct. I would have had something to connect that banking comment in the last hour. Wait, what? I'm down to funge. DTF. Funge me, daddy. It's a theology based on outsiderism, holds up insiders as outsiders, and believes outsiders should be the next insiders, never questioning whether there should be insiders and outsiders. Oh my god. He's going to mention the medical records thing over and over to bring it home. Okay.
Of transactions are ready to be recorded to the ledger, all of the mining nodes in the network compete with one another to solve a cryptographic math problem that's based on the data inside the block. Effectively, they're competing.
So, does anyone know anything about this? Because I just saw a thing on Twitter. Yo, see you later. See you later, Cortadov. Thank you so much for being here. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Have a good sleep. Right, did you see this thing on Twitter? He says when they mention bankers, they mean Jews. Oh my fucking god, really? Holy fucking shit. Right. I don't know who these people are. Thorn Melcher? lost her job as a software engineer in February. Bills started piling up, and then her and her girlfriend started selling NFTs. Who's that? The hottest chain right now is sending people dick pics on the blockchain. As I understand it, you can't just get rid of them. They're stuck to your fucking wallet, and anyone can see it if they know its address. If you haven't seen this explanation, I recommend rewatching this video. I'll probably rewatch it, yeah, sure.
Needing to figure out the equation that yields a specific result when the contents of the block are fed into it, with the complexity of the desired result getting deliberately more difficult based on the total processing power available to the network. Once the math problem has been solved, the rest of the validation network can easily double-check the work, since the contents of the block can be fed into the proposed solution, and it either spits out the valid answer or fails. If the equation works and the consensus of validator signs off on it, the block is added to the bottom of the ledger, and the miner who solved the problem first is rewarded with newly generated Bitcoin. The complex—
Why did this person, like, lose her job? Wait, she's friends with Boogie? I don't understand. Why did she lose a job? Is she a Nazi or some shit? Okay.
The complexity of the answer that the computers are trying to solve scales up based on the network's processing power, specifically to incur heavy diminishing returns as a protection against an attack on the
rings a
network,
bell, right,
where
DJ?
someone just builds a bigger computer and takes over. Critics pointed out that this created new problems. Adversarial validation would deliberately incur escalating processing costs, which would in turn generate perverse structural incentives that would quickly—
Sometimes people lose jobs without being Nazis, right? It's just that on my Twitter, when someone's talking about something in a way where they're like, no way, no fucking way, in the way that Devon was talking about that, it implies that, like, they were a horrific person and now they're doing something even more horrific.
Reward capital holders and lock out any individual that wasn't already
cancelled out of a job.
Obscenely wealthy, because while the escalating proof of work scheme incurs heavy diminishing returns are still returns. So more would always go to those with the resources to build the bigger rig. No matter what Bitcoin future was envisioned, in the here and now, computer hardware can be bought with dollars.
And we're seeing that now with these huge mining rigs that are like absolutely destroying countries' energy grids like Kazakhstan. And now there's an incentive for people to do it in Texas, which I remember around this time last year had a horrific time freezing over and people being trapped in their houses because of no energy. Seems like that's going to go really well. Really fucking well. Let me see if I can bring that up.
Rather than dismantling corrupt power structures, this would just become a new tool for existing wealth. And that's exactly what happened. Thus began an arms race for bigger and bigger processing rigs, followed by escalating demands for the support systems, hardware engineers, HVAC, and operating space needed to put those rigs in.
Marfa, Texas is known for its highbrow art scene. A new gallery is unsettling that image. This past October, Eric Kelso stood in front of a cloud in Marfa, the West Texas town beloved by artists, and attempted to explain in a public town hall meeting his new venture, a showcase of NFT art. The Marfa Gallery is the physical embodiment of Art Blocks, a virtual platform for NFTs that Calderon launched at the end of 2020. Since then, the platform has generated more than $100 million in sales of digital art. Behind Calderon, a slideshow flashed a picture of one of his own algorithmically generated artworks, a rainbow-hued scribble known as the Chromie Squiggle, which he had released in an edition of 10,000. There's a Chromie Squiggle that sold, and I just kind of laugh because I think it's insane, that sold from one collector to another 3 weeks ago for $3.2 million. What? Jesus. So this is happening in Texas, like, already. I don't know if this is to do with, like, there's like a thing that they made happen. I can't remember that I read about it on Twitter the other day. It was like, oh, this new law means it's better for mining rigs to exist in Texas now or some shit. I don't know. I can't remember what it was. It tastes like money laundering, right? Yeah. Yeah. Hello, Katie the art lady. How you doing? What's going on? It's unregulated. That's it, Zevelin. That's right. Yeah, they're not regulating it. Yeah. Yeah, me too, Kusi. Yeah, I really want I want a new GPU. It's so ridiculous. Yeah, Ted Cruz just went to like fucking Cancun or some shit. Texas has done nothing about it since then. Or 10 years ago when we knew this would happen. So dry. It's scary how desperate established rich people are to push NFTs into the mainstream. Right. Well, you know there's something wrong with it when, you know, huge gaming corporations are wanting to do NFTs, innit? You know that that's a bad thing, a bad time. Working with another artist for work right now, and they asked what I think of NFTs. Automatic bad vibes. Yeah. Very bad vibes. Doing okay, Muel. A little bit of health issues. Shit. Sorry to hear that, Katie. Sending you big loves. Ted Cruz got caught fleeing the state during the winter storm, left his dogs in Texas, and then tried to backpedal. Yeah, I remember. I didn't know he left his dogs there. The 5% trying to inch closer to the 1% by fucking over everyone as always. Oh, yeah, 100%. Oh, yeah, the Kurt Cobain NFTs. Jesus fucking Christ. Yeah, I fucking hate that. The argument that crypto could be done by renewables is the fact that is defeated by the fact that when renewables are cheaper than oil, oil owners will have oil they can't sell and will burn it all off to do crypto just for some return on their oil. Oh my God, that's right. That's actually right. Oh my God. Unregulated use of power. That's why they have rigs in the Middle East. Yeah. That's right. That's right.
And don't worry.
Yeah, wherever the power is cheap.
We're not forgetting the power requirements. These rigs draw an industrial amount of power, and because of the winner-takes-all nature of the competition, huge amounts of redundant work are being done.
Hell, if NFTs cause a revolution in Texas, I called it first. I called it here first. If mining rigs absolutely upend the power grid in Texas to the point where there's like a literal revolution, then so what?
And discarded. Estimates for this power consumption are hard to verify. The
Kurt Cobain NFT now fully trans. Okay, I've seen the discourse about Kurt Cobain is a trans girl, and I don't care either way as like a Nirvana fan. I'm not bothered if he was trans or if he wasn't. But I know one thing that Kurt Cobain hated, and that was people absolutely desperately prying into his private life. And I know for a fact that Kurt Cobain would be spinning in his grave if he knew that people were picking apart his private life in the way that they are doing online at the minute. And it knocks me sick, to be honest. It's pretty much the reason he killed himself. So, yeah, that's kind of fucked. As well as the NFT shit as well.
The data is very complex, spread across hundreds of operators around the globe who move frequently in search of cheap electricity, and it's all pretty heavily politicized. But even conservative estimates from within the crypto mining industry puts the sum energy cost of Bitcoin processing.
Columbo Magumbo?
Me sneaks in the back.
Me sneaks in the back. Is that fucking right? Hello, Columbo. Thank you so much for the 32 months. What the fuck? A tier 3? Thank you so much for the resub, man. How are you doing? Welcome in.
On par with the power consumption of a small industrialized nation. Now, evangelists will counter that the global banking industry also uses a lot of power, gesturing at things like idle ATMs humming away all night long, which is, strictly speaking, not untrue. On a factual level, the entire global banking industry does, in fact, use a lot of total electricity. But for scale, it takes 6 hours of that sustained power draw for the Bitcoin network to process as many transactions as Visa handles in 1 minute. And during that time, Visa is using fractions of a cent of electricity per transaction. And that's just Visa. That's one major institution. So, like, Yes,
Hello,
globally,
old
the
chum.
entirety of the banking industry consumes a
Hello,
lot
old
of power,
chum.
and a non-trivial portion of that
Hello,
is
old
waste
chum.
that could be better allocated. But it's
Hello,
also the
old
global
chum.
banking industry for 7 billion
Yeah, chat. Mods, I'm gonna need you to ban these guys.
people, and not the hobby horse of a few 100,000 gambling addicts. So just to head all this off at the pass, Bitcoin and proof-of-work cryptocurrency aren't incentivizing a move to green energy sources like solar and wind, they are offsetting it. Because electrical consumption, electrical waste, is the value that underpins Bitcoin. Miners spend X dollars in electricity to mine a Bitcoin, they expect to be able to sell that coin for at least X plus profit. When new power sources come online and the price of electricity goes down, they don't let X go down, they build a bigger machine.
Nakalita, can't you set up something akin to Fossabot? What, like right now? Do me a break, give me a break, please. Just had a random random hate raid. You know. Oh, you're just talking to general. Okay, sweet. All right, yeah. No, it's fine. Look, we sorted it out. Doesn't matter. Everything's cool. Hello, Frackle. Welcome in. Yeah, Fascist getting desperate. That's right. And also, hello, Nakalita. How are you doing? I hope you're doing good. Yeah, don't worry. I'll be rewinding the video. Not a problem. And hello, Babs. How are you doing? How are you doing? What's going on? Welcome in.
Is waste that could be better allocated. But it's also the global banking industry for 7 billion people and not the hobby horse of a few 100,000 gambling addicts. So just to head all this off at the pass, Bitcoin and proof-of-work cryptocurrency aren't incentivizing a move to green energy sources like solar and wind, they are offsetting it. Because electrical consumption, electrical waste, is the value that underpins Bitcoin. Miners spend...
So, like, you know, I normally don't, like, give attention to, like, hate raids and shit, but I just want to say how cringe it is that these fuckers come in saying things like, Groiper, we are Groiper, expect us. Man, these kids are literally 12. These kids are literally 12. Young Russian incel as well.
X dollars in electricity to mine a Bitcoin, they expect to be able to sell that coin for at least X plus profit. When new power sources come online and the price of electricity goes down, they don't let X go down, they build a bigger machine. In
What does that even mean? Groiper is like the new Pepe. So you know how like fascists tried to appropriate Pepe the Frog? So now, because they're so embarrassed in the fact that they, like, you know, their daddy Trump didn't enact the fascist revolution that they wanted, and they can't use Pepe emotes anymore because literally every fucking left-wing streamer now uses Pepe emotes anyway, have continued using Pepe emotes and stuff like that. They use a different kind of frog emote, which is called the Groiper. It's not really an emote, it's like a meme kind of thing. Yeah, it's Nick Fuente's thing, right? Yeah, and Nick Fuentes is like one of the most embarrassing individuals in the world. You thought incel was a hate term? I mean, Twitch tried to like make it not okay to say, but you know, how else am I gonna describe a misogynistic terrorist? Do you know what I mean? Wannabe terrorist. Imagine being so sensitive about NFTs that you paid for a hate raid on the internet. Yeah, I know. I know. I know. Incredible. That's so fucking funny. Babs is in the chat. Please go and show some love to Babbling Goat. He's an absolutely incredible individual in the Rage Club with me. How are you doing, Babs? Welcome in. Sorry that your intro kind of got a little bit distracted there. And hello, Carolina Lena. Welcome in. How are you doing?
2012, Vitalik Buterin, a crypto enthusiast and butthurt warlock main, set out to fix what he saw as the failings and inflexibilities of Bitcoin. Rather than becoming the new digital currency, a thing that people actually use to buy stuff, Bitcoin had been
worth mentioning that a bunch of fascists just tried to hate raid me because I'm streaming about how bad crypto is. Just worth noting about that, to be honest, isn't it? It's worth jotting that down in the old mind notepad for a little bit, you know?
Become an unwieldy speculative financial instrument, too slow and expensive to use for anything other than stunt purchases of expensive cars. It was infested with money laundering and mired in bad press. After the FBI shut down Silk Road, you couldn't even buy drugs with it anymore. In practice, you couldn't do anything with your Bitcoin but bet on it. Lock up money you already have in the hopes that Bitcoin goes up later, and pray you don't lose it all in a scam, lose access to your wallet, or have it all stolen by an exchange.
Yo! Thank you so much. Thank you for the 10 quid. Val is doing a tip. Val is using Twitch. Thank you so much, Val. I appreciate that for the 10 quids. We're at £209. £209, that means we've got £91 to get to the halfway mark. That would be fucking great if we hit 300 quid before the end of the month, considering I've had like a week off and also a week off in December. But yeah, fucking nice one. Would the rate have been from before when you had a Vaush topic, or is it faster than that? It wouldn't have taken that long if that's what you mean. No, you can raid someone instantly. But it wasn't really a raid, was it? It was like someone who's been watching my stream like a fucking chimp in their mum's basement. You know, sweaty, crusty, with a neck beard, dandruff, and, you know, crying, shitting, and cumming his pants because I'm saying that NFTs are bad. So he's like, I'm gonna buy some fucking followers and have like a follower. I'm gonna make loads of people follow him. I'm gonna tell my friends in my shitty little Discord where we all think we're really cool and edgy that this guy, this loser, this soy cock leftist is, you know. You sent me a whisper, Ari raid. Oh, can you not whisper me on Twitch, bro? No, that's fine. No, it's fine. No, it's fine. I think you're fine, Callum. You could just ask me that in chat as well. That's fine. What a way to spend your one chance at existence. Yeah, for sure. The one time you benefited from an upswing of Bitcoin prices, about $110 profit, you gave it to a friend who needed exactly that for rent, so you gave it to him. That's based. That's pretty based. You know, like, yeah, I invested in Bitcoin ages ago. Like, when in 2015, one of my friends convinced me to do it. He was like, oh, it's going to the moon, bro. And I was like, all right, I'll stick 100 quid in. And then it did not. Nothing happened. Nothing happened. Now, a website called Coinbase has all of my fucking information, and I frequently get scam emails asking me for all sorts of nonsense. It's great. I'm glad I did it. Well worth it.
The result, launched in 2014, was Ethereum, a competing cryptocurrency that boasted lower fees, faster transaction times, a reduced electrical footprint, and most notably, a sophisticated processing functionality. While the
You had to invest in Bitcoin because you worked in sex? Wait, what?
Blockchain only tracks the location and movement of Bitcoins, Ethereum would be broader. In addition to tracking Ether coins, the ledger would also be able to track arbitrary blocks of
You're not allowed to invest in Bitcoin? I mean, that's good. You made $500 of some rando coin and then spent it on mushrooms on the Silk Road. Yeah, that's the best way. That's the only way. You saw a Bitcoin exchange machine in sex once? What the fuck? That's so weird. What the hell?
As long as they were compatible with the structure of the Ethereum network, these blocks of data could even be programs that would utilize the validation network as a distributed virtual machine. Vitalik envisioned this as a vast, infinite machine, duplicated and distributed across thousands or millions of computers, a system onto which the entire history of a new internet could be immutably written, immune to censorship and impossible for governments to take down. He saw—
Yeah, it's not investing, is it? It's betting. Yeah, that's right.
dismantling banks and other intermediary industries, allowing everyone to be their own bank, to be their own stockbroker, to bypass governments, regulators, and insurance agencies. His peers envisioned a future where Ethereum became not just a repository of financial transactions, but of identity, with deeds, driver's licenses, professional credentials.
Hey, Vaush, what's going on? Patreon is sending around a questionnaire to creators asking for their view on future changes to the platform. One question is if they want to receive payment in Bitcoin or NFT. Oh my god. Hello, Vaush. I hope you're having a good day. It's good to see you too. I work in finance, and as such, my personal investments require a degree of disclosure and restriction. One such restriction is crypto wallets. Oh, okay. Right.
Medical records, educational achievements, and employment history turned into tokens and stored immutable and eternal on the chain. Through crypto and the Ethereum virtual
Coinstar will give you crypto now? What the fuck?
Investors and Silicon Valley venture capitalists to the poorest people of the world, the unbanked and forgotten. This heady, high-minded philosophy is outlined in great detail in the journalistic abortion, The Infinite Machine, by failed journalist turned crypto shill Camilla Russo. The book is actually really interesting. Not for the merits of the writing, Russo fails to interrogate the validity or rationality of even the simplest claims, and falls just shy of hagiography by occasionally noting that something was a bit tacky or embarrassing, but only just shy. She tells florid stories about the impoverished people that Vitalik and friends claim to be working to save, but never once considers that the solutions offered might not actually work, or that the people claiming to want to solve those problems might not even be working on them. That's actually a big issue, since the entire crypto space, during the entire time that Russo's book covers, was absolutely awash with.
If anyone's interested, I have some analog NFTs available. They're called Polaroids. Yeah, same Zevelin. Yeah, I really, really want crypto to die so I can update my GPU. Yeah, please. I don't care. Look, you know, this is like that joke that I make about like being a communist, right? Like, look, I don't want communism because of all the suffering in the world or anything like that. I just want communism so they stop making Marvel movies. In the same way, I just want crypto to end so that I can have a new GPU. Sorry, I'm selfish. It's all selfishness. But, you know, it serves the greater good, so that's a good thing, right?
With astroturfing schemes where two guys would go to some small community in Laos or Angola, take a bunch of pictures of people at a crypto investing seminar, generate some headlines for their coin or fund, and then
greater good.
For years, dudes were going around asking vendors if they could slap a Bitcoin sticker onto the back of the cash register because the optics of making it look like a place takes Bitcoin was cheaper and easier than actually using Bitcoin as a currency. We have an entire decade of credulous articles about how Venezuela...
I've got some analog NFTs, a pile of receipts, yeah. I keep them all for my tax records. I keep them all for doing my tax returns. Analog NFTs. Oh my god, fucking funny. Things seem to be okay now. I was about to be a flying visit due to some sleep issues. Yo, no worries, Columbo. Thank you so much for stopping by, dude. Thank you for the help. I appreciate that. Appreciate that.
And Chile are on the verge of switching entirely to crypto, based entirely on the claim of two trust fund dudes from San Bernardino. A whole 10 years littered with discarded press releases about Dell and Microsoft and Square bringing crypto to the consumers before just quietly discontinuing their services after a year or two when they realized the demand isn't actually there. The fact the development of Ethereum was extremely dependent on a $100,000 fellowship grant from Peter Thiel is mentioned, but the ideological implications of that connection are never explored. The entire subject occupies a single paragraph, sprinkled as flavor into a story about Vitalik and his co-developers airing their grievances about some petty infighting. The book is mostly useful for its value as a point of reference against reality. It's a very thorough, if uncritical, document of absolutely insane claims. The idea was that the traits of blockchain technology, such as having no central point of failure, being uncensorable, cutting out intermediaries, and being immutable, could also benefit other applications besides money. Financial instruments like stocks and bonds, and commodities like gold were the obvious targets.
But that's just money again.
But people were also talking about putting other representations of value, like property deeds and medical records, on the blockchain too. Those efforts, admirable considering Bitcoin hadn't and still hasn't been adopted widely as currency, were known as Bitcoin 2.0. I love this paragraph because it outlines just how disconnected from reality the people actually building cryptocurrencies really are. They don't understand anything about the ecosystems they're trying to disrupt. They only know that these are things that can be conceptualized as valuable and assume that because they understand one very complicated thing, programming with cryptography, that all other complicated things must be lesser in complexity and naturally lower in the hierarchy of reality. Nails easily driven by the hammer that they have created.
They do think that. They do think that.
The idea of putting medical records on a public, decentralized, trustless blockchain is absolutely nightmarish, and anyone who proposes it should be instantly discredited. The fact that Rousseau fails to...
Muel looks like folding ideas. Change my mind. Okay, no I don't. Different head shape. Less head hair. I'm not desperately clinging onto my hair like Dan here. Different glasses. Different ears. My beard is better. What you've done is you've gone, oh, that guy's a bit bald. It looks like Muel. If you were a new person in this chat, I would have banned you for that. That's right. Think about that. I'm bisexual lighting, that's right. Even though it's not that good. It's not that good at the moment.
Question any of this is journalistic malpractice. Now, in terms of improvements over Bitcoin, Ethereum has many. It's not hard. Bitcoin sucks. In terms of problems with Bitcoin, Ethereum solves none of them and introduces a whole new suite of problems driven by the techno-fetishistic egotism of assuming that programmers are uniquely...
That's fucking right, Katie. My beard is looking great. Thank you. That's what I want to see in the chat. Not, I look like this fucking whelk. Have you seen the state? Have you seen the state of me? Have you fucking seen the state of me, mate? Fucking look at this. Fucking look like folding ideas. What the fuck?
Suited to solve society's problems. Vitalik wants his invention to be an infinite machine, so let's ask what that machine is built to.
Looking respectfully.
Isle, you have permission to look disrespectfully, to be honest. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for the 18 months. Please go and follow Isle, everybody. Isle is a phenomenal streamer. Very, very, very good. There's a shout out there. Auto shout out for Isle in the chat. How you doing, love? What you been up to? What you been streaming recently? Thank you so much for the 18 months. Really appreciate that. I think you visually need to emphasize your Britishness. Like, you know, with one of those caps. Oh, you mean one of these caps? I'll choose to wear it, sure. I did win our beard off. Yeah. Listen, I don't compete with other leftists, you know? I don't do that. I'm not that kind of guy. I'm not that kind of guy. Happy to see you back. Oh, thank you, Isle. I appreciate that. I'm happy to see that you're happy to see I'm back. Think about that one.
Do.
How many hats do you have in reach from your seat? I actually stole this idea from Isle, actually. I have a bunch. I got loads. Look, you can check them out in the channel rewards. The channel points. Yeah, this does make me look hot, doesn't it? Yeah, thank you. This is a good one.
In order to really understand the full scope of this, we do need to dig a bit more into the technical aspects, because that technical functionality informs the way that the rest of the system behaves.
You can make me look like a right dickhead. That's right. If you like, yeah.
Very McLuhanist way, the machine shapes the environment around it. As already mentioned, a blockchain consists of two broad fundamental components. The ledger...
I just saw what Morty said. Tell a white guy he looks like another white guy. Get the guns. Right. Right. Listen, you're grouping white men, and I'll have you know this is against Twitch's terms of service. I'm laughing because, like, it actually, like, is, but it's so stupid.
And the consensus mechanism. All currently popular blockchains use an append-only ledger. Now, this is, on its own, not that remarkable. Append-only is just a database setting that only allows new entries to be added to the end of the current database. Once something is written to the database, it's read-only. Standard applications are typically things like activity logs, which is conceptually all a blockchain really is, a giant log of transactions.
Right, that's the most stupid thing about the blockchain. Whenever anyone talks to me about the blockchain and they're like, "Oh, it's completely encrypted. Nothing is traceable through the blockchain." And it's like, no, every single transaction is logged. You can see who did what and where from which computer in which part of the world all the time. You know?
The hitch is that it's decentralized, with elective participants hosting a complete copy of the entire log, and this is where the second component comes in, the consensus mechanism.
It's just online banking again. It's just online banking again.
All validating participants, called nodes, have a complete copy of the database, and no one copy is considered to be the authoritative copy. Instead, there is a consensus mechanism that determines which transactions actually happened. This is all the proof of work stuff. Proof of work isn't the only consensus mechanism, but it's popular because it's very easy to implement by just
That's right, Freckle. Yeah, no safety
and
net.
is resilient against the kind of attacks that crypto enthusiasts care about. It's a very brute force solution, but legitimately, if you want a network of ledgers where no one trusts anyone else, just making everyone on the network do extreme amounts of wasted duplicate work is a solution. One of the major problems that this machine solves is what's called the double spend problem. How do you stop someone from spending the same dollar twice? If someone tries, how do you determine which transaction really happened? Banks solve this problem by not correlating account balance with any specific dollar, processing transactions first come first serve, which they track with central resources, and punishing users with overdraft fees for double spending. Eschewing a central solution, cryptocurrencies rely on their consensus mechanism. The most popular alternative to proof of work is proof of stake, where validators post collateral of some kind, usually whatever currency is endemic to the chain, with the amount of collateral determining their odds of
Banks solve this problem by double spending for you. That's right.
being rewarded the validation bounty
I like that.
for any
That's
given
good.
transaction. The main proposal of proof of stake is that it significantly reduces the wasted power problems of proof of work, but it's less resilient than proof of work. On the energy cost side of things, proof of stake is still inefficient just by virtue of the sheer volume of redundancy, but on a per user basis, it's at least inefficient on the scale of like an MMO as opposed to a steel foundry. This is
Right, Rinky Dink. Yeah, we don't have terms and conditions. We just got nudge, nudge, wink, wink. It's all good, bro. Don't worry about it. Yeah, everything's fine. Don't worry about it. Definitely, I'm a trustworthy guy. All good. Don't worry. I'm a completely unregulated, trustworthy guy.
is difficult to assess because the most popular proof of stake chains are still unpopular and low traffic in the scope of things, heavily centralized. Claims about scalability are backed up by nothing but the creator's word. Proof of stake is also significantly more complex because there now needs to be some mechanism for determining who gets to do the validations and also determining how audits are conducted, and then the question of who has control over that system and whether or not someone can gain control of that system or control over the whole stake via just buying out the staking pool, etc, etc, etc. Proof of stake also even more explicitly rewards the wealthy who have the capital to both stake and spend. It's also...
Wait, you just lost 2 minutes? I have dropped 78 frames, but that's apparently 0.0% of the stream. So I don't know. I hope it's not... I hope it's, well, I don't hope it's on anyone's end, really, but, like, I'm fairly certain it's not my end for the time being. Speaking as a professional software developer, when I heard about crypto and NFTs, I immediately didn't trust them. Software devs have a tendency to think we're just supremely clever, but have no idea what to do when the sterile environment of code meets the messiness and inconsistencies of the real world. Right, well, that's what it is, Freckle, right. The more and more that this is explained, it's like, it kind of sounds like, yeah, they wrote a code and they were like, super fucking... like, this code is sick, it's infallible, the code is infallible, so, you know, the real world won't have anything bad happen, as, you know what I mean. I had massive issues with Twitch 15 minutes ago. Ah, okay, fair enough. The Euro servers suck. Yeah, they do, yeah. They forget about everything to do with Europe in Twitch. It sucks. Anyway, yeah, it's like this code is like infallible, And so nothing bad is going to happen when we release it into the real world because the code is infallible, then the people using it will also be infallible. And it's just like, nah, this is not how it works, man. Of course, people are going to find a way around to like absolutely fuck people over with it.
Even more explicitly exclusionary. Ethereum's proposed proof-of-stake migration has a buy-in of 32 Ether, which at the time of writing is about $130,000. So really, only early adopters and the wealthy can actually meaningfully participate for more than just crumbs. This is, in turn, compounding inherent problems with the long-term growth of the chain. Even if you solve the escalating power requirements of proof of work, the data requirements of storing the chain and participating as a validator are also prohibitive in a way that inevitably centralizes power in the hands of a few wealthy operators.
85 terabytes per year is totally fine, right? Like, because 85 terabytes per year, like if you have even one person that just keeps buying like a $100 hard drive, like I think once every month, then they can store it, right? Like it's something like that.
People will still be downloading and examining your crypto kitties in the year 2371. Deal with it. What the fuck are they talking about, man?
So it's too big for just like a casual user that just wants to run the chain on their laptop, but one dedicated user who cares, like they can totally afford to store the chain. So 85 terabytes, not a big deal, right? But once you crank that number higher, there comes a point at which it starts becoming a really big deal.
The major downside of all these systems is that they're extremely slow. Proof of work is inefficient by design, and proof of stake has multiple layers of lottery that need to be executed before any transaction can be conducted, and, in particular, suffers from delays when elected validators are offline and the system needs to draw again. As an extension of being slow, they're also prone to getting overwhelmed if too many people try to make transactions simultaneously, which can cause desyncs between validators and even lead to what's called a fork, where two or
okay, the more and more I'm watching this, the more and more I'm like learning things about the references for crypto land. You know, like I was watching Sophie's react. Well, I reacted to crypto land because Sophie wanted me to react to it as well. But I was watching Sophie's initial reaction, and like I didn't get a lot of the stuff. I was like, "What's the fuck? What is that all about?" You know what I mean? This was the part in particular Sophie had an amazing explanation of. Babe, I'm gonna be honest with you. If I didn't get it the first time, I'm not gonna get it the second time. I was there for the stream. Beanie Babies to the moon. Dan plays some sound bites from that crypto land vid. Oh my god. The math does work until someone builds a big quantum computer and makes blocks much faster than the others will make quantum computers. But just like GPUs, only the rich will be the early adopters. Right. Yeah, that's right. I will have a hydrate and a stretch. Thanks, Babs.
More pools of validators reach a different consensus about the state of the network, and each branch keeps on going afterwards, assuming that it is the authoritative version. Forks can also be caused on purpose, and this is, in fact, the only way to effectively undo transactions. Like, if someone stole your coins, the only way to get them back would be to convince the people who manage the chain itself to negotiate a rollback. That's foreshadowing for later.
And now it's a non-wacky number.
Thank you so much for the £40.97. We're at 250 quid of the January goal for my living costs and my rent and shit. If we can get another 50 quid by the end of the year, I'll be buzzing. Honestly, I'll be... Well, if we get to 600 quid, I'll be buzzing, obviously. But I had a week off. Thank you. Appreciate that so much, Vaush. Thank you, that's so kind of you.
Because the nature of a fork involves a disagreement on what
Sorry, not by the end of the year, by the end of the month. You know what I mean.
Actually happened and who got paid for those transactions. This means that each arm of the fork has a vested interest in its own arm being the authoritative arm. So resolving forks can turn into irreconcilable schisms, which is funny as an outside observer viewing it as an inane internet drama, but is frankly unacceptable for anything posturing as a serious and legitimate currency. Like, it's important to stress that because of the nature of the chain, the way that the ID numbers of later blocks are dependent on the outcomes of previous blocks, these aren't just a few disputed transactions that need to be resolved between the buyer, the seller, and the payment processor. These are disagreements on the fundamental state of the entire economy that create an entire
the end of the lunar year, that's
reality.
right.
It's an ecosystem that absolutely demolishes consumer protection.
Frackle, thank you so much for the 25 quids. Fuck landlords too, that's right. That's absolutely right. Frackle, thank you so much. That's only another 25 quids to go. If we get to 300 by the end of today, I'll be so buzzing. I'll be absolutely buzzing. I didn't do the Big Papa squats that were redeemed earlier, but since we have had, you know, a few big donos in a row, I will get them done now. How about that? How about that? To the Anchor Zone theme. How about that? Okay. Wait, what the fuck? What's up with this? Okay. Hey, ow. One, two, three. Okay. Yeah, it was pretty good, that. Oh, it's not good. It's not good when I've already done fucking leg day. Oh, I fucking hate that shit. Thank you for all the donos, gang. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
Protections and makes the re-implementation of them extremely difficult. One of the big selling points of all this technology is that it's particularly secure. Very difficult for anyone to hack it directly since there's so much redundancy. A lot of hay is made about the system's resiliency against man-in-the-middle attacks, which are your classic Hollywood hack.
Oh, Morty says, what's the command for the donate link? Sub off Twitch. Right there.
Hacker type attacks. Someone sends a command.
And not a mouse! Thank you so much for the 5 quid. Oh my god, it's like a hype train. But our own hype train. Without Twitch forcing us to do one. Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
From point A, and on the way to point B, it is intercepted and altered. Someone hacks into the bank and adds an arbitrary number of zeros onto their account balance. Evangelists will commonly claim that blockchain could revolutionize the global shipping industry and reduce fraud.
What?
It's a good claim to interrogate. First, the things that blockchain is capable of tracking are things that manufacturers and shippers are already tracking or at least trying to track. So this is not so much revolution as it would be standardization. Even that is built on a predicate assumption that everyone picks the same chain.
Right.
It's an extremely optimistic assumption. Many firms deliberately want their information centralized and obfuscated to protect against corporate espionage. The lack of a shared, standardized bucket to put all the information into is not because it's been heretofore impossible, but because it's been undesirable. Second, it assumes...
You know, and that's such a good point about crypto and NFTs and all this stuff, right? Is that, like, they really think that they're, like, inventing the optimum version of capitalism, right? But capitalism has been going for about 300 years. Nearly 300 years. Like, I feel like they've got it pretty much on lock and where they want to be. You know what I mean? There's a reason that we're in, like, late-stage capitalism right now, you know?
Existence of a theoretical mechanism that ensures the synchronization of the chain and reality above and beyond the current capacity of logistics software.
Oh my god, being a landlord is like if Crypto Bros forced us to pay to live inside NFTs. Oh my god.
Means of preventing people from just lying to the blockchain and giving it the information it expects to be receiving, the blockchain equivalent of ripping off the shipping label and slapping it on the new box. The bigger problem here is that in the pantheon of fraud, man-in-the-middle attacks are actually pretty rare. Global shipping needs to deal with it in certain capacities, but taken on the whole, the vast majority of fraud doesn't come from altering information as it passes between parties, rather from colluding parties entering bad information at the start. Con artists don't hack the Gibson to transfer your funds to their offshore account, they convince you to give them your password. Most fraud comes from people who technically have permission to be doing what they're doing, rather than preventing the
Chimera Ex Machina, thank you so much for the tenner. Oh my fucking god, we're like 10 quids away. 10 English pounds quids away from hitting the halfway goal of the January goal. That is absolutely fucking phenomenal, gang. Thank you so much for all the support tonight. I appreciate that. So much. So much. You have no idea how much.
These actual common types of fraud, cryptocurrency has made them absurdly easy, and the main reason why cryptocurrency needs to be so resistant to man-in-the-middle attacks is because the decentralized nature of the network otherwise makes them acutely vulnerable to those attacks. What this
Actually, your pounds are Scottish, yeah.
all kind of means is that blockchains are all
Scottish pounds quids. The good
what...
Morty, whoa!
Our sex number.
Holy fucking shit, Morty. 79.69? Taking us to 369.69. Morty, I can't thank you enough. That is so fucking kind of you. Thank you so much, everybody who's donated tonight. Thank you for those huge donos. I honestly, like, seriously can't thank you enough. Like, you know, I don't like to ask for money and shit like that, generally speaking. But, like, yeah, I really needed it this month. So, yeah, thank you so much. That means the fucking world to me. That means, gang, that we have got another movie in the next movie night, which is going to be happening not this weekend, but the weekend after. I'm going to be doing a 12-hour, not a 12-hour stream, sorry, an 8-hour stream where we play a bunch of games, have a bunch of reacts and laughs and shit like that. And then at the end of it, we're going to go into the Discord and we're going to hang out and watch 2 movies. 2 fucking movies. One of the movies that we're going to be watching is Ne Passaran, which is a film about Scottish jet engine engineers. It's not a Patreon perk. No, you could just get in the... If you're in the Discord, you can watch the films with us. Honestly, it's as easy as that. What the fuck was I saying? Yeah, Ne Passaran. It's about Scottish jet engineers who refused to send jet engines to, like, I think it was Pinochet. Is it Chile? During Pinochet's regime? Fucking sick. Fucking absolutely sick. So we're going to be watching that along with a movie called Entheran, which is the precursor to a film that we all watched and enjoyed very thoroughly. Dot 2.0 on my birthday. That was a very good film. I've actually watched that. Just in case anyone in chat's wondering who watched that film, I've seen that film 7 times now. Dot.
Most of the things they're trying to do, and a lot of the innovations in blockchains are attempts at solving problems that blockchains introduced. The biggest issue that cryptocurrencies have suffered from is a lack of tangible things to actually use them on as currencies, rent, or food, or transit. This is for
Hey, Supreme Court, how you doing? Sorry about that. Yeah, you need to, yeah. You need to let us know if you're going to post the link if you're not a regular in it. But yeah, there's the link there. Thank you. Yeah, that's what it's about, just in case anyone wants to know. It was the Chile Pinochet regime. Yeah, 100%. Beard is looking 10 out of 10. Yo, hello, Gold Gibbon. How are you doing, my friend? Thank you so much. Appreciate that. Yeah, the beard's looking pretty good, isn't it? Uh-huh.
Pretty simple reasons. One is that the transaction fees on popular chains are so prohibitive that it's pointless to use them on any transaction that isn't hundreds, if not thousands of dollars. No one is going to buy the Bitcoin bucket from their local KFC. Ethereum's main transaction fee, called gas, on a good day runs around $20 US per transaction. But that's severely optimistic. As of December 2021, the daily average cost of gas hasn't gone below $50 US since August, with the 3-month daily average riding over $130. And that's just the daily average. The hourly price can, and does, swing by up to 2 orders of magnitude. The throughput of blockchains is so abysmal that transaction slots are auctioned off to the highest bidder. That's why these numbers are so extreme. It only takes a few high rollers competing on a transaction to drive the hourly price of gas up over $1,000 US. The internal term for this is a gas war, because it's just that common. Bots, in particular, can drive gas prices well into the tens of thousands of dollars as they compete to capitalize on mistakes, such as someone listing something for sale well below its general market price. Also, it needs to be stressed, these gas wars aren't localized to just the thing that's being fought over. If Steam is getting hammered because Concerned Ape posted Stardew Valley 2 by surprise, that will probably stay pretty well contained. If Taylor Swift concert tickets go on sale and Live Nation gets crushed, you might never even know. What those don't do is cause the cost of placing an order on DriveThruRPG to spike by 8,000% for 3 hours. The second big reason is that value on the coins themselves is so volatile that unless you're willing to engage with the speculative nature of the coins, there's actually a huge risk in accepting them as payment for anything. Bitcoin in particular, owing to its glacial transaction times, suffers from problems where the value of the coin can change dramatically between the start and end of a transaction.
Are you kidding?
This is such a problem that it's led to the rise of an entire strata of middlemen in the ecosystem, so-called stablecoin exchanges like Tether that exist to quickly transfer cryptocurrencies between each other and lock in values. The stablecoins, rather than having a speculative value, have a value that's pegged to the value of an actual currency, like the euro or US dollar.
Which defeats the problem, which defeats the whole fucking point of cryptocurrency, right? Also, isn't that like another fundamental flaw in cryptocurrency now? It's like, you know, yeah, sure, you have this like valuable coin, but you're basing its value on fiat currency. Like the whole value of it, do you know what I mean? The whole value of it is based on fiat currency. So like, what's the point? What's the fucking point? It's so absurd, right? There's another thing coming up on why receiving coins can be really bad. Tether is also just a scam. Yeah, I guess that makes a lot of sense for sure. For sure. It gets into that. The inability and a disincentive to cash out comes from its nature as a speculative item. Ah, cool. Yeah, fucking backed by euros, imagine. Hey, Johnny, congrats on getting out of work, bro. Yeah, go follow just Johnny, everyone. He's a lovely lad.
That they exist to solve is itself twofold. One is that converting cryptocurrency into dollars is the step of the process that makes you accountable to the taxman, and the primary goal of crypto in general is to starve public services, so that's a no-go. The second is that there just aren't actually that many buyers, and there's not enough liquidity in the ecosystem to cash out big holdings. Tether, the largest stablecoin, used to advertise itself as being backed on a one-to-one basis back when it was called Realcoin, but that language has become far more nebulous over time as it's become obvious that it just isn't true. This is a very complicated situation, but the short version is that the people who own Tether also own a real money exchange called Bitfinex, and there's evidence that the two services, both which require having actual dollars on hand in order to back their products and facilitate exchanges, are sharing the same pool of money, swapping it back and forth as needed. This means that at any given time, either service is potentially backed by $0, or at least that's what the data implies might be the case. Point is that if you're a high roller with hundreds of millions of conceptual dollars tied up in cryptocurrency, there's a fundamental cash problem. Your holdings have inflated to tens, hundreds, or thousands of times what you put in, but that price is just theoretical. It's speculative. You have all this crypto, you can't—
Sorry, we spent it on ads where Matt Damon calls you a pussy. Wait, what? Is that something that happened? Nah, come on, man. No.
History is filled with almosts, with those who almost adventured, who almost achieved, but ultimately For them, it proved to be too much. Then there are others, the ones who embrace the moment and commit.
Wait, so already in this advert, they're talking about like, they're talking about people who climbed Everest, which is like, has a really low success rate, being the people who are like good and that and that like definitely succeeded. And then he was on about like colonizers not succeeding, but colonizers like definitely succeeded. They like murdered, oh fucking hell.
And in these moments of truth,
what?
These men and women, these mere mortals, just like you and me, as they peer over the edge, they calm their minds and steel their nerves with 4 simple words that have been whispered by the intrepid since the time of the Romans.
They didn't succeed enough.
Favors the brave.
Fortune favors the brave, right? Basically, like, chuck a load of your fucking money into a bizarre speculative system that may or may not give you many returns. And also maybe you'll go to Mars, but probably not. I don't know. Oh, so he doesn't actually call you a pussy. But they called the video Matt Damon thinks, but this is a legit thing. No, it's not. Okay, no, I thought that this was like a legit thing. Okay, all right. Wait, what's Enron? What's Enron? The Enron is an edit? Wait, what's Enron? I don't know what that is. Enron scandal? The Enron scandal drew attention to accounting and corporate fraud. Its shareholders lost $74 billion. Right, okay. Nice edit. Nice fucking edit. Oh my god, that is fucking funny.
Can't meaningfully spend it, and there's not enough buyers for you to get it out. In order for you to cash out, you need to convince someone else to buy in. These factors, taken holistically, mean that cryptocurrency is a bigger fool's scam.
No thoughts, just vibes. Hey, Mr. Fishy, how you doing? What's going on?
Spilt trying to outline if it's a...
It was originally crypto.com? Oh, okay. Right. Sure. Yeah, sorry about the purge. Yeah, you gotta be a regular to post links. I can't remember how many hours you have to be here before you're a regular. You just gotta keep testing it and trying it. It doesn't matter. You're not banned. It's okay. It doesn't matter. Crypto.com.
Decentralized Ponzi scheme or a pyramid scheme or some hybrid of the two, which is a taxonomical argument that I'm not here to settle, but like both of those, it's a bigger fool scam. The whole thing operates by buying worthless assets, believing that you will later be able to sell them to a bigger fool.
Yeah, that's 100% that, right? That's 100% that. Like NFTs, that's exactly the same thing. It's like, yo, I got this turd, bro. I got this picture of an actual human shit. What I'm gonna do is I'm gonna sell you this. It has a cumulative value of £1 billion, right? It's worth £1 billion, but I'm gonna sell it to you for $1,000 because I'm a really nice guy, right? So here it is, your picture of a human turd. You don't actually get the picture of a human turd. You just get a receipt to say that you paid for it. It doesn't give you any rights over it whatsoever. But you can sell that to someone else for more later on, or maybe today. You know. Yeah, there you go. You're officially a regular. There you go. Look at that. Sorka's a regular. That's a friendship triangle.
The entire structure of...
Pay me for the rights to give me money, that's right.
Cryptocurrencies at their basic level of operation is designed to deliver the greatest rewards to the earliest adopters, regardless of if you're talking about proof of work or proof of stake. This is inherent to their being. As Stephen Deal put it, these schemes around crypto tokens cannot create or destroy actual dollars. They can only shift them around. If you sell your crypto and make a profit in dollars, it's only because someone else bought it at a higher price than you did. And then they expect to do the same, and so on ad infinitum. Every dollar that comes out of cryptocurrency needs to come from a later investment.
People would refuse to help the poor unless they agree to interests and bonds, and that still happens. Oh man, it sucks.
Investor putting a dollar in. Crypto investments cannot be anything but a zero-sum game, and many are actually massively negative-sum. In order to presume a crypto investment functions as a store of value, we must simultaneously need to suppose an infinite chain of greater fools who keep buying these assets at any irrational price and into the future forever.
All right, with all that out of the way, let's talk about the ape in the room.
NFTs super sexy, man.
Have people actually done graffiti of the fucking Bored Apes? You are kidding me. Yeah, NFTs exist to get you to buy crypto. I think this is pretty obvious for like a lot of people. You know?
Always lures me. I'm too focused and you know you'll never ever deter me.
Oh, they paid someone to do a graffiti. Oh, okay.
Crypto astronaut. DJ moving so hazardous. Crypto what I gon' dabble. Open seas like chapel, yeah.
NFTs. Non-fungible tokens. On a conceptual level, the tech acts as a sort of generic database to mediate the exchange of digital stuff. The most optimistic read on it is a framework for a type of computer code that creates so-called true digital objects, meaning digital objects that possess the attributes of both physical objects and digital, being losslessly transmittable while providing strict uniqueness, which is an important concept. Strict uniqueness is a way of saying that two different things are different things, even if they're different copies of the same thing. My copy of Grey by E.L. James is strictly unique. While millions of copies of the book exist, this is the only copy that is this copy. And
ancient noted activist Jesus was pretty opposed to usury. It was this whole deal before some folks co-opted his cause. Yeah, true. Very true. You know it's a scam movement when their rappers have to force syllables to fit the rhyme scheme.
And this is the only copy that has the very specific damage of being glued shut and thrown into the Bow River. It is also strictly scarce. While millions of copies of Grey exist, that's still a finite number, meaning it is possible, though not immediately practical, for the world to run out of copies. NFTs impose...
Jerry, hi, how you doing? Folks, please go follow Jerry Rose. They're an absolute bean. How you doing?
A simulacrum of this physical scarcity and uniqueness onto digital objects within their ecosystem. On a technical level,
oh, he TLDRs this? Yes. You know why I'm yesing? I'm doing a good job at understanding him so far, which is saying a lot for me, right? But there is currently, and you can't hear this, gang, right? But there is a alarm that's been going off for the entire stream. Like, somewhere on my street, no one has obviously, like, said anything about it for hours now. For literally hours. It will not stop, and I just keep, like, my brain, my ADHD brain is just like, every now and then something bad's happening, you know what I mean? It's fucked. It is driving me mad, Supreme. It's driving me fucking nuts. But I am not gonna let that ruin my first stream back after my break. It's not happening. Hello, Astral. How you doing? What's going on? I'm doing great. I'm doing great. I'm doing great. I'm sorry if this is embarrassing, but your beard is looking absolutely magnificent. That's not embarrassing, Johnny. That's very sweet of you. Thank you, mate. That's very, very kind of you. It is looking good, isn't it? Finally happy with a beard after all these years.
It has a unique serial number and can't be subdivided into...
I'm thinking of growing it down to about here and then, like, doing braids in it. Can you headphones the alarm out? That'd ruin the aesthetic. That'd ruin the aesthetic. You look like Lenin though. Oh, you look like Lenin, bro. You look like fucking Lenin. Yeah, you look like generic, but you look like this guy. You look like this guy. You look like Johnny Sins. You look like anyone with a beard. Any bald guy with a beard. Johnny Sins doesn't have a beard. You look like any bald guy with a beard.
Parts. Two tokens, even two that tokenize the same conceptual thing, are still strictly unique.
Someone once told me you look like Lenin if you joined a biker gang. Now you definitely look more like Lenin than me. You've got like a more pronounced brow. Like, my head does this weird thing. I've got like a narwhal head, right? It's like wide out here. You know what I mean? And it like comes in here like this. Have you considered braiding it with wire? Posable beard? I've not, no. I've not considered that, and I won't be considering it. You learned who Johnny Sin is from this very chat? Uh-huh. A more attractive Ben Kingsley. Thanks. Bald head, nice beard, top tier, not gonna lie. That's right. That's what all the boys tell me. I've also got an Anton LaVey's illegitimate child. Oh my god. Yeah, we do need a support group for bearded bald white guys. Yeah, sorry. We just get compared to every other bearded bald white guy. It's not fair. It's true oppression, really.
With different serial numbers. Within the context of Ethereum and its clones, these tokens are effectively a small packet of data that can contain a payload of code. It's a box that you can put a microprogram into. That microprogram is called a smart contract.
Is Lenin pretty well preserved for a 98-year-old mummy? I've never seen his corpse. Can you just go and see Lenin's corpse? Is it like in a glass thing? Oh my god, is it actually? They actually just did this, didn't they? That's actually sick, by the way. It's actually sick that you can do this. That you can just go and look at Lenin. You know who he looks like? He looks like Cypher he looks like Joey Pants. He looks like Cypher from The Matrix. Look, look. Look, it's just fucking Joey Pants. It's the same guy. It's just actually the same guy. Okay, I'm grouping white men again. Sorry. Okay.
Name that is so comically full of itself that I feel like...
Sorry, John Switch. Sorry.
Call them that, but I have to for simplicity's sake. But real quick, yes, that is how the inventors conceptualized the role of these things, as the unity of programming and law. The phrase code is law gets bandied about as an aphorism, and it's just so full of holes that we're going to be spending the next forever talking about it. Before we move into that, this is the root of it. There is a tremendous disconnect between what NFT advocates say they do and what they actually do.
Wait, Twitchy Sauce just right in the chat. Vin Biodiesel?
But, and this is very important, both the claimed functionality and the actual functionality are both bad. It's all broken, none of it works well, so the idea of it becoming the norm is terrible. But the prospect of what the world would look like if all of the
Hey, Cracked Pyrex, hello.
Came true also super sucks. The end goal of this infinite machine is the financialization of everything. Any benefits of digital uniqueness...
No, that was good. It was funny. I enjoyed it. Thank you. More like that.
...end up being a quirk, a necessary precondition of turning everything into a stock market. There's nothing particularly offensive underpinning the concept of digital collectibles. Frameworks and subcultures for forms of digital collectibles have existed for decades within various contexts, but NFTs exist to lend credibility and functionality to the cryptocurrencies that they exist on top of. Okay. Code is law. Now, what that little smart contract program does is up to the token creator. It can be a relatively sophisticated applet that allows the user to execute various commands.
Right, okay, gang. What is an applet? Is it a baby app? Why do they call it an applet? Is it just because it's literally a baby app? Is it when two apps? It's a little app. A program. Pretty much. Okay, that's crazy. It's literally baby app. Oh my god. Small program of code. Applet sounds like the Polish word for foreskin. Help me, my applet is blocked. I had to have a circumcision because my applet was blocked. Oh, okay. Recently had an aunt and uncle suggest to me to use my art as NFTs. I was grossed out. Me grossed out that they didn't care why I was against it. Oh, they had no idea why it was bad. Like, do they not understand that, like, the value of your art will be grossly fucking, you know, inflated to the point where, like, the amount that you sold your art at is like an insult to you? Do they not understand that? It's, like, absurd, right? Hey, Jane? How am I saying that? Is that Shan? Shane? Shan? I've also had that suggested to me as well. No thanks. Yeah, fuck that shit. I don't blame you. S. Jane? Can I call you Jane? Is that alright? I could call you S. Jane if you like. That's fine. Yeah, fuck that noise, honestly. 99% of artists don't actually cash out big with NFTs. Of course they don't, yeah. Yeah, that's how art auctions... Yeah, fuck art auction. Wait, why did that... Wait, yo, I'm so sorry, Sam. I don't know why that thought that your name was a link. I'm sorry. Don't worry about that. It's fine. You're not banned. You're not banned. Mulebot. Literally, like... Muleb Omegalolta. Mulebot. Fuck's sake. Okay.
Or it can be a plain hypertext link to a static URL of an image.
Mulebot being a cop. Banned for saying your name. Yeah, yeah. You got done in.
Or anything.
It does. It's a slap in the face, right? Yeah. Artists always get fucked over. Look, I can say this because I'm technically an artist. Yeah, I'm on Twitch. Right? I'm a creative, aren't I? You know? It's all Beeple's fault. Motherfucker was in on it and made it mainstream. Beeple? Who the fuck is Beeple? Beeple? What you on about?
Thing in between. Most are a lot closer to static URLs than they are to functional programs. This is in part because the thing that NFTs...
Oh, Dan's going to talk about Beeple. Oh, okay. Oh, I know. I know who you mean. I know who you mean. He was on something to do with something awful. Something to do with all... He's like a fascist guy, right? He was like a fascist guy. None of his art was fashy stuff, but they like took a bunch of his or something. I don't know. We'll find out. We'll find out, won't we?
What the token represents is arbitrary. It can be a video game item, a permission slip, a subscription, a domain name, a virus that steals all your digital stuff, or a combination of all of those. Well, the concept has been floating around since 2015 when the framework was thrown together in a day during a hackathon, and the first Ethereum implemented tokens were minted in 2017. For the mainstream, the story starts in the spring of 2021, following a string of high-priced sales of tokens minted by digital artist Beeple, culminating in a $69 million sale of a collage via old money auction house Christie's. This high-profile sale triggered a media frenzy and an online gold rush as various minor internet celebrities raced to cash in on the trend, hoping to be the next to cash out big. Over the course of about 6 weeks, the ecosystem burnt through just about every relevant meme possible.
Gold!
Lady Morris popularized on Reddit as overly attached girlfriend sold...
Wait, what? Overly attached girlfriend sold an NFT of her meme.
The original screen grab to Emirati music producer Farz and Fard for the equivalent of a little over $400,000 US.
Every meme person sold the meme they were attached to? What the fuck?
Disaster Girl sold the NFT of the original Disaster Girl photograph to Fard for also $400,000. Kyle Craven sold the original Bad Luck Brian photo for...
This is so ridiculous. Oh my god. Like all these ancient memes. All these ancient memes, they're like, damn it, I deserve some recognition for being Bad Luck fucking Brian.
$36,000 to anonymous buyer
Tub Girl.
Nyan Cat sold for almost $600,000.
Nyan Cat
variants also selling for 6 figures. Ellison Harvard sold Creepy Chan 1 and 2 for $67 and $83.
But also, hang on, like, It doesn't mean anything. I can still play Nyan Cat on the stream, right? Like, I can still... It's still there. It still exists. It doesn't mean anything. No one's buying any rights. It doesn't mean anything. It's so fucking stupid. What have you done? Quick, right-click and save. Right-click and save. Oh, you try and catch it, chat. Try and catch it. Joke's on you. You can't right-click and save a video. Could have screenshotted it, but I wasn't about to give you that advantage. Nyan FT.
3,000 respectively, also both to Fard. In addition to these high-profile sales of things that were already popular, whale buyers like Fard were dropping 4 and 5.
No, that's the thing, Cracked Pyrex. No one can send cease and desist to anyone. Like, if you see those Bored Ape nerds on Twitter and you steal their fucking ape and post it to them, they can't send you a cease and desist. It's got no legal backing. They own a non-fungible token, which just means like a bit of code that says you've bought a thing that represents the picture. It's just absurd. It's like buying a receipt for some art to say that you own it, but the artist can come and like take the art away at any time. Do you know what I mean? They can take the fucking picture away from you at any time.
Your sales onto a random assortment of other artworks. Corporations and individuals auctioned off NFTs representing intangible, non-transferable concepts like the first
Nyan, the two primary cat sounds. That's true.
Evangelists jumped at every opportunity to proselytize this new, bold, revolutionary marketplace that would free
the financial... Yeah, I saw this today. The financial economy. Fake, made up, fictional. The crypto economy. Double fake, double made up, double fictional. Featuring Matt Damon. Yeah. Yeah, that's a good one.
Free artists from the yoke of the gig economy and provide buyers with an immutable record of ownership of authenticated artwork stored on an eternal distributed machine.
The more I learn about NFTs, the more confused I get. There's a reason for that. There's a fucking reason for that, my friend. What's that? Something in society that's very confusing and somehow everybody's doing it for some reason? It sounds a bit like government, doesn't it? Sounds a bit like politics. You know? They don't want people to understand it because as soon as people start understanding it, they'll either A, get involved and make more money than them, or B, call them out for it. On how it's like horrific and basically destroying the planet. Yeah, it's, oh god, there's so much to it.
You could be holding the next generation's Picasso. Artists could continue to earn passive revenue from secondary sales. Imagine what it'll be worth in 5 years. This created an air of absolute mania, as it seemed like anything could be the golden ticket. Digital artists, especially those working with media like generative art that's difficult to monetize via conventional channels.
As a video and graphic artist, I'm really tickled by people loving these JPEGs. It's not even an uncompressed TIFF or PNG, it's a straight up JPEG. I know. A compressed, gross, artifacted JPEG. Oh god. Serge Tankian started selling NFTs? I thought it was the drummer who didn't understand the politics in System of a Down.
Like physical prints, raced into the space and, on the whole, lost a lot of money. Critics began questioning what it was that was actually being bought and sold. Copyright, commercial permission, a digital file, bragging rights? In a huge number of cases, the answer wasn't very clear, and even the sellers, caught in the promise of a payday, weren't altogether sure what they had even sold. Tons of the tokens did little more than point to images stored on normal servers readily accessible via HTTP, meaning the bought assets would be just as vulnerable to link rot as anything else. Some pointed to images stored on peer-to-peer IPFS servers, which are more resistant to link rot, as, similar to a torrent,
What's link rot? Did he explain what that was? Did I miss that? Hold up.
The answer wasn't very clear, and even the sellers, caught in the promise of a payday, weren't altogether sure what they had even sold. Tons of the tokens did little more than point to images stored on normal servers readily accessible via HTTP, meaning the bought assets would be just as vulnerable.
Server or link goes offline and it stops working. Oh. The thing the link points to not being there anymore. Oh, that's funny. That's very funny. All my apes gone.
Vulnerable to link rot as anything
Okay.
else. Some pointed to images stored on peer-to-peer IPFS servers, which are more...
You can literally mint an NFT of a 404 error page. This is fucking... This is so cringe, but like extra funny. Extra funny. It would be a shame if someone replaced the image on the link with a penis, that's right.
Resistant to link rot, as similar to a torrent, it only requires that someone keep the file active somewhere rather than requiring the original server to stay up. But as millions of dead torrents...
Everyone's trying to... Listen, here's the thing about NFTs, right? I think we had a good run in telling some companies that NFTs were bad, right? You know, like the Stalker developers, they were like, we've listened to what you said, folks. We're not doing NFTs now. Don't worry about it, right? There was like a couple of people who were like, oh, okay, yeah, NFTs are pretty bad. That's fair enough. But here's the thing, right? As long as this exists to make money, every single fucking company... Twitch are going to be doing NFTs soon. I'm calling it. Twitch are going to be doing NFTs soon. 100%. Any single person who is out there to make money and scam people, i.e. literally everybody in the 1%, you know, the CEOs of fucking Google and shit like that, the CEOs of Amazon and all these people, they're all gonna be doing this shit. Markets everywhere. That's right. If we don't stop capitalism, the ANCAPs will have their way. That's right. Steam is explicitly anti-NFT at the very least. Sure, yeah, sure. I think I've seen that anyway. Signal's founder sold an NFT which will become a poop emoji as soon as someone buys it. What the fuck?
Prove that's still a far cry from the eternal storage solution that evangelists were claiming.
It is a meme come to life chimera, yeah.
Same way as any other image on the internet, easily saved or duplicated simply by virtue of the fact that in order for your computer to display an image, it needs to download it. Claims of digital scarcity apply only to the token itself.
Yeah, that's right,
not
Amina,
the
yeah.
thing the token signified. More than that, there was no cryptographic relationship between the image and the tokens. The image associated with a token could be easily altered or replaced if the person with access to the server that the image was hosted on just changed file names, making the relationship between the two tenuous and flimsy in a way that undermined the claims that this was somehow a more durable, reliable way of transacting digital art. There was also no root proof of authenticity, no confirmation that the person minting the artwork was the person who created the artwork.
Right.
This is a pretty handy encapsulation of the way that blockchain fails to solve the most common problems with fraud, which tend to start with bad data going into a system at the input, not data being altered midstream. Artists who complained about this system, which clearly incentivized impersonating popular artists, including deceased artists, were told that it was their fault for not jumping in sooner, that if they had bought in and minted their stuff...
It's so ridiculous. It's so disgusting. People like telling people you should have bought into this. You should have fucking bought into this if you didn't want to be like taken advantage of. Get the fuck out of here, man. Check that username. Wait.
As a market that may or may not fit into stuff first, created the artwork. This is a pretty handy encapsulation of the way that blockchain
Mafia level protection advice right there, yeah.
fails to solve the most common problems with fraud, which tend to start with
Brawl
bad
Pot, is that
data
what he's called
going
himself?
into a system at the input, not data being altered midstream. Artists who complained about this system, which clearly incentivized impersonating popular artists, including deceased artists, were told that it was their fault for not jumping in sooner, that if they had bought
Brawl Pot, leader of the Broma Bruges. Yeah, funny joke, man. Yeah. Yeah, the Khmer Rouge. Yeah, definitely like not a horrific fascist movement. You know?
in and minted their stuff first,
That's
then
gross.
it would have been easy to prove the forgeries. Because evangelists don't see
Yeah. That person died last year. Yeah, really bad.
this as a tool, as a market that may or may not fit into an artist's business. They
Imagine choosing to be poor because you're too ignorant to learn about new technology. Choosing to be poor. I hate these people so much. I have like an unmitigated hate for these people. Like nothing will satiate my despise of these people. Like,
see it as the future. So failure to participate isn't a business decision. It's
look at these absurd images. Like, they really... Oh, fuck.
just a mistake. They're terrible people. All told, the frenzy collapsed pretty quickly. By June, the
right, imagine choosing to fall for very obvious get-rich-quick schemes. Yeah.
Had already receded by about 90%, which incidentally just further incentivized the low-effort process of minting other people's artwork, to the point that art platform DeviantArt implemented an extremely well-received feature that scans several popular NFT marketplaces for matching images. The output of that is extremely depressing. Not to labor the point, but reposting digital art without attribution is nothing new. Profiting off someone else's art is also nothing new. All that's new is NFTs represent a high-energy marketplace with an irrational pricing culture where the main buyer is easily flattered and not particularly discerning. The potential payoff is extremely high, much higher than a bootleg Redbubble store. The consequences border on non-existent, and the market is clearly in an untenable state, so there's an incentive to get in at as low a cost as possible before it collapses. Hence, the absolute...
Excuse me, they're making NFTs of Twitch streamers? What did that say?
Not to labor the point, but reposting digital art without attribution is nothing new. Profiting off someone else's art is also nothing new. All that's new is NFTs represent a high-energy marketplace with an irrational pricing culture where the main buyer is easily flattered and not particularly discerning. The potential payoff is extremely high, much higher than a bootleg Redbubble store. The consequences border on non-existent, and the market is clearly in an untenable state, so there's an incentive to get in at...
What? They're making NFTs of Twitch streamers and their icons. What? Please, no one mint me to the blockchain. If I find out I'm minted to the blockchain, I'm gonna be so mad. I'm gonna be so fucking mad. I swear to God. One of those fucking fascist little creeps is gonna mint me to the blockchain now, aren't they? That were here before. Fucking hell.
At as low a cost as possible before it collapses. Hence, the absolute plague of art theft. Even the argument that artists could make passive revenue off secondary sales turned out to have a lot of caveats attached. One, the smart contract for the token needs to have a function that defines royalties, so anyone who minted a token based off of hype, making it sound like an inherent function of the system, was out of luck. And two, the token doesn't know what a sale is and can't differentiate between being sold and being transferred. So it's actually the marketplace that informs the token you're being sold and collects the royalties. End result, royalties are easily bypassed simply by using...
Gonna go invest in Muel coin? Don't do it, gang. Don't do it. I'm just going to the toilet.
Marketplace that doesn't collect royalties or uses a different format of royalty collection that's incompatible with the function the token uses. While a few sellers, legitimate and otherwise, made off with undeniably big paydays, hundreds of thousands of artists bought in only to find that there wasn't a new, revolutionary, highly trafficked audience of digital art collectors. Instead, there was a closed market, dealing in casino chips, where the primary winners were those already connected, who already had the means to get the attention of the whales in the media, a market where participation required buying into a cryptocurrency at a rapidly fluctuating price in order to pay the minting costs to post the work where it would sit unsold. This left those artists in the lurch, where they had to choose between just eating the losses or attempting to convince their existing audience to buy in as well. The people who actually won were the people with large holdings of cryptocurrency, specifically Ethereum, which mediated the vast majority of these big-ticket purchases. David Gerard, author of Attack of the 50-Foot Blockchain, summarized it on his blog very succinctly as such. NFTs are entirely for the benefit of the crypto grifters. The only purpose the artists serve is as aspiring suckers to pump the concept of crypto, and of course to buy cryptocurrency to pay for minting NFTs. Sometimes the artist gets some crumbs to keep them pumping the concept of crypto. The rush benefits them in two ways. First, the price of Ether itself goes up directly from the spike in demand. Between January and May, the price of Ether rose from $700 to $4,000. And second, there's new actual
People Sale 1. Okay. People Sale 1 hits mainstream press. Nyan Cat, Bad Luck Brian, People Sale The Christies, OAG, Creepy Chan 1 and 2, Disaster Girl, surge of mainstream press, whales sell off their ether.
buyers who aren't just trading Bitcoin for Tether for Ether and back again, but are buying in with dollars, providing the whole system with the liquidity needed
Mule coin to the moon.
for whales to actually cash out. This arrangement, needing to buy a highly volatile coin from people who paid far, far less for it in order to participate in a market that they control, is why people reflexively describe the whole arrangement as a scam. If you buy in at $4,000 and compete against people who bought in at $4, you're the sucker. It reveals the basic truth that these aren't marketplaces, they're casinos. And indeed, even through all the rhetoric of protecting artists and whatnot, was the ever-present specter of the gamble. Whatever you buy now might be worth hundreds of times more later. Constantly invoked is the opposite proposition of the bad deal. What if you had been the person who bought in at $4? Let's take a closer look at
You know what? That's the only thing I ever thought of about Bitcoin. That's the only thing, like any kind of crypto, right? That's the only thing I've ever thought about, is that like there's no point in putting any of your money in, because the people who bought in at the very start are the ones who like really made it. You know what I mean?
Slaughtering $69 million Beeple sale. Independent journalist Amy Castor has done an enviable job running down the details here in her piece, Metakovan, the mystery Beeple art buyer and his NFT DeFi scheme. But to summarize the long and short of her notes, the buyer is a crypto entrepreneur named Vignesh Sundaresan who...
That's the nature of the Ponzi scheme. That's right, yeah. Yeah. That's the only way it fucking works.
The piece to boost the reputation and
friendship
value of
triangle
crypto investment scheme Metapurse and Metapurse's own token B20, which Beeple owns 2% of the total supply of. Following the Christie's sale, the reported value of B20 went from 36 cents per token to $23. And that's just the anatomy of a single sale. The very obvious conclusion observers reached was that none of this is about the art at all, but the speculative value. Not what it's worth to you, but what it'll potentially be worth in the future to someone else. It's not a market, it's a casino. Gambling on the receipt for an image or video that otherwise...
You remember? I said it ages ago. It's gambling. I said it. I was right. If you want to be in with the hot takes, this is the stream to be in. I've got all the hot takes. They're all correct. Every single one of them. I'm literally infallible.
Infinitely digitally replicable. The thing itself is immaterial as long as it can make a line go up. This is the essence of the market and a microcosm of what evangelists imagine they want to see as the future, the financialization of everything. The frenzied market around old Reddit memes was doomed from the start. There's a finite supply of meaningful originals, so to keep this thing going, to keep the line going up, you need something more. Something less tied to anything specific.
Sir?
Oh no! Oh no! Oh no! Oh no, no, no. Oh, it's this guy. Uh-oh.
What?
To the moon!
Instant psychic damage. Instant psych. Look at the state of this model, by the way. It's so bad.
In the months since the initial craze, the market...
The car's gonna say the thing. You know, you said that in the chat before, didn't you? The to the moon. Like, that's... I hate that. I think about that on a regular basis. As a 3D artist, I love this fucking vid. Did they steal Pixar models? I don't know if they were Pixar models. I think they were just, like, very easily attainable. Yeah. Shit. Did they remember to mint their own video as an NFT? I don't know if they did. Hey, Corvin, this dude doesn't even get to drive the car. The cartoon coin does. Yeah, the dude is totally cooked in that entire video. Yeah.
Place had mutated. The it thing was no longer memes or digital works from established artists, but character profiles from large, procedurally generated collections with names like CryptoPunks, Bored Ape Yacht Club, Lazy Lions, Cool Cats, Ether Gals, Gator World, Baby Llama Club, Magic Mushroom Club, Rogue Society Bot, and Crypto Chicks. These were notable for, again, commanding utterly irrational prices, seemingly completely decoupled from any legitimate or legal transaction, and being generally extremely fugly. This surge generated an immediately adversarial relationship between the buyers, who touted them as both evidence of their extravagant wealth and their foresight into the future of digital economies, and pretty much everyone else. A very common response to anyone using one of these profile pics or bragging about their purchase became saving and reposting the image in reply, or even changing profile pics to match. Spurred by a speculative tweet from Twitter developer.
Wait, was it characters from Inside Out? Is that right? I thought it was just like random ones from like a market for, you know, where you could buy assets for like games and shit. I thought it was just that.
Suggesting that they were working on an NFT verification system, Twitter users broadly rallied at the opportunity to immediately identify people that it was okay to bully. Tweets from within the cryptosphere started leaking out. Things like Santiago Santos tweeting things like NFTs equal identity 2.0. Can't remember the last time I used my pick on the left.
What the fuck, man? So embarrassing. Like, why are they so embarrassing? Like, it's always just like really embarrassing guys. Like, you know what? There's a lot to be said here about like the way that the ego creeps out of our self, right? Do you know what I mean? You know, in the way that like sometimes, like for example, lots of you in the chat will know this, right, gang? You will know that if someone criticizes like leftism or fucking whatever you want to call it, communism, anarchism, you know, socialism, anything like that, you kind of feel like a little bit personally affected, right? You feel like a little bit like, oh, that hurts, fuck off, and I'm going to tell you why you're wrong, right? There's kind of like an extension of our ego that's really horrible and insidious, and it does us a lot of damage, and we need to kind of move away from it. But these guys have it like to an extra degree. They're like literally like, you know, this is my identity now. It's so embarrassing. He talks about obvious scams later too. Yeah.
Emphasis on physical traits, genetic lottery, prone to bias and prejudice, identity by choice, unique and digitally scarce, representation of values and beliefs. Of course, what Santiago was leaving out was that he had paid the equivalent of $171,000 US for that profile pic, which probably gives him some incentive to really commit to it as something interesting and special, even though stripped to the studs.
Yeah, that's absolutely right, Cracked Pyrex. Yeah, you could make an eco-friendly version where it's just like the copyright of an image to someone. Do you know what I mean? It's just a copyright. And I think that already exists, right? You can already buy copyrights, right? You know what I mean? So yeah. Spunk Tandino. It's totally another example of tribalism. Yeah. Absolutely. Identity by choice. You could just become trans, bro. Hey, Davey, what's going on? YouTube just announced that it will sue. Yeah, we saw the YouTube thing, yeah. Well, I heard the chat talk about it, yeah.
Literally all he was describing was using a non-representational image as a profile pic. For about 6 years, my profile on the Dungeons and Dragons forums was a stock photo of a cabbage, so not really breaking new ground here. Greg Eisenberg sat at his computer and decided to bang out, most people who make fun of NFTs own 0 NFTs, have never minted an NFT, have never participated in a community.
Okay. Correct, incorrect, correct. Like, all these things, don't fucking care. Honestly. Don't, like, what, like, literally most people have participated in a community. What the fuck are you talking about? Who is Greg Eisenberg? What are they on about? All right, Tejan, thank you so much for being here, pal. Lovely to see you again. You get that early night, bro. Yeah, they mean the NFT community, yeah, obviously. But like, who wants to participate in a community where like most of the people getting involved are like, you know, the same people who say things like, she's not really a minor, bro. She's actually 6,000 years old. Her body just looks like that because she's immortal. You know what I mean? Why would anyone want to like participate in those communities? I don't really see the value in that.
Have never staked their NFT, haven't built on top of an NFT project, have never earned an NFT playing a game, missed out on Bake, Punks, Cool Cats, etc. A chain of logic implying that skeptics of the market are just uninformed, sore losers.
That's right, Val, yeah.
Lent to the very accurate perception that the loudest voices in NFTs weren't very familiar with internet culture as a whole, weren't terribly smart in general.
Are they actually dead Discord servers, Mr. Fishy? No fucking way.
By and large, coming at all this from the financial side, further supported by all of them having tweets are not investment advice in their Twitter bios. In short, the same people who made and bought Juicero.
What is this?
Dan Olson sets up a psych profile for the typical crypto bro in this, and it's something I haven't been able to stop thinking about.
Juicero. It also laid bare that the conversations were inherently suspect. How can you ever trust the sincerity of someone telling you how awesome their $171,000 investment is when your persuasion stands to directly benefit them by potentially driving up the value of their investment portfolio? You've got to be extremely rich for $171,000 to not be an extremely sunk cost.
Web3 design firm. These motherfuckers don't stop going on about Web3, innit? They absolutely love Web3.
That's absolutely going to weigh on your mind and influence how you see the market. So for my part, I tweeted about several of these incidences and was in response hounded for days by annoying people with NFT profile pics who insisted that I just didn't get it. I wasn't seeing the community. So I decided to go see the community. My experiment started with the Cool Cats Discord, one of the communities that I'd been assured was top of the pile. I joined, read back through days and days of conversation logs, watched the active conversations, and was generally unimpressed. It was at best unremarkable. A primary concern was still rooted in the monetary value of the tokens.
If you spend 1 million on a cat, it's not just for Twitter.
It's Harris Bomber Guy! Immediately recognized his voice. It's his microphone as well.
Would be happy seeing someone mint another one later for free. That's why punks are at 120 ETH. Symbols, memes, there's the value.
What wasn't unremarkable is the way that I was immediately deluged by bots sending me.
Okay, and also, here's the thing. You won't find this all the time.
Still rooted in the monetary value of the tokens.
If you spend...
Right, hang on. How do I, like... Okay, I can't do that. I was trying to, like, egg it on, like, 10 seconds or something.
1 million on a cat. It's not just for Twitter, and no one would be happy seeing someone mint another one later for free. That's why punks are at 120 ETH. Symbols, memes, there's the value.
What wasn't
Fren is another thing. So, like, it's like Pepe. It's like the Pepe the Frog thing, when you say Fren. There was a subreddit called Fren World, which was exclusively populated by Nazis, and Nazis still use Fren as a way to say other Nazis on Twitter nowadays. So like when we do our like reporting thing in our group, isn't Fren short for far right ethno nationalists? Yeah, kinda. I don't know if it's that specifically, but yeah, it might as well be. You know, when we ban when we report a bunch of Nazis on our like resisting hate group and stuff, we literally like get a bunch of people coming back and saying like, I've made a new account. It's like, oh look, this guy's back and he's saying, look, help me find my friends. Yeah. Hey, no, don't beat yourself up for using the word. Like, there's a reason they use things that we use all the time. You know what I mean? They use it so that we go, oh my God, what the fuck? I'm never going to use that word again. So that they have the monopoly on it. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. You could still use friend. Like, it is cute. It is actually fundamentally like a cute word. But it's like the Pepe thing, right? Like, I've got Pepe emotes in my chat, but you know I'm not a Nazi, innit? Well, I guess you know to as much as your knowledge. Like, it'd be pretty hard for me to like hide the fact I was a fascist at this point, right? But like you know, like that you're safe in this stream with the fucking you know, with the Pepe frog, right? You only need to be looking out for this if it's like you're already sus of someone. Do you know what I mean? You know? Based off that site profile, he comes to mention, I've been wondering how much of an overlap the 4chan crowd is with the crypto crowd. Venn diagram, flat circle. Yeah, I think you could be absolutely spot on. 100%. Yeah, it's like Sorka says, gang. The point of dog whistles is to often make people complaining about it look stupid. So honestly, don't worry about it. Like, it's just to know, like, that straight away, as soon as I saw that, I was like, okay, this person's shilling NFTs. They're using the word friend. That's a bit of a sort of like, in my head, I'm like, okay, that's sus. You know what I mean?
Remarkable is the way that I was immediately...
That's the only reason I'm pointing it out to you, gang.
...deluged by bots sending me invites to other discords. So between the spam I was receiving and the Cool Cats dedicated shill channel, I came up with an idea.
Rap crypto, y'all know Bitcoin. I want to thank y'all for checking out this joint. See how I handle the token rapper. And this right here...
Does anyone remember when I did a crypto rap?
It's a brand new chapter. Follow me as I go Rambo to the moon in my brand new Lambo.
For days now, I've been accepting every spam NFT Discord invite I've received, and it's getting dire. Stoner Cats, Oni Ronin, Magic Mushroom Club, NF Tits, The Humanoids, Ether Gals, Cool Cats, Senzu Seeds, Pro Camel Riders, Long Ween Club, Stick Humans, Bumping Uglies, World of Wojak, Gen Map, Dimes...
Remember this? Does anyone remember this? Right, here we go. Kingle. You ready for this? Yeah. She held my Doge, I held her Bitcoin. We had a sick trade going. The monkey jizz is where it is. We ride to the top, no time for your beers. Millions in the making, but people be faking. She only used me for my millions in the making. Screenshots were taken, my NFTs were baiting. I still feel the pain of what was taken. If I ain't crypto mining, then there's investments to be making. I gotta get back on the grind, make my time, make the coin, take the gain. Bring on the pain, cause I'm in the crypto game. Thanks for listening. Please share. Right. Good that, innit? It was good. It was cool that I did that. It was cool that I did that.
Magic Marbles NFT, Beverly Hills Car Club, Cash Cows, Long Neck Cartel, Pug Force, Hood Punks, Gorilla Club, Alien Archives, Betting Buddha, Fighting Turtle Club, The Iconimals, Basement Dwellers, Wizardman Jenkins, Cotty, Metamons, Crazy Skulls, Box Gang, Gym Punks.
Look at the state of this fucking nonsense. It just goes on forever.
Uncovered, Nitro Punk, Crypto Bulls, Masquerade Massacre, Cat Colony, Skell FTs, Daffy Panda Ganging Up, Betting Kongs, Wolves of Wall Street, Happy Sharks, Teacup Pigs, Cool Llamas, Mad Carrot Gang.
You're welcome, Pirate. You're welcome.
Soul Cities, Oink Club, Outlaw Punks, Crypto.
Yeah, the Lambos. Yeah, Lambos are the big status symbol. There was a whole meme about I'm gonna get my Lambo or something like that with people who were investing in crypto in around like 2016, 2017. It's like, yeah, Lambo to the moon. It was all on like Reddit and shit. It was all on like the Bitcoin Reddits and shit.
Astronauts, NFT Worlds, Panda Paradise, Time Travelers, Cyberkongs, Party Ape Billionaire Club, J-Corps, Cryptocados, Meta Birds, and that's about as far as I got before more or less giving
I wish I was a Lambo.
Discord DMs. Now, this is a fraction of what's out there, but I do think it's a pretty representative sample, and I learned a lot.
Diamond Hands? What's Diamond Hands?
For example, the basics.
Is that like a JoJo reference? No, that's Diamond is Unbreakable. You're rocking a 2003 Chevy? I mean, that's cool. Hey, Colossus, what's going on? I love how every leftist is watching this. It's important. It's important shit. Oh, you hold the coin instead of selling the dip? Diamond Hands? Right, okay, yeah.
psychological profile of the average
Right, hold
buyer is
forever.
someone who is tenuously middle class,
Okay.
socially isolated, and highly responsive to memes. They are someone who has very little experience with real businesses and production processes, thus are unlikely to be turned off by unrealistic claims about future returns. They are insecure about their lack of knowledge, and this makes them very susceptible to flattery, in particular being assured that the only reason for negativity is because critics just don't understand what they understand. Being tenuously middle class gives them enough disposable income to engage with a pretty expensive system, but also a very potent anxiety about their financial future.
Davey
It goes
says,
without saying
Davey says, I'm a moderate right and watching. You know we're all like anarchists and communists here, man. You know that, right?
they're fixated on money, and they principally understand the technology as a means of making money. Criticism of the system is typically met with confusion. Don't you want to make money? I also learned a lot about fraud and how to do
You've literally infiltrated Antifa General. You've literally infiltrated Antifa headquarters.
it both on purpose and by accident. The term rug pull, with its derivations rug.
What does moderate right even mean? It means that, like, he only wants, like, a little amount of people to die in an ethno state. Yeah.
To describe projects that made big promises but then took the money and ran, embedded themselves in my vocabulary extremely quickly. The market is just absolutely lousy with fraud and deception. Vaush trading, where you sell something to your
I have the plans to Antifa HQ. I will sell for one funge.
own sock puppets in
That's
order
right.
to lure in real buyers who think
Sound the Antifa alarms.
is rampant. Market
Get Soros on the phone.
and accepted that it's actually considered bad form if project leaders don't actively engage in it. Like, it's considered disrespectful to the buyers if the project leaders don't help them inflate the resale price. Also, and I really should not leave this merely implied, the art is bad, but not in any sort of interesting way. It's bad in a smoothed over copycat way, a low effort.
Okay, listen. All right. Davey, right? We don't know your politics or anything like that. As far as I'm concerned, you're welcome here as long as you don't spread any hate. Right? If you want to be here, you want to learn, whatever, shit like that, great. But as soon as there's, like, arguments going on with, like, things that you believe in and shit like that, that's when I'm going to pull the plug. Capiche? You understand?
Garbage dump from artists who have largely given up on
This is literally like a safe place. If you say you don't discriminate, you know, we have trans people here, we have non-binary people here, I'm queer, you know, we got people of color here and shit like that, then, you know, yeah, sure.
Ideas or opinions. Derivative, lazy, ugly, hollow, and boring. The capacity for original thought long having been drained out of the illustrators kept in the employ and proximity of people who refuse to shut up about cryptocurrency, there is an
Compromised 50% of people in
stale
concentration
memes and
camps.
self-flattery. A massive volume of cryptocurrency art ends up being art about cryptocurrency, transparent pandering to an audience that is either deeply stupid or easily pleased, and quite possibly both. Absent any artistic insight, the vacuum is instead filled to overflowing with references to Doge memes, Bitcoin, Ethereum, stonks, to the moon, buy the dip, good morning, and desperate pleas for senpai Elon Musk to notice them, all presented with the earnestness and authenticity of a pickle Rick bong. It's tempting to say that
Oh my God.
accepting every spam invite was a really flawed way to delve deeper, that obviously accepting invites from spam bots would mainly lead me into less stable projects. But surprisingly no. I got just as much spam for successful projects as humanoids and NFT worlds as I did for rug pulls like crypto astronauts and hood punks. On the whole, if you just look at the pitch package and the sample product, there's very little material difference between a project that's going to sell out 10,000 tokens in 6 hours and one that's going to become a trash fire as the project leader has a nervous breakdown and burns them in 3 days post-launch after only selling 800 tokens. Party Ape Billionaire Club sold out, bringing in about $3.2 million, and are now flexing their wealth by partnering with other crypto projects like the 2 Chainz produced NFT cartoon show, The Red Ape
Wait,
Family,
2 Chainz did that? 2 Chainz did that? What the fuck?
really truly shows off the community's deep pockets and commitment to quality. Deep in their roadmap is the promise that they will start production on an MMORPG, a claim that buyers are entirely faithful in. Crypto astronauts sold 1,262 of their 9,485 tokens, bringing in an impressive $375,000. But as nice
was that a fucking MAGA? Was that a fucking MAGA bear? Hold up, hang on a minute. I'm just like, all these images are like so intense.
That buyers are entirely faithful in. Crypto astronauts sold 1,262 of their 9,485 tokens, bringing in an impressive $375,000. But as nice as that number is, it's not remotely enough to even start proceeding on their plan to build a full-scale PvP-based MMO. Following the failed
Stone Toss made an NFT generator?
In October, the devs slowly went quiet, and then bit
of course
by bit,
he did.
Websites, social media accounts, and eventually the Discord itself all disappeared. Based off the ostensible product, why should one of these
it's meant to look like it, yeah.
and the other fail? The key distinction ultimately between a Party Ape billionaire club and a crypto
it said Nutsiega.
CC was already flush with cash.
Whatever that means.
Manufacture hype with high-priced giveaways and expensive advertising. Buying advertising space in Times Square, in particular, is a specific...
That sound you heard was me sighing from across the Atlantic. Yeah, I was wondering what that was.
Fixation. But running a 10-second ad every 8 minutes on one out-of-the-way billboard in Times Square isn't effective advertising, not externally. All it's really good for is internal propaganda, making insiders feel like the
terrible
money that
pit
they've
crews
spent is buying credibility. And if you're in a speculative bubble, betting that someone down the line will buy you out for more than you bought in, credibility is worth everything in the world.
Most game devs would hesitate to post this to Twitter. They posted it to Times Square.
This is
what the fuck? That looks like a trash game that I would play on Trash fucking Wednesdays.
Been in the most established projects, ones that have been going.
There's a very Newgrounds vibe to a lot of these. Yeah, that's right.
There's not really an underlying thing. These aren't fandoms in the way that you would experience them around a game or a TV show or a book. The product is pretty insubstantial, if not functionally non-existent.
Posting cringe on the world's biggest billboard, right?
From the artworks that drove the speculative mania in the spring. They're not positioning themselves as art that's worth possessing for the art, as flimsy and illusory as that claim was, but as ongoing projects that you buy into. The purchase of a token is an abstracted version of buying early stock in a company, a venture capital style investment in promises, which is a very significant mutation. Okay, so what do these phantom companies claim to exist to do? Pretty much all of them promise direct financial returns in...
Okay, listen, gang. I've got some bad news. I can't finish this video today. I can't do it. We're gonna have to finish it tomorrow, if that's all right. I hope everyone's all right with that. We are gonna go and raid my mate Toasty. Toasty is a Scottish streamer. She's actually doing a Burns Night Haggis supper tonight. So, content warning for food. Please join me for the raid. That will be cool as fuck if you could. I would love that if you came with us. And thank you so much for everyone for being here tonight. Really appreciate the love. Really appreciate everybody supporting me today. We got to 369.69 in the dono goal. Thank you so much, gang. Don't forget movie night. Not this weekend, but the weekend after. Very fucking cool. Very fucking nice. Thank you so much, everybody who shared the Go Live tweet. Thank you so much, everybody who donated, subscribed, posted, all that shit. Even the people who hate rated me, because, you know, that shit bumps up the fucking numbers, you know what I mean? So, appreciate that, gang. Appreciate that a lot. Yeah. All right. I'll be back tomorrow. We'll be finishing this tomorrow. More news tomorrow. More shit like this. 5 p.m., 6 p.m.-ish UK time. I'll see you there. Mwah, 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 mwah. Good night.